want to get involved, maybe meet some people, let me plant the seed that probably too late for this year, but next year, if you want to get involved with the Christmas for Kids of Lane County, first off, the Friday event at Target was incredible. I mean, they had lines pretty much halfway across the store of people shopping on the fundraise. I mean, it's not money coming out of their pocket. The organization already came up with the funds. And so you're going there and you've got this many people to shop for, and some people I talked to had 8. Some people had, a couple. By the time that Sid and I got there, they had already maxed out. And we're talking about 700 kids in Lane County getting, judging by the cards, people were being very, we'll just say, very thrifty and making those that $100 go very far. Each kid had a maximum of $100, and it was amazing. It was just so cool to see so many people come out.
How many kids did you and Sid end up buying goodies for?
By the time we got there, it was maxed out.
You didn't get to do it?
There was none left. And they said it was the quickest that's ever happened because they had so many people. And Amy said that she came across Amy Newport, who's kind of the original. I mean, she started it when she was 15. She said a lot of people that she talked to heard it on the radio. So I feel like if we start a couple of weeks out, their goal next year is 1,000. So that's 300 more. Completely doable. Completely doable. If people kind of spread the word. And then, so you buy the gifts. The next day they had their big wrapping party. Yesterday they had their big distribution, which is a breakfast with Santa event. You had Santa Claus there. You had, of course, the Duck, Oregon cheerleaders, Sluggo, face painting. The Infinity Dance Troupe was there. And the 700 kids and their parents there as well. It was like they had so many people volunteering that people that, you go to, get your breakfast, you sit down and you have people bringing you beverages, and then you go through the line, and when you get your photo with Santa, you walk over, and at that point you get your I mean, it was like, they have it down. It was very impressive. So, and hats off to Kendall Ford and Kendall for, they've kind of made this their event. They've helped out Amy huge. If I walked in, it was funny because I think they opened up at 10. I'm trying to think when they opened up their the dealership. If I walk in and I see that they're throwing this event with, so much of the community in your showroom, if I'm in the market to buy a Ford that day, I'm buying a Ford that day from Kendall. It was very cool. And I think a lot of people, it was a great teaching moment too. So if you got kids and maybe, they get 1,000 presents under the Christmas tree, just to kind of plant the seed that not everybody gets that situation. It's a great opportunity. And, just to bring Sid down there and kind of have her watch what was going on. Pretty cool. Christmas for Kids of Lane County. Like I said, next year, if you're looking for, a recipient of attention and some energy, maybe some donated dollars, at least consider it. Check it out. 6:34. Chance of rain today, 44 degrees for the temperature high, and potential freezing fog. Just to plant the seed coming up later tonight. The Dublin air is going to warm things up, though, next at 11:20 KPNW.
It's your money. And this is your Wake Up Call Market Report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stock index futures are little changed as oil moves lower this morning. It's down about 1.8%, just under $35 a barrel this morning. And following a negative week for the equity markets, the S&P 500 last week down about 4%, and oil last week down about 11%. Investors are awaiting a decision by the Fed this week, widely expected to be gearing up to raise interest rates at its two-day meeting that ends on Wednesday. This week, we're also watching for a number of economic reports, including the November look at consumer prices and housing starts, and we'll get home builder sentiment for December so far. Anyone who's a Star Wars fan is looking forward to Friday when The Force Awakens hits theaters. And if you've been to the store, you've seen the endless sea of products already. The film could generate more than $9 billion in revenue for Disney and its partners, from cinemas to television networks, retailers, and toy makers. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
Want to buy your sports nutrition products right now for online prices? Jim Rath Sports Nutrition is the place. Go match all online prices and beat all those corporate stores. Customer service with online prices. Follow at Jim X Rats X71 on Instagram.
Restrictions apply. In-store product only.
Enjoy winter fun and outdoor adventure in Bend, Oregon, and stay at the River House Hotel. You'll be delighted with a stay at the River House Hotel located on the banks of the Deschutes River. Central Oregon's gateway to outdoor adventure is now offering ski packages for Mount Bachelor. The River House provides spacious guest rooms, a full-service restaurant and bar, and easy access to all Bend has to offer. Conveniently located close to downtown Bend and the Old Mill District, the River House is a perfect location to take advantage of hiking, biking, fishing, a stroll along the scenic river trail, or a short walk to over 30 boutiques and specialty shops nearby. At night, cozy up next to the fireplace, order room service, or indulge in one of the most memorable meals you'll ever have at Crossings, our award-winning restaurant. Visit us online at riverhouse.com and make a reservation for a quick getaway trip. That's riverhouse.com.
Pacific Air Comfort is a steadily growing, stable company and has been in the Eugene-Springfield area since 1999. They are looking for experienced residential and commercial HVAC installers and service technicians. These are full-time, permanent positions offering great wages, benefits like paid holidays, retirement plans, SPIF program, and more. If you or someone you know is looking for a challenge, contact Pacific Air Comfort at 541-672-9510. For job descriptions, visit pacificaircomfort.com. You may qualify for a sign-on bonus.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. We leave no warrior behind. Wounded Warrior Project is a non-profit organization created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war. Whether those scars are physical or mental, we're here to make sure that they heal. And whether it's helping those with post-traumatic stress disorder live a normal life again, or giving much-needed support to injured warriors in veterans' hospitals. Because no one deserves our help more than the men and women who risk their lives to keep us safe. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind. Ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Do you dance badly or hug in public? That's okay. You don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care would love to put up with you. Call 1-888-200-4005 or visit adoptuskids.org for more information. A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt Us Kids, and the Ad Council.
KPNW weather with Chris Nation. Brought to you by Mattress Mania, where you save like crazy.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're looking at more showers out there. Moderate to heavy rain for the next couple of hours under mostly cloudy skies, and it's cold. Temps are in the mid-30s out there, about 35 here in town, with winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10. This afternoon, we're looking at mostly cloudy skies continuing, but the chances of rain significantly go down as we move through the day. The storm system's starting to pull away. Highs, though, are only going to be in the low 40s out there, with about 42 here in town. Cloudy skies continue. Winds will shift south at 5 to 10. Tuesday shaping up to be perfect with partly cloudy skies and the first dry day in a long time. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
beginning to look a lot like Christmas. It's a lot like Christmas. Everywhere you go. Take a look at the candy canes aglow. Singing Christmas. And Mom and Dad can hardly wait for school to start again. It's beginning to look like Christmas. The bells in your eyes. Christmas. And Mom and Dad can hardly wait for school to start again. I can hardly wait for school to start again. Christmas. In your heart. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
The trained professionals that are the Sheldon High Dublin Airs. Standing ovation of 2, even though we're sitting. Nancy Anderson and the Dublin Airs making their annual trek into the studio. Welcome back. I guess the president, we're going to talk with Brandon, who is the president of the Dublin Airs. Yep. How do you get to be president?
I just apparently was the best person for the job.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. You, the rest of you, are not the best. Just so you know.
Fit in here with his head.
What?
No, but like they all elect to be the president. Yeah.
Humble too. I can see that. Comes with great humility. Talk about the Dublin Airs and what it is as opposed to the other choirs at Sheldon.
We are Sheldon High's top vocal jazz group. It's to get in, we have to audition, and then we have callbacks, and then you find out if you get in, obviously.
If you are a returning member of the choir, do you have kind of a leg in? Do you still have to audition?
You still have to audition. You still have to go through the callback process, and it's not guaranteed that you're back in. So it's always you have to try to get in.
You have to actually try, put effort out. And where do you perform throughout the year besides the radio station here?
We perform all around Eugene in retirement homes. We go to people's Christmas parties if they ask us to. We do a whole bunch of gigs. Our December consists of almost gigs every single day.
I got a radio remote tomorrow at Cricket Wireless. Can you guys come out from half hour or so?
What time?
2
to 4.
We've got a gig 2:30 to 3:30. We could maybe hit you right at the top of the 2 o'clock.
Wow. I was kind of kidding, but that would be awesome to have you guys out there.
Yeah.
That would be incredible.
Nice.
So, kind of just joking there, but serious, if somebody does have an event, is it too late to book for probably December?
We've got a couple holes in the schedule, but boy, not very many.
And how do they get in touch with, I guess, call Nancy at the
call
school?
Me probably on my cell phone, 541-335-9867.
Repeat that again.
541-335-9867.
Operators are standing by.
Cell phone there. Wow, that's pretty cool. And you guys have a special event coming up that is open to the public.
Yeah, our Winter Choral concert is coming up on December 15th at 7.
You're the president. You don't even know what time it is. It's like your big thing of the year. Come on. What kind of president are you?
He's just like any other president. He's got his cabinet.
He's out golfing. Everybody else is practicing.
I have the times of most of our gigs memorized, so it's just like trying to sort through all of them, figure out which ones are actually at which time.
It's too late for that.
Yeah. Really, the excuse just fell.
And who's going to be a part of the event?
Sheldon's concert choir, Sheldon's varsity choir, and the Dublin Airs.
Dublin Airs. And how much?
It's free. Just come in.
A free event?
Free event at Sheldon High School.
Your gift to the people?
Yep.
Wow. And where's it going to be?
Sheldon High School.
Just all on the high school.
Auditorium.
Just meandering through the campus?
Nope, just in the auditorium.
Oh, auditorium. Yeah. Okay. Which, by the way, is a great acoustics, a great spot to witness such an event. How much more music?
Sure.
Sure.
He's looking, I think he was looking for the teleprompter.
I don't know.
My aides didn't tell me they were going to ask me about more music.
Oh, maybe take a vote.
There's concert choir has their own set, varsity choir has their own set, and dubs have quite a bit of music.
Okay, how about some more music now?
Yeah, like
yeah. Okay. Okay. Here comes. What is he?
Oh, he's got to call somebody first. Is it all right if I sing? I am the president of the Dublin Airs.
Smartphone out. Oh, he's giving. Okay, here we go. Right here.
Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Angels, I hear them, hark, I hear them, angels we have heard on high. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Peace on earth and mercy mild, God and sinners reconciled. Joyful all ye nations rise, let's join the triumph of the skies with angelic hosts proclaim, Christ is born in Bethlehem. Hark the herald angels they sing, glory to the first Noel. The angels, was too certain for shepherds in fields as they lay on a cold winter's night, that was filled with angels we have heard on high, sweetly singing o'er the plains and the mountains in reply, echoing their joyous strains. Glory, 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 sing glory, glory, sing glory, in excelsis Deo. Glory, 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 sing glory, glory, sing glory, in excelsis Deo. We sing the glory, glory. Yes, we sing the glory, glory. We sing, angels sing.
Wow. That was, slightly reminds Dublin Airs from Sheldon High School in with the Wake Up Call, 1120 KPNW. Nancy, out of curiosity, how long did you work on that piece, if you can get close to a microphone?
Yeah.
We just heard it. That was the result of how much effort in the classroom?
I'm not sure. We started getting Christmas music out in September. We probably didn't get that one until October, sometime in October. So maybe a couple of months.
And that's working in addition to other songs?
Yes, we have quite a repertoire.
Okay, writes one person off the email. This, by far, has been the best Christmas music I have heard all season. Woo! Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. It's amazing. And I'm curious, as we talk about the makeup of the Dublin Airs, when you're auditioning, are you looking more at somebody who is necessarily a great singer that can solo, or their ability to also blend in a group choral setting?
We need a mix of both. So the initial part of the audition is for me to hear the best singers. They then get invited to callbacks, and at callbacks it's all about blend. bringing something to the mix, but not so much that it's overpowering. And that's when it gets tricky, and that's when hearts get broken. But these are the best singers at Sheldon, and also the ones that really sang together the best.
You have some folks going on to Carnegie again.
We do again. 7 kids again from this group get to go to the National Honors Choir.
And how do people? How do you get to that point?
They all worked with me to make an audition ready. We tape it, we send it in electronically, and they just heard at the end of October, right?
On Halloween.
On Halloween.
On Halloween.
And now they're still waiting for music to prepare, and the concert, they go to New York at the beginning of February, so that's a little short time to prepare a quite difficult repertoire.
So how much money are they expected to come up with?
$3,000 a piece, about.
Wow. So how is there any like fundraising events planned?
We've sold a lot of things this fall. We'll do donations, always take donations at the concert. We don't charge admission, but once you get in, we ask for money.
Do you ever get people just sending in an envelope monetary donations saying?
Not very often, but remember last year it was so cool. After we were here, I think you got a call while we were on air.
We did.
And I went and picked up a check, and that was just so cool.
Yeah, it's amazing that people will do that. But that's because what they just heard. It's emotionally stirring. Eliza, did you want to give out your dissertation?
Elijah.
He wanted to make a comment about Christmas. So this microphone is available if you want to step up there and.
Okay.
This is Elijah.
This is Elijah. Christmas time is here, and it's our favorite time of year. Lots of joy for girls and boys, but mostly shopping.
Shopping. That's one of our songs.
That's one of our songs. No, I love Christmas. It is actually my favorite time of year. And Merry Christmas to everyone listening out there, and thank you for listening.
Well said, Elijah. Thank you for that. Can we squeeze one more, or are you guys on the time frame?
You need a little short one?
Yeah. It'd be nice.
Bear Claw.
Okay. Dublin Airs in studio.
Thank you.
Ring, Christmas bells merrily ring, tell all the world Jesus is King. Ring and proclaim, ring one accord, now happy cheer, welcome from Lord. Ring, Christmas bells, ring for and near, the weekday of Jesus is here. Herald the news to all the young, tell it to all in every tongue. Ring, Christmas bells, all loud and long, your message sweet, heal and prolong. Come, all you people, join in the singing, repeat the story told by the ringing ring.
Christmas bells throughout the earth, tell the glad news of Jesus bells ring.
Ring one accord, now happy tale, welcome the Lord. Ring, Christmas bells merrily ring, tell all the world Jesus is King. Ring and proclaim, ring one accord, now happy tale, welcome the Lord. Ring, Christmas bells, ring far and near, the weekday of Jesus is here. Herald the news to old and young, tell it to all in every tongue. Ring, Christmas bells, all loud and long, your message sweet, heal and prolong. Come, all you people, join in the singing, repeat the story told by the ringing
ring. Christmas bells throughout the earth, tell the glad news of Jesus bells ring. Ring,
one accord, now happy tale, welcome the Lord.
Ring, Christmas bells merrily ring, tell all the world
Jesus is King.
Ring.
Okay, I want a pure recording of that so we can play that a lot next week. Sheldon Dublin Airs. Do you think can they hear me?
No.
Do they know how good they are? Okay, all right.
Oh.
You said, wow. Again, Brandon, how about one more time? If somebody's just coming in, the 15th, what's happening?
On December 15th at Sheldon High School in the auditorium at 7 o'clock, we have our winter choral concert featuring the Dublin Airs, Sheldon High School's concert choir, and varsity choir, and it's free.
Thank you, guys.
Every year it's always
knock it out of the park.
Favorite part of the holidays is having you guys.
Yeah, Dublin Airs, and of course, 15th you can see a whole. In fact, one of these days we're just going to have you come in for the whole show. We're just going to turn it wild for 3 hours. But if you want to see more of the Dublin Airs, Sheldon High School out there, kind of in North Eugene off Coburg Road, the 15th. Go check them out, and it's free. Of course, that is tomorrow. They were in studio last week. It is a 6:54. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
The Coburg Road Car Wash makes your holiday season easier and cleaner. The Money Saver Car Wash card saves you $6 on 6 washes. Just $36 for 6 washes or $54 for 6 washes with a polish and a clear coat. It's a great gift idea, the gift of a clean car. Oh, and get a card for yourself, too. The Money Saver Wash card at the Coburg Road Car Wash. They're just a quarter mile north of the Oakway Center. Coburg's car wash system is better for the environment, and I think you'll agree. Better for you.
The event room at Dickie Joe's Burgers is the perfect place to host a party, celebration, or meeting for 10 to 70 guests. The event room is business meeting friendly. Audio and video presentation equipment is at your fingertips. This space is even available for business meetings and other functions at breakfast time. The event room at Dickie Joe's offers catering from Mucho Gusto Mexican Kitchen, Bill and Tim's Barbecue, Dickie Joe's Burgers, and a delightful breakfast buffet. Birthdays, team parties, baby showers, rehearsal dinners, cocktail parties, business functions, you name it. The event room is prepared to meet your special occasion needs. This space can be private, and there is no room fee. Reservations are taken for parties of 10 or more. Stop by and check out the event room at Dickie Joe's today. They're centrally located in Eugene, across from Valley River Center. Ample parking is available.
Gunrunner Arms in Junction City is the fastest growing gun survival and outdoor store in the Valley. You'll find the best holiday prices on new and used guns, Liberty safes, survival gear, scopes, packs, steel targets, ammunition, reloading supplies, and Dillon and RCBS reloaders. You'll also get reloadable gift cards for your favorite outdoors person. I'm Bill London, the Gunrunner Elf, reminding you to check for in-store holiday specials. Gunrunner Arms on the corner of Highway 99 and 36 in Junction City. Holiday hours 9:30 to 7 Monday through Saturday, and Sundays open 11 to 4:30.
I'm Gary Conley with today's Money Minute. A recent study of 1,200 owners of electronic readers, including Kindles, iPads, and Sonys, suggests 40% think they're reading more, 58% about the same, and 55% expect to increase reading in the future. It seems inevitable that e-reading will one day replace most books, magazines, and newspapers that are printed on paper and delivered to your home or business. It may be a while, though, because most of us who grew up with physical reading material will have to die off first. Personally, I like the feel and smell of paper. I spend several hours a day reading, mostly work-related stuff. But more and more of it comes in electronic form, like emails, links, and research services that are published online and delivered to my computer. Still, I read 3 real newspapers a day, a couple of magazines a week, and the occasional book. Here's the nugget. While I might be able to sort through the blizzard of information more quickly and effectively by setting up electronic screens, the reality is I often don't know what I'm looking for. Good investment ideas aren't manufactured on demand. Instead, they evolve organically out of the stew that contains what you know, your experiences, everything you read, see, and the people you interact with. Then some fact or insight presents itself, and an idea crystallizes. But you never know just where the catalyst will come from. I'm Gary Conley, and that's today's Money Minute.
Do you eat to escape? Is your weight affecting your life? Is your life affecting your weight? You're not alone. If you're concerned about your eating habits, contact Overeaters Anonymous. After all, it's not what you're eating, it's what's eating you.
Weather every 10 minutes during the wake-up call. Count on it. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you might want to grab your rain gear. We've got a last burst of energy moving through that'll bring moderate to heavy showers over the next couple of hours. Otherwise, it's chilly. Mid-30s out there with 35 here in town. Mostly cloudy skies and winds out of the south at 5 to 10. This afternoon, we'll see mostly cloudy skies continue, but the chances of rain will significantly go down as we move through the day. The storm system starts to pull away, but thanks to the cold front it brought, highs will only be in the low 40s with 42 here in town. Now, high pressure moves in for your Tuesday, giving you partly cloudy skies, but it only lasts one day as the next storm system is right behind that. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are little changed in early trading amid turbulence in credit markets and following last week's almost 4% decline for the benchmark S&P 500. Right now, that index is up 2 points, or 0.1% at 2014. The Dow is up 7 at 17,274, and the Nasdaq is up 5 points, or 0.1% at 4938. Crude oil remains under pressure this morning following last week's almost 11% decline. Oil this morning is down about 1.25% at just over $35 a barrel. It did dip below that mark earlier today. Concerns about global growth prospects are lingering before the Fed prepares to raise interest rates. Policymakers hold their final meeting of the year starting tomorrow, and they wrap it up on Wednesday. And Pepsi is rolling out several thousand new vending machines that offer both food and drinks under its new healthier products brand, Hello Goodness. Gina Cervetti.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. How are we going to degrade and ultimately defeat ISIS, as President Obama says? Well, he'll give us an update later after this hour going to the Pentagon. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
The rare visit by the president to the Pentagon comes amid heightened worries nationwide about the threat posed by ISIS to the U.S. During the visit, the president will talk with his defense secretary and top generals about the fight against ISIS. However, no new strategy change is expected to be announced. The president was last at the Pentagon in July when he asked his national security team for more options to intensify the fight against ISIS in Iraq and Syria. Dave?
John, the U.S. Embassy in Turkey is reduced to limited operations and will be through tomorrow, citing an unspecified security threat. American citizens are warned to avoid the building. There have been incidents of vandalism at mosques following the San Bernardino terror attack, and the FBI is joining police in Hawthorne, California, looking at graffiti at 2 mosques as a possible hate crime. This Muslim member says
the word Jesus was written on the gate and the cross was made on the windows.
And a fake grenade was found outside of one of those mosques. Drones are said to be a popular gift this Christmas. And if you get one, you'll have to register it with the government. The FAA has a new rule out today. Any drones bought after December 21st will have to be registered before their first outdoor flight. And current owners of a drone weighing anywhere from a half pound to 55 pounds will have to register them by mid-February. Going to the post office today? Well, you might wait in line. It's the Postal Service's busiest day of the year.
Expecting to deliver 600 million packages, letters. That's just today alone across the country. Of course, online shopping is the big reason behind the increase. Leaders with the Postal Service say record high online sales on Black Friday and Cyber Mondays had a big impact.
Nicole D'Antonio with Fox 4 at a post office in Kansas City. They say at the post office, guaranteed Christmas delivery. You have to get it out by Monday the 21st. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Get stoked on your next stove or fireplace insert at Midgley's. Get zero interest financing on Yodel, Valor, and Blaze King on approved credit. When Midgley's installs your wood or pellet stove, they'll throw in an accessory bag and your first chimney cleaning for free. That's over $250 in savings. We're at 7th and Chambers in Eugene. Our customer-friendly parking lot is located behind our store. Midgley's. Anywhere else, and you're just playing with fire. CCB 161946.
See store for posted details.
Hi, Mom. Is Claire's birthday party today? Me again, Mom. Where did I put my history book? Hi. Sorry, forgot one last thing. Sometimes it's hard to concentrate. At school, I start looking out the window, and then I forget what I was supposed to be thinking about. I know it seems like I don't care, but I do. It's just difficult for me. Love you, Mom. Bye.
Join parents and experts at understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues to help your child thrive. Brought to you by understood.org and the Ad Council.
Stocks are down a little, coming off a rough week of selling. Fox Business Network's Nicole Petalides live at the New York Stock Exchange, where the Fed is in focus.
Absolutely right, Dave. We're seeing the Dow Jones Industrial Average right now down 20 points. We've had a volatile market already due to oil. Right now, Dow's at 17,245. The S&P 500 down 2. The Nasdaq down nearly 5. Last week, the Dow sold off nearly 600 points. There were hopes for up arrows today. However, oil took a turn for the worse and hit its lowest level in almost 7 years. With that, names such as as Chesapeake and Cabot Oil and Gas hit new lows. GoPro down 12% on a Morgan Stanley downgrade, and the Fed waiting to see whether or not they will raise rates for the first time in a decade.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Nicole. The Fed's decision comes on Wednesday. Oil has gone back up a little today. It's over $35 a barrel again. Gas remains about the same. AAA's average for regulars $2.01 a gallon, near price lows we haven't seen since 2009. Taylor Swift has a holiday gift for her fans. Live music from an Australian concert.
That stadium show will be available for free exclusively to Swifties who use the streaming platform Apple Music. The live concert special from the singer's star-studded 1989 World Tour will be released on December 20th. It'll also include appearances from celebrities and musicians like Mick Jagger and Justin Timberlake, who surprised fans on the tour. Pam Huso, Fox News.
The Carolina Panthers just won't lose. Now 13-0 after blowing out Atlanta 38-0. Quarterback Cam Newton says the key is
start fast, extremely fast, and don't ease up off the gas.
The win gives the Panthers a first-round bye in the NFL playoffs. The Cincinnati Bengals lost twice yesterday. Not only did the Steelers beat them, QB Andy Dalton broke his thumb and may miss the rest of the season.
I'm going to do everything I can to get back as quick as I can to help this team.
I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
Is that Diana Ross?
Yeah.
It's horrible.
News Radio 1120 KPNW, Monday, December 14th.
Wow. See, I always thought Diana Ross was overrated, and now hearing this, I am totally convinced of it. Confirmed. Stamp that, yes.
90% chance of precipitation, high of 44 degrees today. Currently 38 degrees. If you have to, say, take a Monday jaunt down to Klamath Falls, just double check the route that you have in your head that you're going to be taking. TripCheck.com. If you look between I-5 and 97 in the northern, southern portion of our state, it is
a mess.
It is pretty bad. We got closures. 138 looks really bad. So I would not take that trek eastward. Just TripCheck.com and just kind of maybe wait for things to thaw out. And if you don't have to go today, don't go today. Klamath Falls can wait till tomorrow. 7:06. By the way, if we had a Listener of the Month award, I think I'd have to put Frank Haller on the marquee today. I met him yesterday with at the event for Christmas for Kids of Lane County. He had a ugly mug that he was drinking his coffee in. I thought, that's pretty cool. He had heard us talk to Amy on Friday and had come out to volunteer at Target for the shopping, and then came back as one of the many volunteers needed yesterday. Also won Nutcracker tickets and heard that Mike, who tried repeatedly to win tickets for his grandkid, and donated those tickets. So, Frank Haller, we salute you. He said, and if you heard our replay of the Double and Airs, you can kind of understand why, but he said a couple of things causing him to get a little teary. Heard Amy talk about Christmas for Kids and then the Double and Airs performance. So, an emotional guy, too. Frank, you are the man. Coming up, we're going to talk with Matt from the Eugene Active 2030 Club. If you maybe weren't able to help out yesterday or Friday and you feel like helping some local kids, you'll get that opportunity. Also, Jerry Jesfold. Boy, closures, weather, a lot of stuff coming up in news.
Yeah, and by the way, if you're going to be traveling anywhere east or west today, if you're going to get off the I-5 corridor, you'd better have traction devices on your vehicle or a flotation device. We'll kind of run it down for you when we get into the news that'll be coming up. We'll also look at closures. Some good news. because of all this weather, and that has to do with the ski resorts. They're all abuzz in a Twitter. We'll take a look at some crimes over the weekend in the Eugene-Springfield area, and we'll take a look at your state news as well. It's all ahead here on News Radio 1120 KPNW. Hi, I'm Bill London, Burrito Amigo's biggest fan. The holidays are all about tradition, and Burrito Amigos has a tradition of their own. It's not quite as renowned as the Christmas tree, but give them 100 years, a couple of enchilada carols, and a Charlie Brown special, and it'll be bigger than Rudolph. It's the annual Burrito Amigos Holiday Enchilada Plate with rice and beans. You can get your enchilada with beef, chicken, cheese, or chili verde. Bill London, taste test aside, the chili verde has a nice little jalapeno bite to it. It's really tasty. Burrito Amigos has offered the Holiday Enchilada Special for 20 years, and it's only $7.75. The Holiday Enchilada Plate Special runs till December 31st. So after you're done holiday shopping, or before, make Burrito Amigos your stop. Consider it your chance to forward a tasty holiday tradition to your ancestors, like mistletoe and Ralphie beating up Scott Farkas. And don't forget, a great stocking stuffer is a Burrito Amigos gift certificate. Give the gift of burrito-y goodness. I made that up. Burrito Amigos in Eugene and Springfield.
Pacific Air Comfort is a steadily growing, stable company and has been in the Eugene-Springfield area since 1999. They are looking for experienced residential and commercial HVAC installers and service technicians. These are full-time, permanent positions offering great wages, benefits like paid holidays, retirement plans, SPIF program, and more. If you or someone you know is looking for a challenge, contact Pacific Air Comfort at 541-672-9510. For job descriptions, visit pacificaircomfort.com. You may qualify for a sign-on bonus.
Sherman Brothers Trucking is looking for drivers, company drivers, and owner-operators, flatbed, tanker, lowboy, curtain van, and dump truck. Great benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and paid vacation. Sherman Brothers has been family-owned and operated since 1969 and runs regionally with good home times. Sherman Brothers prides themselves on the quality of their drivers and the service the company provides. Excellent training and quality management will help you reach your goals. Check out ShermanTrucking.com for more details or call 800-457-1459.
Today's top stories in depth. This is the Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
And good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed, locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Well, this time it's the higher elevations. Chance to get hammered. Most areas above 2,000 feet and some areas below have been blanketed with snow. For a time, I-5 of the Siskiyou Summit was closed yesterday and overnight. It just opened a little while ago, but chains are required on your vehicle to make it through. Most of the passes this morning are also reporting snow with either chains or traction tires required. That even goes for the Coast Range. Now, this late fall storm has been, without a doubt, a big one. It knocked out power for thousands in central and southern Oregon. Pacific Power says that 25,000 people lost power between Grants Pass, Medford, Roseburg, and elsewhere in southern Oregon. And they say that a lot of those people need to be prepared to be without juice until at least tonight. In central Oregon, nearly 9,000 customers of Midstate Electric Cooperative lost power. That included almost the entire city of La Pine. 10 inches of snow were reported within 24 hours in Ashland, and anywhere from 4 to 7 inches were reported in various spots around Medford. And while the snow was blasting the higher elevations in southern Oregon, the southern Oregon coast got a lot of rain. Highway 101 around Coos Bay and south of there is dealing with high water. Many of the routes getting to the south coast are partially submerged or the scene of rock, tree, and mudslides. And as we get closer to rush hour, we're seeing more and more problems pretty much from border to border along Highway 101 and some of those coastal routes. Now, as far as closures and delays and the like, Santiam Canyon School District is running on a 2-hour delay in Lynn County. In Douglas County, Camas Valley Charter is closed. The Glide School District is closed. The Riddle School District is operating on a 2-hour delay, as is the South Umpqua School District in Lane County. The Oak Ridge School District is on a 2-hour delay. So the storms this past few days are giving ski resorts the blanket of white that they have been coveting so they can start ski season. Brad Ford reports.
Snow levels are coming down, and there will be a lot of snow in the Cascades.
It's a major storm.
And it's the type of storm that we can get a lot of them out and open with.
Dave Tragathon at Mount Hood Meadows says they've received a foot of snow and could get another foot, which will create a nice mid-mountain base.
We could have as much as 50 or 60 inches because the storm is producing so much.
The base at Timberline Lodge is 25 inches, and the mid-mountain base for Mount Bachelor is more than 45 inches. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
A little closer to home, the Hoodoo Ski Area is also preparing to open its season this coming Friday, just in time for the big kickoff winter break. They've got about 40 inches at the base, and they expect more snowfall this week. Snowcats are working to tamp that snow down to create the best conditions possible, and they hope that they're going to be able to have a complete schedule through New Year's Eve. All maritime entrances in the Pacific Northwest were closed by the Coast Guard over the weekend. Petty Officer First Class Levi Reed says there was just too much debris coming down the rain-swollen rivers.
As captain of the port, he is just want to make sure that all vessels and mariners are keeping an eye out for the debris that is flowing in the river right now, whether you can see it or not.
The debris, including full-length trees, were floating under the surface of the water, and it was a major hazard for boaters. The Lane County Sheriff's Office is investigating a shooting that happened at the 92,000 block of Marcola Road. The first calls came into the Sheriff's Office around 12:30 Sunday. According to those reports, one person was hospitalized, another man arrested. Various reports say there was shooting during an altercation between a couple. It was not known how many shots were fired, although law enforcement was searching nearby homes for bullets. According to police, there was no threat to the public. A female pedestrian was hit by a fence after a Jeep careened off the road and ran into it. Eugene police say they're looking for a two-door gray Jeep Cherokee that lost control and ran into the fence near 796 West 13th Avenue. The Jeep was driven by a young man, according to EPD, and the crash occurred around 2 p.m. Sunday afternoon. The fence hit a woman who was tossed about 5 feet into the air. The driver, described as a 16 to 23-year-old male with brown hair and an average height, weight, and build, fled, driving eastbound on 13th Avenue. Police are looking for the suspect. The pedestrian's injuries were not life-threatening. Police are calling the act hit and run. A Lane County jury has found a 19-year-old guilty in the shooting death of a Eugene teenager. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours Friday before finding Zachary Beauchamp guilty of first-degree manslaughter in the death of 17-year-old Justin Gardner. Beauchamp faces at least 10 years in prison when he is sentenced on Wednesday. Beauchamp fired a pair of shots into a crowded apartment from outside the front door during an August 30th party at the Stadium Park apartments near the University of Oregon. One of the rounds went through the door and hit Gardner in the head. Prosecutors did not accuse Beauchamp of intentionally killing Gardner. They called the shooting a reckless act. Beauchamp told police that Gardner was his friend. The Lowell School District Superintendent is working to establish a task force to help determine whether district teachers will be allowed to carry guns on campus. Superintendent Walt Hanline is gathering a panel of 8 experts to help the Lowell School Board decide on the issue in January. Hanline, who vehemently opposes teachers having guns in the classroom, says the task force will be comprised of experts on both sides of the issue. The panel is expected to present their views at a January 25th meeting. The meeting will also be designed so that the board can gain a better understanding of the issue, but Hanlon also wants members of the Lowell community to have input on the decision. Oregon State Parks suffered a lot of damage from last week's storms. Brad Ford has the details.
Parks along the coast in the Willamette Valley and the Cascades all suffered damage.
We have a couple of dozen parks that have either downed trees or flooding or both.
Chris Hobble with Oregon State Parks says the damage also includes power outages and erosion. It's going to take a while to clean up the mess and repair the damage before you visit a park.
Anybody who wants to visit a park ought to go to OregonStateParks.org.
If you're in a park and find damage that's an immediate threat, such as a downed power line, call 911. Brad Ford, KPNW.
Oregonians have a short time left to make sure they have health insurance coverage on New Year's Day.
So go ahead, call your favorite insurance agent or visit healthcare.gov. Take a look at the options available. There's a lot of new options this year, as well as with the changes in cost, it might be, plans change and prices change and your needs change.
Jake Sunderland with the Oregon Department of Consumer and Business Services says, according to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, consumers who shop and switch plans could save an estimated $569 on their 2016 plan. They also say to do that, you'll have to pay much higher deductibles, higher coinsurance, and higher copays. Oh, well, that makes it worth it. Far fewer Oregonians are going out into the Willamette National Forest to cut down their Christmas trees, according to stats from the Forest Service. Personal use Christmas tree permit sales regularly topped about 6,000 a decade or more ago, but they've steadily declined. For the two-year period of 2013 and 2014, those figures dipped well below 3,000. Willamette National Forest data shows that Oregon's status as the nation's largest producer of Christmas trees may also be contributing to the cause. The Willamette Valley and surrounding foothills have plenty of U-cut Christmas tree farms that are easier to get to than high elevations of the Cascades. The availability of young trees in the National Forest has also declined because the agency doesn't harvest trees anymore. The Oregon Food Bank is working to expand the amount of fresh produce they can provide. Food donations from large companies are allowing that to happen. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden says a new bill allows small businesses to get that same deduction, and he wants it to include farmers.
I have made it a special priority to make it easier and make it possible for more generous donations to be made to this wonderful program.
Wyden is the leading Democrat on the committee that writes tax law. So far this year, the food bank has processed 5 million pounds of produce, which was used to make 4 million meals here in Oregon. Well, an endangered tropical sea turtle is in intensive care at the Oregon Coast Aquarium in Newport after this week's storms tossed it onto a beach near Pacific City. The aquarium's Mark Murray says veterinarians are treating the olive ridley turtle for injuries to its eyes, head, and for hypothermia.
The biggest thing was that it was cold stunned, so its core temperature was down to 57 degrees Fahrenheit.
If the turtle survives, it'll face months of rehab. Olive ridley sea turtles live in warmer Pacific waters in California. A beachcomber found the turtle and then called for help last week. The Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association affirmed what many folks in eastern Oregon have been saying for years. That's the Pendleton Roundup is the best rodeo of its kind in the country. The PRCA bestowed the Roundup with the 2015 Large Outdoor Rodeo of the Year award. The honor is determined by PRCA members.
Just a pat on the back for the 1,000 volunteers that turn out every year to produce the Pendleton Roundup. And for a community of 16,000 people total, it's just wild to have something of a national pat on the back like this.
Randy Thomas with the Roundup says the Roundup has won Rodeo of the Year twice before, in 2003 and 2010. A semi-truck slammed into a freight train on Highway 30 in North Portland yesterday morning, killing the driver and sparking a fire that damaged 8 rail cars. That blaze sent flames 70 feet high as a tall plume of thick, black, acrid smoke fell over the city. The crash occurred between the semi-truck and the train around 8:50 yesterday morning. The semi-truck was carrying flammable fuel, which was the only material that caught fire. The rail cars contained hot asphalt and didn't leak or catch fire, but 8 rail cars were damaged by the blaze. The rail cars were not moving at the time of the accident. BNSF spokesman Gus Malonis says passenger and freight service to the area will not be impacted. The fire occurred on a sidetrack owned by Portland and Western Railroad. So the holidays are a time of good food, good cheer, and unfortunately, foodborne illnesses. Brad Ford has some holiday potluck safety tips to keep you off the commode.
One of the most basic rules is to keep hot foods hot and cold foods cold. Specifically, you want to avoid the danger zone, that temperature above 40 degrees and below 135.
Divide it into maybe 2 or 3 smaller dishes and put a couple of the dishes in the refrigerator and only put a little bit out at a time.
Food safety specialist Susan Kendrick says that becomes especially important since food at parties and potlucks tends to sit out on a table for longer periods of time.
You want to hold it to a maximum of about 4 hours out of refrigeration, but that includes making the food.
Anything that sits out for more than 4 hours should be thrown away, but with good food handling, preparation, and storage techniques, the holidays should be safe as well as enjoyable and tasty. Brad Ford, KPNW News.
It's 7:22. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
So if you have Russell Wilson on your fantasy football team and you started him, you're probably happy after his 5-touchdown performance. Seahawks roll the Ravens 35-6. Johnny Manziel looks like Johnny Football, and the 3-10 Cleveland Browns scooped by the San Francisco 49ers 24-10. LaShawn McCoy kissed the Eagles logo at the coin toss, but at the end of the game ignored the Philly players and coaches after his Buffalo Bills got beat by the Eagles 23-20. What a difference a Gronk makes. New England's Rob Gronkowski did play, but didn't get the usual numbers of snaps due to a knee injury he's still nursing, but he still can't be stopped, catching a touchdown and propelling the Patriots to a 27-6 victory over the Houston Texans. Gronk, the first tight end in NFL history with 5 seasons of at least 10 touchdowns or more. And Marcus Mariota caught a touchdown pass. Big injury weekend in the NFL. A lot of players going down. Andy Dalton, Seattle's Thomas Rawls, New England's LeGarrette Blount, Carolina's Jonathan Stewart, Indy's Matt Hasselbeck, and even Houston's Brian Hoyer. Going to leave a lot of teams scampering at the end of the season. Bama's Derrick Henry, as expected, won the Heisman. The Oregon program lost 4-star quarterback Seth Green as expected as he commits to Minnesota. But we do make a commit from 4-star quarterback Tristan Wallace, who decommits from Ohio State. And Sunday they got a commit from 3-star receiver Eddie McDoom. Going to be one of the great names in college football. Might be a 3-star talent, but McDoom has 4-star offers. AP All-American teams had DeForest Buckner on a second team, Royce Freeman and Aiden Schneider both making third team. Oregon finally made a game of it, but lost to Boise State on Saturday 74-72. Golden State Warriors finally lost their first game in 25 games, and Galen Rupp won the foot traffic half marathon in Portland. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW, brought to you by Wetlands on Garfield in Eugene, your West Side neighborhood sports headquarters and pub. At 7:25.
The most accurate forecast now. We have weather every 10 minutes during Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're looking at more showers out there. Moderate to heavy rain for the next couple of hours under mostly cloudy skies, and it's cold. Temps are in the mid-30s out there, about 35 here in town, with winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10. This afternoon, we're looking at mostly cloudy skies continuing, but the chances of rain significantly go down as we move through the day. The storm system's starting to pull away. Highs, though, are only going to be in the low 40s out there, with about 42 here in town. Cloudy skies continue. Winds will shift south at 5 to 10. Tuesday shaping up to be perfect with partly cloudy skies in the first dry day in a long time. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
Hi, everybody. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute, brought to you by Builders Electric, providing smart electrical service since 1960. Claire Booth Luce, the late United States Congresswoman, once said, "There are no hopeless situations. There are only people who've grown hopeless about them." But when we give up hope, situations can certainly become hopeless. Today's a good day to take a recheck on your goals. Are you determined to succeed? Have you maintained your level of hope? Or maybe you need to do something today to keep that hope alive. Whatever, don't give up or it will become hopeless. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, have a positive day.
Today's Motivational Minute was sponsored by Builders Electric, voted the Register Guard's 2015 Reader's Choice #1 electrical contractor, providing positive service for over 55 years. That's Builders Electric, CCB 4296.
You're independent and want to stay that way, but you'd like some friendship and security. Consider Eugene's elegant yet affordable retirement living, Turpentine Terrace. At Turpentine Terrace, friendships grow through activities, the all-day restaurant-style dining, and the warm community environment. The large studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom apartments are the best value in Eugene. They have a secure parking garage and are near excellent retail stores. Call for a free tour and lunch, 689-0619. Turpentine Terrace, a tremendous time of life.
Whether it's new or recycled office furniture, Oregon's most respected office furniture dealer is Office Furniture Direct in Portland, selling furniture throughout the state. Office Furniture Direct has clients up and down I-5 and is making trips into Eugene every month and can be your source for the best price and finest installation. Save money on quality office furniture at Office Furniture Direct at ofd-pdx.com.
Hello, I'm Ann Geddes. Every 2 seconds, somewhere in the world, a baby is born too soon. Did you know that premature birth is the leading cause of newborn deaths, not just in the US, but around the world? With each week these precious babies stay and thrive in the womb, the risk of disabilities is significantly reduced. It's not too late to make a difference. Premature birth can be prevented, and new lives can be saved. The March of Dimes has created a network of prematurity research centres developing new treatments that will assist in making a difference. The March of Dimes continues to work with parents, the medical community and governments to bring improved prenatal care to mothers and their babies. Give every newborn the chance to be born healthy. Join with me and the March of Dimes. Take the first step. Visit marchofdimes.org.
Basically what we're doing is using our land use law. As you're running again, pay attention to all of your voters.
And the nation. Holloway in London, the wake-up call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
$7:29. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Well, boys and girls, it's Christmas time again.
So if you didn't have the opportunity to help out Oregon Christmas for Kids, Blaine County, we got the opportunity here. Matt Solveson, who's with Harpole Realty, but he also is a member of the Eugene Active 2030 Club, is in to talk about the last couple of hours of the Giving Tree. Matt, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
For somebody that maybe doesn't know about the Giving Tree, well, let's back up. For somebody that doesn't know about the Eugene Active 2030 Club, fill us in.
Yeah, the club is a great thing. It's a club made up of young professionals who basically fundraise and staff and put on events to help raise money and awareness that would benefit local children here in our community.
Where do people typically go when they get cast to the pasture when they turn 40-something? Is there another organization that they go?
The old adage is some of them go into Rotary, but the fact of the matter is a lot of my friends.
You've been to a Rotary meeting too.
Exactly. No, but a lot of the people in the club are not only in Active 2030 Club, they're very active in other parts of the community as well. So a lot of people wear a lot of different hats typically.
Very cool. How long have you been with?
Going on 4 years.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And
when do you age out?
40. Yep. People in their 20s and 30s. Yeah. So at age 40, they kick you out.
The Eugene Active 2030 Club Giving Tree, which has been going on for years over there at Valley River Center. Talk about the whole process.
Yeah, it's a project that we actually took over from Salvation Army in 2001, and we added a 10th organization this year. And for those who don't know, Valley River Center is kind enough to display a tree or trees this year. They added 2 more trees this year. And different organizations have different ornaments they put out there, and it's usually has the age, usually the gender of the child, and then usually a want and a need. So people can go to Valley River Center, take an ornament off a tree, and then fulfill those gifts. And sometimes those are the only gifts that the kids get during Christmas. So it's really a cool deal.
And you told me off the air that you picked 11 ornaments.
I did, yeah.
Well, talk about that experience.
Surprisingly quite expensive. It's amazing what toys can run for these days, especially the most popular ones. But it's also incredibly fulfilling. And so knowing that some kids will not get as many presents as other kids, and that those gifts can go to families in need is an incredibly great feeling.
How many total are you looking at facilitating for?
Yeah, so this year, like I said, we added a 10th organization. Last year, we fulfilled over 2,700 gift requests, which was a record, I believe, for the club. And this year, with that 10th organization, we have over 3,350 gift requests. And right now, all the tags that we have are currently out there in the community. They're either on the tree or being fulfilled by some other organization here in town.
That That's a huge number.
It is, yeah. It was an aggressive goal that we set, but again, if it means kids who are in need getting, being able to open presents on Christmas, obviously that's a huge number 1 priority for us.
So if somebody wants to jump over there to VRC, and the Giving Tree is over by the service desk out by JCPenney.
It's right in front of JCPenney, exactly.
What's the parameters as far as the deadline? If people get their ornament or ornaments,
yeah.
How long do they have?
The deadline's coming up here pretty quickly. So it's all the instructions and the information are on each individual tag, but the deadline is this Wednesday. So we'll be sorting up through then. Typically, people will wait towards the end of the project to get their gifts in, but as long as they're in by Wednesday, we can get them back out to the organizations, and they can get them sorted and wrapped into the different families.
For folks that are wondering, maybe, is there any limitation on how much you're supposed to spend? I mean, is there any kind of like caps?
There's not. It's interesting.
You can go nuts if you want.
Can go nuts. We've had laptops, we've had iPods, we've had Xboxes, we've had, some people, and in addition to spending a lot for one ornament, we have a lot of people here in town that will fulfill 100 ornaments, 150 ornaments, and they'll just buy stuff throughout the year. And they've been doing this for years. They've been partnering either with Valley River Center or with us, and it's just something that they do every Christmas, which is incredibly impressive.
Now, do they wrap the gifts themselves, or no? You don't. You guys wrap, right?
We actually don't. Each individual organization will wrap them themselves.
Can you talk about some of the organizations?
Yeah, absolutely. They're all sorted, but they're all corresponding to the different ornaments. We have different shaped ornaments on there, but they're all local, which is great. Looking Glass, DHS, Head Start, Pearl Buck, Relief Nursery, the Child Center, Willamette Family Treatment. Those are just some of them that we serve, and like I said, a lot of them some are really, really well known. Others are, kind of newer to people.
Yeah, what was the one, the Child something or other center?
The Child Center. Mm-hmm.
What is that?
I believe it's similar to the Relief Nursery. It's for kids. Again, all the organizations are for kids in need, and they all benefit in one way or another. But
yeah, that's good. Is there a website? I mean, you guys have a website that people can get information.
Yeah. If you just go, the easiest way is just to go onto Google and Google Eugene Active 2030 Club. And we're the first ones to pop up. It'll have our calendar of events on there. It'll have information about our club. It'll have club history on it. It'll have information regarding our board, as well as all projects that we have, including this one.
It's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah.
I mean, I always thought it would be really effective to do a PSA and get kind of a GoPro. I mean, you'd have to kind of set it up.
Yeah.
But to give the idea that, you won't know this person and you won't know, the effect that you bring to them on Saturday, on Christmas morning.
Right.
But just the idea that, you're bringing some joy to maybe kind of a dark existence. They don't have a lot of, things to feel good about.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it really is a great project. Like I said, it's been something that we've been doing for a long time. And what I think is great about it is we're able to partner with a lot of organizations that are here locally in Eugene. Obviously, for a community our size, there's still a lot of need out there, especially with kids and their families. And if there's a way to give back, this is a phenomenal opportunity.
And I'll just really recommend that if you take an ornament, that you fulfill the responsibility and bring. I remember when I was doing mornings at KDOC, we took a phone call from somebody who's like, I totally forgot about he'd taken 3 ornaments and totally spaced it.
Yeah.
And, if you're going to be at the mall, great time to do it right then, knock it out.
Exactly.
If not, do it well. Wednesday, is there like a time, 5 o'clock?
Yeah, 5 o'clock. As long as they can get in by Wednesday, we can get them to the different organizations.
Okay. So maybe Wednesday at 3.
Yeah, obviously the earlier the better would be preferred. But yeah, as long as they're in by Wednesday, we can definitely get them to the different organizations.
The 2030 Club does some amazing things. If somebody would like to get information about joining, if they just moved to town, are you taking new members?
Absolutely. We're always looking for new members. We're always looking for people who want to get involved with our community and give back. So absolutely.
Do they have to have some kind of dissertation or some kind of monologue to enter in, or
no? It's actually pretty easy. All they have to do is attend one of our lunches. That's every Tuesday at noon over at Valley River Inn. The first one is free. They have to do a project, so they have to attend one of our projects, and then they basically have to attend one of our board meetings, and you're in. It's a really quick and easy process.
Very cool.
Yeah,
Matt. Thanks for doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
And again, if you just turn on the radio, the Eugene Active 2030 Club giving trees, so 3 total, right?
Yes, giving trees.
3 trees over there at the Valley River Center could use some attention. Do you have any idea how many ornaments are left?
I don't have any. When I refilled it last time, there were about 300 left, but I've been there since then, and there's probably about 100 left. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, we're in the closing stretch.
Yeah.
So VRC out there by JCPenney. Again, Matt, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Matt Solvenson with the Eugene Active 30 Club and with Harpo Realty. 738 KPNW.
With our eye on the stock tickers, this is the Wake Up All Business Report on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. The countdown to liftoff is on. The Federal Reserve holding its final policy meeting of the year tomorrow and Wednesday. Policymakers are poised to raise interest rates for the first time in 9.5 years. Stocks this morning slightly lower ahead of the meeting this week. Automotive parts retailer Pep Boys accepting a sweetened bid from Bridgestone, which matched a counteroffer from billionaire investor Carl Icahn. The revised offer represents a total price of about $863 million. That's up $28 million. From Darth Vader coffee mugs to holiday sweaters with Chewbacca in a Santa hat, Star Wars has unleashed a galaxy of goods. Cash registers will ring again when The Force Awakens hits the theaters this Friday. The film could generate more than $9 billion in revenue for Disney and its partners, including theaters, retailers, and toy makers. Ticket sales alone could reach $2.4 billion, according to Nomura Securities. DVDs, movie downloads, and video games may total hundreds of millions more. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Got great projects on your to-do list? Now during Kubota's Power to Do Great Things sales event, get a great deal on a tractor you'll be proud to own. A powerful, easy-to-drive BX70 series tractor. Now get financing as low as 0% APR for up to 5 years. And great customer instant rebates when you buy a new BX70 and 2 implements. Now through December 31st, 2015, call toll-free 1-800-465-8268 for details about cost and terms. See Mid-Valley Tractor, locally owned for 30 years, just 1.5 miles past the Beltline on Highway 99.
Built for business. When you run a small business, your day doesn't end at 5. It ends when the job is done. Manage inventory, process orders, pay bills, check your website. Every day, the to-do list gets longer and longer. Comcast Business understands that. That's why they offer the no-glitch switch. It's the quick, easy way to improve your business's internet. Installation takes about an hour, and if they're not on time, you get a $20 credit. They offer appointments at night or on weekends, so it won't interfere with your business. And if you're not 100% satisfied, you have 30 days to get your money back. You don't have to put up with slow downloads or emails that won't send. Just remember the no-glitch switch from Comcast Business and cross Switch to Better Internet off your to-do list. Make the no-glitch switch. Call 800-501-6000 or visit ComcastBusiness.com. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. 1 hour install applies to standard installation of 1 outlet. Money-back guarantee does not apply to Ethernet or hospitality services.
Want to buy your sports nutrition products right now for online prices? Jim Rath Sports Nutrition is the place. Go match all online prices and beat all those corporate stores. Customer service with online prices. Follow at Jim X Rats X71 on Instagram.
Restrictions apply. In-store product only.
The holidays are here, folks. If you're getting a new phone, Galaxy, or smartphone this season, listen up. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our smartphone. It just happens. So protecting yours is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you are paying way too much. Stop overpaying your carriers. Switch to Square Trade Phone Protection today and start saving hundreds of dollars. Verizon can charge $9 a month for phone insurance. Sprint, $11. Plus, up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. Square Trade Phone Protection costs half as much. Less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. You can save over $240, folks. So protect your new phone, any phone, with Square Trade. Stop overpaying and start saving today. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
Square Trade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with 1 claim compared to Asurion total equipment coverage as of August 2015.
Do you have 30 minutes a week to make a difference in the life of a Eugene student? Join the Eugene Middle School Lunchtime Mentor Program. Be a friend. Support a middle schooler this year. Visit 4j.lane.edu/volunteers for more information.
Your KPNW weather brought to you by Mattress Mania.
Where the side effect of saving like crazy may cause excessive high-fiving and a permanent smile.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you might want to grab your rain gear. We've got a last burst of energy moving through that'll bring moderate to heavy showers over the next couple of hours. Otherwise, it's chilly. Mid-30s out there with 35 here in town. Mostly cloudy skies and winds out of the south at 5 to 10. This afternoon, we'll see mostly cloudy skies continue, but the chances of rain will significantly go down as we move through the day. The storm system starts to pull away, but thanks to the cold front it brought, highs will only be in the low 40s with 42 here in town. Now, high pressure moves in for your Tuesday, giving you partly cloudy skies, but it'll only last one day as the next storm system is right behind that. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
We'll do it live.
The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London.
We'll do it live.
1120 KPNW.
This is boring as burnt toast.
.743 News Radio 1120 KPNW. Very blustery Monday, and that's why we get our little bit of sunshine in the form of Jerry Jesfold from Serenity Lane joining us now from his estate in...
Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Bill. I'm a little concerned when the introduction is as boring as burnt toast.
That's talking about the show, though. That's
okay.
That's why we have you on, to make it exciting and riveting.
Yes,
so
okay.
No pressure, but be compelling today.
I sometimes feel that when I get an applause from an audience before I actually speak. The pressure's on.
Yeah, don't expect too much.
No, that's right.
Yeah. So you wanted to verse about the holidays, and I think it's probably a good time to do it.
It is. You know, we've done it before, but and I hope it's not too redundant for your listeners, but it is a critical time of the year. Between, Thanksgiving and Super Bowl Sunday, there's a lot of festivities, which is good, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's also a lot of Christmas pressures and such. And it's just a time for those of us that are in recovery from a substance use disorder that we need to have our guards up, to not let that mind thought of, gee, it'd be nice to be able to party with all the rest of the folks, influence our decision making.
That's going to be such an easier thing said than done, because you look at the social events, and then to the point where people are bringing, candies and chocolates and cookies that have, a little bit of rum here, a little bit. I mean, it's got to be an all-encompassing challenge.
Or as you mentioned, candies and sweets at the time of the year, and for those that are suffering from an eating disorder, and trying to watch their weight, it's the same kind of a mindset, same kind of a pre-planning to kind of keep yourself on track.
So what you've been there, what can you kind of advise to people to keep in mind?
Interesting, funny little story I'll tell. My first Christmas after I got out of treatment in June of 1977, and I wasn't sure what I was going to do, because I knew I was going to be offered alcohol, and we'd gone to a party and kept being offered alcohol by the host, and so finally, about the third or fourth time that I asked for just a 7-Up, he says, well, as he's getting more and more intoxicated, well, why aren't you drinking, man? And I said, well, because I'm an alcoholic. And he gave me the once-over, looked up and down, and he says, well, you don't look like an alcoholic. And I had to say, well, what does an alcoholic look like? And he had a hard time coming up with an answer to that question. And so each of us are going to have our own ways of dealing with it. Sometimes people, if they feel embarrassed about it, well, I'm allergic to alcohol, which is a true statement. And just, being diligent to not find yourself saying under the pressures or the possible pressures of the social setting to say, okay, this once is okay. Because we don't do one.
It brings up a good point, and I used to see this all the time in New Orleans when you go to a party or a social event, and the host feels like if you've got an empty glass or cup, or your beverage isn't fully stocked, that they're not being good hosts.
Yep, fill it up.
Not only is, are you potentially, could there be health ramifications, but you're also, the liability would be something to think about.
Yes. And that's some folks have learned the hard way, unfortunately. When you do host a party, and I think most people today are, somewhat consciously aware of that, but some people, they're more focused on having fun and therefore promoting that, the abuse of alcohol or now marijuana or other drugs, that they have some risk of that person leaving their hosted party and doing some harm to someone else.
What if somebody is going through, if a coworker, a friend, somebody, a loved one, somebody is significant in their life, is watching somebody kind of go through for the first time, hitting recovery, what can they do to be, not, I guess, an enabler, but in the positive aspect?
Well, yeah, in the opposite way. I always say, if I'm doing something to support you in what you're trying to do, aside from doing harm to yourself, I'm doing the right thing. And so I think indicating to the person who may be going through their first Christmas, there are a bunch of them out there, letting them know that you're there to support them, that how can I best do that, and get them to kind of be involved in the process, and kind of become, I think one of the most critical things for those in early recovery, and maybe their first or second Christmas that they're going through, have some kind of a plan ahead of time. Don't wait until you're in the midst of it and then say, what do I do? Have a plan. And in some cases, for me, early in my recovery, sometimes it meant that I needed to leave. And, that shouldn't be anything that somebody should feel embarrassed about. You're basically protecting your health, protecting, your recovery and maintaining that. And once you've gone through a few of those experiences, it becomes easier because you get to the point where, if somebody else has a problem with my problem, that's their problem, not mine.
And you kind of bring up a good point. If you've got to leave, if you want to turn down the drink or the beverage, to have the go-to communication. Sid, my daughter and I have started to work on things that I think a lot of times, kids and adults just don't know what to say. They don't have the natural reaction. And to have kind of a go-to script,
yep.
I mean, even if you have to kind of make up, a little fudge just to kind of alleviate the guilt, either, take the onus off you or off them, and just kind of, hey, have that ready to go, the go-to default script.
Exactly, Rob. And here's what it brings. Those of us that have a number of years, what we can tell you is that each and every time we go through that kind of an experience, we gain some strength from that and some wisdom. And so we're prepared and we're not caught off guard. That first experience that I was telling you about that I went to and basically just blurted out because I'm alcoholic, it's not what I had planned to do, but I didn't have another plan in place, and I kind of deferred to that, and as I did that, I mean, the guy, I think, better understood why I wasn't drinking, and but just like you're saying, down in New Orleans or wherever, you fill the glass up, keep people happy. The reality is, for those of us that can't handle it, we're not happy.
Let's shift it from folks that are alcoholics to folks that maybe are what's referred to as problem drinkers that haven't crossed over into that realm yet. What do you say to the problem drinker who just looks at the holidays and goes, oh, God, the relatives are going to be here. I need to slam a couple of back just to be able to handle these people in my house.
Well, you know what, Bill? Here's what I would say. If I'm going to do that to handle people in my house, I'm in my house. If I'm going to some place and then I'm going to get in my car and leave after I've slammed a couple to tolerate that, I mean, what I can tell you is I've talked to people that unfortunately wish they hadn't done that. And that's, I don't mean to beleaguer this point, but one of my universal messages out there to your listeners is please don't get into the car when you're impaired. Go ahead and do what you want to do and have some fun. But if you're smoking some dope, or even if you're on some prescription medications, or more importantly, if you're taking prescription medications and then go to a party where alcohol is served and you've had a couple of drinks, you're now dealing with a situation where your impairment is going to be a lot more than what you think it might be.
Sure.
And then, of course, you get in the car and you drive and something happens and it's too late. If it's if it's just I say just, I don't want to minimize this, but if it's just a driving while impaired, it's different than hitting somebody in a crosswalk.
One other thing that you kind of inferred there was, you're going to go to one of these parties and everybody's drinking and so on and so forth, and to extricate yourself if that's what's necessary. What it really kind of avoids, though, is, again, let's say you've got the alcoholic who is, again, looking at these people coming into their house and going, God, I always had a drink to be able to handle these people. Now they're in my house. I am, dry.
Yeah.
What the hell do I do? What do you say to that guy?
Well,
or gal?
it's the same kind of thing. You got to tolerate it or decide whether you even want to do that. I'm here to tell you, though, Bill, that early in my recovery, I would go to parties where people were getting, hammered.
Sure.
And I'm sitting there going, oh my God. That's what I looked like.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was a part of that just a few weeks ago or whatever. It's kind of like, how can anybody be, seeing that as being, fun?
Well, but my point is not even, that everybody else is getting drunk. I mean, there are some people in people's families or circles of friends that are just, at best difficult to deal with, and then you throw in the holidays and they become intolerable.
Right.
And yet these people are being invited into your home by, say, your spouse or whatever. I mean, for that guy or gal that's dealing with that situation, what's a good little coping thing that they can do when they're trapped in their house with these people they don't want to see?
Well, that's when you get in the moment, in my opinion, and say it's going to be over in a few hours. They're going to be leaving. And so I can tolerate it for this short amount of time. And for those that can drink, I'm certainly not saying don't take a couple of drinks to kind of deal with it, but do it, respectfully and cautiously. I mean, I just think that, these are difficult times for all of us. I mean, just in terms of, and not difficult, some more difficult than others, but, imagine somebody that's just lost their job and they can't buy Christmas presents for their kids.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some, really stressful things going on out there, or that they've, because of their unemployment or loss of job, and they're in the process of losing their residence or their home, or, so those things create just, in some cases unbearable. And for those of us in recovery, we've got a great support system in going to a meeting, or if we have a counselor talking to them and getting some strategies to get us through that period of time that will end at some point in time. One of the things that I try to point out is when things are going great, we don't have any problem at all. But when things all of a sudden there's problems, we think we're going to be in that kind of a place for the rest of our lives. And the reality is if we work our way through those moments and times, what comes out the other end is a stronger, more determined individual that can get through another tough time down the road.
Real quick, and I don't know if there's a quick answer, but if somebody is, we talk about the problem drinker or somebody like that drinks out of routine. As far as I know, I'll have a couple of, it's kind of a routine thing where I start, especially Italian food, you have a glass of red wine.
Sure.
To break those routines where, and the holidays have a lot of traditions that probably involve alcohol.
Sure.
Any help or, a tip to kind of break that mold, or at least that thinking?
Well, there are some folks out there that are much more conscious, like hosting a party or something and deciding, we're not going to have alcohol this year. Or we're going to an Italian dinner, and let's see what it's like to have an Italian dinner without, or, there are different things that, in terms of a short answer, you're right. It's hard. Each of us has to kind of decide what our plan's going to be ahead of time, and then we need to follow it and follow through with it. And again, what I'm saying that will happen when we do that is that we're finding that we're more in control of our decision making, and that's empowering in itself.
Just real quickly, off the email, if you could, because I brought up the difference, or, made the difference between problem drinkers and alcoholics, somebody just sent an email, and just give a couple of quick pieces of good info for people that are on the fence to be able to get some help and maybe identify themselves before they get into the realm of, okay, now I'm a full-blown alcoholic.
Well, one of the unfortunate facts of the matter is that as I am having problems with my consumption of alcohol, I consume alcohol and there's problems. I get into arguments with my wife. Whatever else might be kind of a significant consequence. I have to ask myself, am I able to consume alcohol and not have those kinds of consequences? The more consequences there are from my drinking, the more likely you have an alcohol use disorder. It may be mild at this point, but you keep doing what you're doing, and it will spread over to a moderate and then possibly even a severe at some point in time. There's that Chinese saying, or some kind of a saying that, first the man takes a drink, then the drink takes a drink, and then the drink takes the man. That's how it progresses. And truly, if somebody can recognize that they're heading down that path, and as a result of that, make a conscious decision that I'm either not going to drink or I'm not going to have more than two, or I'm not going to have more than one, and does that, then they're not in the category that I am. I mean, each time I went out to drink or was in the house and drank, I didn't drink, socially and or to have two. I drank to get high, to get intoxicated. And to the point where if I passed out on the couch or in my chair, it was one of those things, I wasn't passing out, I was just falling asleep.
Yeah.
That kind of rationalizing, that's problematic.
Okay. SerenityLane.org if you want to get more information. Jerry, thank you. Merry Christmas.
Enjoy winter fun and outdoor adventure in Bend, Oregon, and stay at the River House Hotel. You'll be delighted with a stay at the River House Hotel located on the banks of the Deschutes River. Central Oregon's gateway to outdoor adventure is now offering ski packages for Mount Bachelor. The River House provides spacious guest rooms, a full-service restaurant and bar, and easy access to all Bend has to offer. Conveniently located close to downtown Bend and the Old Mill District, the River House is a perfect location to take advantage of hiking, biking, fishing, a stroll along the scenic river trail, or a short walk to over 30 boutiques and specialty shops nearby. At night, cozy up next to the fireplace, order room service, or indulge in one of the most memorable meals you'll ever have at Crossings, our award-winning restaurant. Visit us online at riverhouse.com and make a reservation for a quick getaway trip. That's Riverhouse.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. A lot of Americans will unwrap a drone on Christmas morning. The FAA expects about 1 million of them given as presents, and they'll have to be registered. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
All drones weighing between around a half pound to 55 pounds will have to be registered with the FAA. A study from Bard College shows there's been more than 300 close encounters between drones and aircraft over the past 2 years. Researcher Arthur Holland.
If a drone were to go through the cockpit, it could seriously injure a pilot.
It will cost around $5 to register a drone. Failure to comply by the February 19th deadline could result in tens of thousands of dollars in fines, even jail time. Dave?
Rachel, President Obama has huddled up with his national security team. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
The White House describes the rare Pentagon visit as an opportunity for the president to review the military campaign against ISIS with his national security advisors. No major policy shifts will be announced by the president, who said on Saturday that the U.S. is stepping up the campaign to destroy ISIS. The president will continue to stay focused on counterterrorism efforts throughout the week. On Thursday, the president will go to the National Counterterrorism Center to review efforts across the government to prevent attacks on the homeland. Dave?
John, in the search for answers to the San Bernardino massacre, the New York Times reports Tashfeen Malik was screened 3 times before coming here to marry Syed Farouk last year, but they didn't look at her online terror postings.
We now know that she did indeed have murder in mind at that precise moment. She had posted several years before, not just her support for jihad, but apparently also saying she wanted to be a part of jihad.
Fox's Jonathan Hunt in San Bernardino. Closing arguments are today in Baltimore in the case against William Porter, the first of 6 cops to face trial in Freddie Gray's death. The city has opened an emergency operations center in case a verdict leads to more protests. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
The event room at Dickie Joe's Burgers is the perfect place to host a party, celebration, or meeting for 10 to 70 guests. The event room is business meeting friendly. Audio and video presentation equipment is at your fingertips. This space is even available for business meetings and other functions at breakfast time. The event room at Dickie Joe's offers catering from Mucho Gusto Mexican Kitchen, Bill and Tim's Barbecue, Dickie Joe's Burgers, and a delightful breakfast buffet. Birthdays, team parties, baby showers, rehearsal dinners, cocktail parties, business functions, you name it. The event room is prepared to meet your special occasion needs. This space can be private, and there is no room fee. Reservations are taken for parties of 10 or more. Stop by and check out the event room at Dickie Joe's today. They're centrally located in Eugene, across from Valley River Center. Ample parking is available.
A Border Patrol disaster in Argentina. A bus carrying patrol officers went off a bridge this morning and crashed down a ravine 65 feet, killing 41 of them. In China, there are protests, people scuffling with police as a prominent lawyer is put on trial.
Several dozen protesters scuffling with police near the court where human rights lawyer Pu Zhiqiang is on trial for comments on the internet criticizing China's policies. A defense attorney calls the case a test for freedom of expression in China. Authorities even tried to prevent foreign governments from being represented at the court. Diplomats who turned up got shoved aside by police. The defendant is well known in China. He was one of the main lobbyists behind the abolition 2 years ago of the nation's forced labor camps. In the Asia Bureau, Alistair Wanglin, Fox News.
Congress has a lot more work to do on a $1+ trillion budget. Short-term funding agreed to last week to give lawmakers more time runs out Wednesday. This as Puerto Rico keeps urging Congress to allow the territory to restructure $73 billion in debt in bankruptcy, something many Republicans object to. Cuba is getting a break on its debt.
Cuba owes a lot of other countries a nice sum of money, but now those nations say it will cancel $8.5 billion Cuba owes them in the form of interest payments, simply on promise by the Castro regime that it will pay off the principal $2.6 billion over the next 18 years. The deal was arranged by France, which is Cuba's largest creditor. The debt reduction deal had been a long goal of Cuban President Raul Castro in hopes of further improving foreign relations and modernizing the island's economy. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox News.
On Wall Street, there is more selling today. The Dow is down by 55 points, coming off a big sell-off last week. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
KPNW, good morning. Happy Monday to you, December 14th. Wake up call with a 90% chance of rain. Looks pretty 100%-ish to me. About 44 degrees for the temperature high. Not going to be a balmy, warm day. Showers and patchy fog tonight. 30% chance of showers. Not too bad. But the moisture in the form of some potential fog coming up tonight. 33 degrees for the temperature low.
Now that everything's nice and wet out there, now it's going to get icy. You got to say one thing, at least we're getting a variety of weather. It's not just, we're not just stuck with one thing. It's little this, little of that, little hazard, a lot of hazard.
Wouldn't mind
huge hazard.
Snow in the next week or so. That'd be kind of cool to have it down here on the, because we got in the higher elevations, we got the snow. Wouldn't mind having some white stuff here on the valley floor. By the way, a company that puts together a playlist, kind of like the charts for retail stores. This song here has been #1 for 20 years. It has been dethroned as the most played holiday song in stores. Any guesses?
This one has been dethroned?
Yeah, it was #1 for 20 years.
Was it Michael Bublé's Blue Christmas?
No.
Oh.
This one here.
The party's on.
Wonderful Christmas Time by the Shins. For it being number one, I don't think I've ever heard it.
And I can tell you that I kind of, now that I'm hearing it, can pretty much say, yeah, I hate it. Dude, isn't this the same tune that Paul McCartney did?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't like that one too much. This one I don't like at all. And it's not because I have any affinity towards Paul McCartney or, you know, something about originals. It's just that I just find that annoying.
Number one. It's kind of hard to.
But how do they even put that chart together? I mean, are they doing auditorium testing?
A company called Playing Network compiles the playlist for tons of stores. So you're talking about Converse, Forever 21, Urban Outfitters, Levi's, and they figure out the list, the you know, kind of a chart.
So in other words, some guy sitting in an office somewhere goes, I'm really feeling this song this year. We're going to be playing this in stores ad nauseum.
Paul McCartney's, his version is all the way down at number 17.
Yeah, we don't play that Paul McCartney version. We play this new one by the guys that nobody ever heard of. Yeah, they'll like that. That'll make them spend more money.
Hey, we're talking about, you know, 15 people now know about the Shins in Eugene.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on that.
808, the panel of parents, and the 8th day of a wake-up call Christmas, all coming up right here. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Fall is officially hit with cold, rainy weather. Don't start a chilly day with a bleak breakfast. Warm your spirits with a breakfast burrito and coffee from Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You can always enjoy a fresh cup of coffee at any Burrito Amigos location, but if you need a great espresso, hit up Burrito Amigos drive-thru on 6th and Polk in Eugene, or drop by the Springfield shop at 42nd and Main. Get a big old fresh mocha and bacon breakfast burrito. Bacon and chocolate and coffee. In some states, those are the only 3 food groups. Best of all, you don't need to get out of your car at either of those locations. Of course, that breakfast burrito can also feature link sausage, chorizo, huevos rancheros, black Angus steak, or get it meatless. And of course, you can have a junior burrito or get the larger regular size on those days when you really need to fuel your morning. I'm Bill London, Burrito Amigos' biggest fan, and I do hereby attest coffee and a breakfast burrito from Burrito Amigos trumps any breakfast food requiring the application of milk. Burrito Amigos in Springfield and Eugene.
Looking for a new utility vehicle experience? Now during the Power to Do Great Things sales event, get a Kubota RTV-X, the best-selling diesel utility vehicle in the industry. They've earned their place by being durable and reliable. Now get a new RTV-X series for 0 down and 0% APR financing for 4 years. And for a limited time, get great customer instant rebates. Now through December 31st, 2015, call toll-free 1-888-465-8268 for details about cost and terms. See Mid-Valley Tractor, locally owned for 30 years, just a mile and a half past the Beltline on Highway 99.
Jim Olson with Olson's Auto Glass.
I'm the 3rd generation to run the business, started in 1938 by my grandfather, Emil Olson. What defines us, separates us, is I think the quality of our work. We strive for excellence in every car we do. We try to use the best quality products available. Cars, trucks, SUVs, all that sort of thing. We can do the glass in all of them. That's our main focus, is auto glass and safety of the vehicle. Our website is olsonsautoglass.com. Our address is 2041 West 7th Avenue. Phone number is 541-342-7773.
The big happenings in the Valley and the state. This is the Wake Up Call on 1120 KPNW with Bill London.
Good morning. Let's look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. Well, down here in the lowlands, we got hammered last week with lots of rain. Now it was the mountains' turn. Most areas above 2,000 feet and some areas below have been blanketed with snow. For a time, I-5 the Siskiyou Summit has been closed, and it just opened a little while ago, but chains are required on your vehicle to make it through, and you are warned if you are heading south on I-5, particularly down by the California border, they could and may very well close the highway at any time. Most of the passes this morning are reporting snow and requiring either chains or traction tires. Sometimes they won't even allow traction tires, like down at the Siskiyou Summit, where you're required to put the chains on. This last fall storm has been a big one, knocking out power for thousands in central and southern Oregon. Pacific Power said Sunday that 25,000 people lost power in Grants Pass, Medford, Roseburg, and elsewhere in southern Oregon, and they may have to live without electricity until sometime tonight. In central Oregon, 9,000 customers of Midstate Electric Cooperative lost power, including much of Lapine. 10 inches of snow were reported in Ashland in a 24-hour period. 7 inches reported in various various spots around Medford. And while the snow was blasting the higher elevations in southern Oregon, the southern Oregon coast just got to deal with rain, lots of it. This morning we're seeing that Highway 101 around Coos Bay and south of there is dealing with high water. Many of the routes getting to the south coast are also partially submerged or the scene of rock, tree, and mudslides. Actually, if you take a look at a map of the state, pretty much along Highway 101 and highways joining up with Highway 101, we have closures or problems pretty much border to border. Now, we did have a number of late school openings today and a couple of closures. Camas Valley Charter School in Douglas County closed for the day, as is the Glide School District, and Oak Ridge opened 2 hours late. The storms this week are giving ski resorts a blanket of white that they need to get their ski season started after last year's pretty much no-go on the slopes. Brad Ford reports.
Snow levels are coming down, and there will be a lot of snow in the Cascades.
It's a major storm, and it's the type of storm that we can get a lot of the mountain open with.
Dave Tragathon of Mount Hood Meadows says they've received a foot of snow and could get another foot, which will create a nice mid-mountain base.
We could have as much as 50 or 60 inches because the storm is producing so much.
The base at Timberline Lodge is 25 inches, and the mid-mountain base for Mount Bachelor is more than 45 inches. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
One of the ski resorts opening locally is Hoodoo Ski Resort. It is opening this coming Friday, just in time to kick off the winter break. They say they have 40 inches at the base, and they expect even more snow to fall this week. All maritime entrances in the Pacific Northwest were closed by the Coast Guard over the weekend. Petty First Officer First Class Levi Reed says there was just way too much debris coming down the rain-swollen rivers.
As captain of the port, he is just want to make sure that all vessels and mariners are keeping an eye out for the debris that is flowing in the river right now, whether you can see it or not.
Some of that debris, which you couldn't see, was even full-length trees. He says they found trees floating underneath the surface of the water, making a major hazard to boaters. The Lane County Sheriff's Office is investigating a shooting that happened on the 92,000 block of Marcola Road. The first calls came into the Sheriff's Office at 12:30 Sunday. According to reports, one person was hospitalized and a man was arrested. Various reports say that the shooting happened during an altercation between the couple. They don't know how many shots exactly were fired, but law enforcement was checking nearby homes for the sign of bullet holes. According to police, there's no threat now to the public. A female pedestrian was hit by a fence after a Jeep careened off the road and ran into it. Eugene police say they're looking for a two-door gray Jeep Cherokee that lost control and ran into a fence near 796 West 13th Avenue. The Jeep was driven by a young man, according to EPD, and the crash occurred around 2 p.m. yesterday afternoon. The fence hit the woman and knocked her about 5 feet into the air. The driver, described as 16 to a 23-year-old man with brown hair, of average height, weight, and build. He fled, driving eastbound on 13th. Police are looking for the suspect. The pedestrian's injuries were not life-threatening. Police are calling the act hit and run. A Lane County jury has found a 19-year-old guilty in the shooting death of a Eugene teenager. The jury deliberated less than 4 hours before finding Zachary Beauchamp guilty of first-degree manslaughter in the death of 17-year-old Justin Gardner. He faces at least 10 years in prison when he's sentenced Wednesday. Beauchamp fired 2 shots into a crowded apartment from outside the front door during the August 30th party at the Stadium Park Apartments. One of the rounds went through the door and struck Gardner in the head. Prosecutors did not accuse Beauchamp of intentionally killing Gardner. They called the shooting a reckless act. The Lowell School District Superintendent is working to establish a task force that's going to help determine whether district teachers are allowed to carry guns on campus. Superintendent Walt Hanline is gathering a panel of up to 8 experts to help the Lowell School Board decide on the issue in January. Hanline, who is vehemently opposed to teachers having guns in the classroom, says the task force will be comprised of experts on both sides of the issue. The panel is expected to present their views at a January 25th meeting, which will be designed so that the board can gain a better understanding of the issue. Hanlon also wants members of the Lowell community to have input on the decision. Oregon State Parks suffered a lot of damage from this last week's storms. Brad Ford has the details.
Parks along the coast in the Willamette Valley and the Cascades all suffered damage.
We have a couple of dozen parks that have either downed trees or flooding or both.
Chris Hobble with Oregon State Parks says the damage also includes power outages and erosion. It's going to take a while to clean up the mess and repair the damage before you visit a park.
Anybody who wants to visit a park ought to go to OregonStateParks.org.
If you're in a park and find damage that's an immediate threat, such as a downed power line, call 911. Brad Ford, KPNW.
Oregonians have a short time left to make sure they have health insurance coverage for New Year's Day.
So go ahead, call your favorite insurance agent or visit healthcare.gov. Take a look at the options available. There's a lot of new options this year, as well as with the changes in cost, it might be, plans change and prices change and your needs change.
Jake Sunderland with the Oregon Department of Consumer and Business Services says, according to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, consumers who shop and switch plans could save an estimated $570 on their 2016 plan. They also say that to save that much, you're going to have to put up with much higher deductibles, higher coinsurance, and higher copays. So much for the Affordable Care Act. Fewer Oregonians are going out into the Willamette National Forest to cut down their Christmas trees, according to stats from the U.S. Forest Service. Personal use Christmas tree permit sales regularly topped 6,000 a decade or more ago, and they've steadily declined. In the 2-year period, 2013 and 2014, those figures dipped below 3,000. Oddly enough, Oregon's status as the nation's largest producer of Christmas trees is likely contributing to the cause. The Willamette Valley and the surrounding foothills have hundreds of U-cut Christmas tree farms that are quite a bit easier to get into than the high elevations of the Cascades. Plus, the availability of young trees in the National Forest has declined. That's because the agency doesn't harvest trees in blocks anymore. The Oregon Food Bank is working to expand the amount of fresh produce they can provide. Food banks from large companies are allowing that to happen. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden, who's running for re-election, therefore is making himself more available to the public and the press, says a new bill allows small businesses to get that same tax deduction, and he wants it to include farmers.
I have made it a special priority to make it easier and make it possible for more generous donations to be made to this wonderful program.
So far this year, the food bank has processed 5 million pounds of produce, which was used to make 4 million meals in Oregon. An endangered tropical sea turtle is in intensive care at the Oregon Coast Aquarium in Newport after this week's storms tossed it onto a beach near Pacific City. The aquarium's Mark Murray says veterinarians are treating the olive ridley turtle for injuries to its head and eyes and also for hypothermia.
The biggest thing was that it was cold then, so its core temperature was down to 57 degrees Fahrenheit.
If it survives, it's going to face months of rehabilitation. Olive ridley sea turtles live in the warmer Pacific waters of California. A beachcomber found the turtle and called for help Thursday morning. Well, the holidays are a time of good food, good cheer, and unfortunately, foodborne illnesses. Brad Ford has some holiday potluck safety tips.
One of the most basic rules is to keep hot foods hot and cold foods cold. Specifically, you want to avoid the danger zone, that temperature above 40 degrees and below 135.
Divide it into maybe 2 or 3 smaller dishes and put a couple of the dishes in the refrigerator and only put a little bit out at a time.
Food safety specialist Susan Kendrick says that becomes especially important since food at parties and potlucks tends to sit out on a table for longer periods of time.
You want to hold it to a maximum of about 4 hours out of refrigeration, but that includes making the food.
Anything that sits out for more than 4 hours should be thrown away, but with good food handling, preparation, and storage techniques, the holidays should be safe as well as enjoyable and tasty. Brad Ford, KPNW News.
Sometimes tasty is kind of subjective. It's 8:22. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
NFL, what a difference a Gronk makes. New England's Rob Gronkowski did play, but did not get the usual number of snaps. Didn't matter. He still couldn't be stopped, catching a touchdown, propelling the Patriots to a 27-6 win over the Houston Texans. Gronk, the first tight end in NFL history, 5 seasons of at least 10 touchdown receptions or more. LaShawn McCoy kissed the Eagles logo at the coin toss, but after the end of the game, at the end, he ignored the Philly players and coaches after his Buffalo Bills got beat by the Eagles 23-20. Johnny Manziel looks like Johnny Football, and the 3-10 Cleveland Browns scooped by the 49ers 24-10. If you had Russell Wilson on your fantasy team, I hope you started him. You're probably happy if you did. 5 touchdowns later, Seahawks rolled the Ravens 35-6, and Marcus Mariota caught a touchdown pass. Bama's Derrick Henry won the Heisman as expected. The Oregon program lost 4-star quarterback Seth Green as expected as he commits to Minnesota. But we do pick up a commit from 4-star quarterback Tristan Wallace, who decommits from Ohio State. Sunday, they got a commit from a 3-star receiver in Eddie McDoom. It's going to be one of the great names in college football. McDoom is a 3-star talent but has 4-star offers on the table. AP All-American teams had DeForest Buckner on the 2nd team. Royce Freeman, Aiden Schneider both made the 3rd team. Oregon finally made a game of it but lost to Boise State 74-72. Golden State Warriors lost their first game in 25 to start the season to the Bucks. And Galen Rupp won the foot traffic half marathon in Portland. Wake Up Call Sports on KPNW, brought to you by Wetlands on Garfield in Eugene, your Westside neighborhood sports headquarters and pub at 824.
KPNW weather with Chris Nation. Brought to you by Mattress Mania, where you save like crazy.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you might want to grab your rain gear. We've got a last burst of energy moving through that'll bring moderate to heavy showers over the next couple of hours. Otherwise, it's chilly. Mid-30s out there with 35 here in town. Mostly cloudy skies and winds out of the south at 5 to 10. This afternoon, we'll see mostly cloudy skies continue, but the chances of rain will significantly go down as we move through the day. The storm system starts to pull away, but thanks to the cold front it brought, highs will only be in the low 40s with 42 here in town. Now, high pressure moves in for your Tuesday, giving you partly cloudy skies, but it only lasts one day as the next storm system is right behind that. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate countywide 541-286-3030 or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
Happy holidays. Compare and save at American Mattress. Save on a new Beauty Rest Recharge Queen Set and experience recharging sleep for just $6.99. Enjoy holiday savings in Eugene on West 11th and Springfield right next to Best Buy. American Mattress, where you'll always find a good deal on a great night's sleep.
This is a referral service. Calls will be routed to an independent referral insurance agency. Do you know the #1 cause of bankruptcy? No, it's not losing your job or running up credit card debt. It's not even divorce. It's medical costs. If you and your family don't have health insurance, just one serious illness or accident could be financially devastating. But now there's good news, really good news. A health insurance hotline has been established to provide health insurance for all Americans, even uninsured Americans with pre-existing conditions. Now anyone can get health insurance even if you have a pre-existing medical condition. I repeat, now anyone can get health insurance coverage. Call now for a free no-obligation quote on affordable health plans available to you. Again, this is a free hotline for anyone, even if you have pre-existing conditions. Protect you and your family from sudden unexpected medical costs. Call the free health insurance hotline right now at 1-800-841-0007. That's 1-800-841-0007. Call 1-800-841-0007.
Save big on local merchandise and services during the holiday cyber sale at OregonEdeals.com. All prices have been reduced up to 80% on local merchandise and services right now. It's the Oregon E-Deals Holiday Cyber Sale, and it's just in time for holiday shopping. You'll find huge savings on everything from restaurant certificates, spa and exercise memberships to home home improvement, power tools, and firearms. Save up to 80%. It's just a click away at OregonEdeals.com. The holiday cyber sale going on right now.
I'm hooked on OregonEdeals.com. I'm saving big.
Northwest Alternative Health Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic has a new location. Yes, we've moved to 1675 West 11th Suite B on the corner of 11th and Chambers. Having a medical marijuana card gives you exclusive access to medicine otherwise not available for recreational users. Lower prices at the dispensaries and higher limits for possession and growing. To get your card, drop by our new location or give us a call at 888-920-6076 or visit us online at ommpcard.com.
This is a heavy dose of hard-hitting wake-up call.
This is the wake-up call.
For one thing, thank you so much.
Holloway in London and the wake-up call.
Yeah, I love what you do.
On News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Okay, I-105 at the intersection with Highway 99. We got a crash. It just got called in a couple minutes ago. So, Eugene at milepost 0, 105 and 99 got a crash. Be on the lookout for that. Pretty much that is what we got here in Eugene, Springfield. So, the idea for this next segment was generated when we had the two people involved talking off the air about parenting stuff. I thought this could potentially be something that we need to be getting on the air. We'll find out shortly if I was correct in my assessment. So it could be something that we do, could be a one-time thing, could be something that we do on a regular basis, but the pressure is on our two people involved, and those two people are inspirationist. He used to be an inspirationalist. Now he's an inspirationist, author, speaker, and a parent. Everybody say hello to Scott Stewart.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, Scotty.
Hello, good morning.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure you're there.
I'm here.
And then one of our account executives with the Bicoastal, Tab Davis, is making a return to the airwaves here on 1120. Welcome back.
Good morning.
Why don't we start off with talk about the kids that are, if you're a parent of who?
Well, I have 3 children, 19 in the Marine Corps, 18.
Is that weird to say?
I know.
You got a 19-year-old. I still think of him as like a 14-year-old high school stud. Anyway.
Well, that would be my Hunter. He's a freshman this year. He's 14 years old, so I have 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl. Been there, done that with all of them.
Okay. Scott?
So I have 2 daughters. One is 13 and one is 9.
Do you want to talk about names? Or no?
Haley, yep, sure. Haley is my 13-year-old. She's pretty driven, focused, confident, loves to dance. And yes, she is 13, and yes, she is officially a teenager and all that comes with that. And my 9-year-old, who is still my little girl and still thinks dad's cool and mom's cool, and so I take advantage of that every chance I get.
Sure you do.
And you're just waiting for that to just come to a crash.
I'm not waiting. I'm enjoying every moment of her still being my little girl.
Okay, so a couple of things to kind of throw out there and kind of get your take. And I guess like the first thing to talk about on the long list, one thing I think that there's probably been a debate or two between parents and between grandparents and parents. It's having to do with tech, the smartphone, computer. I guess you kind of went through that tab a while ago. What is your and Mr. Davis? What's the philosophy in your family as far as when it comes to tech and use of? Is there any kind of limitations?
Well, speaking specifically about phones, we didn't get the kids' phones when they were 8, 10 years old, like some of the kids that I've been seeing walking around with them. They were all teenagers when they got phones. But once we got them cell phones or smartphones, we had lots of rules associated with that. First of all, the phone belongs to mom and dad, period. So we pay for it, and we have the right to look at it at any time. The boundaries included things like they're not allowed to delete messages. And when they were younger, it was easy to sort of, I get the bill, I see everything, and they believe that. So that was great. So not allowed to delete messages. mom and dad can access the phone at any time. That includes any social media that they're on and so forth. So.
Did it ever become a problem?
We never had a problem, and as a matter of fact, my boys especially, they got their phones and then they never used them. You call Hunter, you try and call Hunter on the phone now, and I could dial him, you wouldn't get him. Now Bailey would have been a different story. She's glued to her phone, but the boys, not so much.
So what about when you have people over, a social event, you have a dinner table thing going? Are they?
Well, my rule is that the phones stay away, but my husband is the worst violator of the rule, so then it makes it hard to enforce. Well, Dad's got it at the
threw him
table.
under the bus. That's cool.
I did. Well, it's the truth. It is the truth. But yeah, that's a tough one.
Scott, what about you? The 13-year-old have?
Yeah, so she does, and here's the very, very short story because it actually is a very interesting one. At the age of 8, this child started asking for a phone, and of course, her friends had iPhones, which I myself don't even have, and I said, absolutely not gonna happen. That went on for a year. About once a month she would ask. Finally, after that year, I said, you know what? If you really want a phone that bad, if you will go out and earn the money, not be given the money, if you'll earn the money, you can have a phone. Well, she didn't like that because that meant she had to work. But a year later, at the age of almost 10, she started asking questions, how can I earn some money to buy a phone? And believe it or not, she actually got a very, very part-time job and actually earned, over the next year, earned enough money that she went and bought the iPhone. Her money, Dad didn't pay a dime for it. I walked her into the store. We had the whole experience. The salesman dealt with her, not me. Dad just kind of stood in the back. She got the phone, but it came with rules. Still had to do chores, couldn't be on it all the time, and at 7:30 at night, boom, you're off, you're done. So she does have a phone at 13. Well, she actually got it when she was 10, okay? But, 10 and a half. But she earned it. She had earned it. I didn't pay a dime for
so
it.
Tab, I was going to say, do you still have the same rules as Tab, that anytime you want to, Dad gets to access the phone and see who you're texting? And
Yes, correct. Now, I will say this, and I know my girls well enough. She hasn't given us reason to do that, but when we have looked, there's never been an issue. But I'll tell you what, you get a lot of mileage out of leveraging taking away that phone. When you want something done, holy cow, that's painful. Or you take away the charger, which is pretty cool. You don't take away the phone, you take away the charger, because within a day or two, phone's dead, and that's painful to them.
Charger is power.
Charger, there's a lot of truth to that. I heard that. I didn't come up with that, obviously, but I heard about that a couple years ago, and there's a lot of truth to that. So my younger one, she's a little bit more of a tech, loves to play games and things like that. She has an iPad. I did not buy it for her. Grandma and Grandpa bought it for her, and it has...
Okay, did they consult with you before they did that?
Yeah, not so much.
Yeah.
Actually, through my wife, she said, Mom and Dad want to do this, and what do you think? And I was like, I don't know if I want to do this. So we started out with some very, very tight rules, and not something I would have done, though, right? With my own dollar, my own decision, I wouldn't have bought my child an iPad. And actually, she got it when she was 8. But gift from Grandma and Grandpa, and we limit her time on it. She's not on it. It can't be on it after 7:30
So
at night.
had you had a problem with that, would you have pulled it out and said, hey, sorry, but that's...
Yeah, if I was a little bit, I was pretty much on the fence with it, Rob, whether to do that or not. It's just too young. In just my opinion, it's too young. But it was a gift, and it was something that her mom and dad really wanted to do, and I was on the fence, and so we went ahead and done it. Looking back, I probably would have rejected it, but we keep her pretty tight leash on it.
What's worse, Herb? Worse even than the iPad in my house are video games, game systems. Hunter especially it's hard to pull him away from that silly game, to the point where this is how ignorant parents can be, I think, sometimes, though. He has a couple different game systems, that he's acquired hand-me-down from his brother or whatever, and I couldn't get him off it. He wasn't doing his chores like he was supposed to, so I went in his room and took it out, and it's gone. And a couple days later, he hadn't complained about it being gone. I couldn't figure out why. Mom, I don't even use that system. I have another one that I use. Like, I have no idea. So here I'm thinking I'm being like laying down the law.
You're laying the smack down, and he's in there playing some other system
that I didn't even know existed because his brother gave it to him.
How many parents you think kind of generate the addiction? They create it by giving them these little
babysitting.
No, for if they're at a restaurant and it takes a while before the food comes, boom, here's
I hate that. I was at the restaurant the other day and there were 3 little kids at a table and they were being so good and so quiet because they all had their head down in a little pink game system of some kind, these 3 little girls. And I thought, my kids got compliments for being good at the table and they did not have video games. You have to learn skills. And I think sometimes our kids are lacking some social skills because of technology.
Yeah, I would agree to that.
By the way, Scott and Tab, part of our panel of parents, if you have anything that you want to add to it, we'll open it up, 541-485-KPNW. What about social media, Facebook pages? Any involvement with the Facebook?
My kids have had Facebook pages for a long time. Even Hunter has had one since he was way too young to use it himself. The reason for that was just simply communication with family and pictures and sharing and that sort of thing, but with boundaries. And interestingly, it's been a really good way for me to keep tabs, or it was, I should say, a really good way for me to sort of keep tabs on what my kids are doing, just watching what they're posting and so forth. Ironically, they figured that one out. And so kids in general, the average age of a Facebook user now is 35. So,
is that right?
So then I had to get a little bit more savvy and learn Instagram and Twitter and all of the other things because the young kids are moving away because their parents are all there. It's all of
Yeah, they don't want to go to the parents' party. They want to go to the kids' party.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Same thing?
Both my daughters actually do have an Instagram. And they do not have Facebook pages. Only recently, my oldest, for whatever reason, signed up on Twitter, but we've been watching that. She hasn't done anything with it. I watched that one simply because I'm on Twitter, so I watch that one weekly, and she really hasn't done anything with it. And then my wife monitors the girls on their Instagram account.
You talk about Instagram, you talk about just, kind of that other world that a lot of parents have no idea. They're not tech savvy. And it's amazing to me how many people have lost touch with their kids. You talk about it used to be a great way to monitor. There's some people that don't even know how to start. It's a foreign language to them.
Yeah, you're right. There are things that the kids, I didn't realize that Hunter could talk to people on his video game. So, there's all these little elements of...
You didn't know that he was online and you can actually communicate via headphones?
No, because my older son, by the time he was kind of into that thing, he's 18, 19 years old, and I wasn't as, hands-on with him. But I didn't realize he just left all of that for his little brother. And one day I walked into his room and he's chatting away, and who are you talking to? I had no idea. But so then that was like clue to mom, like, okay, we've got to get this nailed in. And so then I figured out all of I have a Snapchat. I have Instagram. And so I made a rule with the kids. If you're on it, then I'm your friend on it, or I'm your follower, or I'm your, so that I can always see. And I've seen things from my nieces or my, other relatives so that I can key in, like with parents, like, hey, brother of mine, did you see X? Not that that's just a facetious example, but like we've been able to do, that kind of monitoring, which has been great. But yeah, you have to know where they're at, and sometimes it's hard to find them.
What about when it comes to news? When you have an event like an active shooter or something that is hard for adults to process. And I guess this is good for you, Scott, because you've got kids 13 and 9 that are still in the house. What kind of communication? Because a lot of times, if they don't get it from you, or you can kind of process it for them, they're going to get it in a different definition, a different way.
Right.
What kind of communication is there?
So, what's happened, and we can use events of the last 6 months, and that is that the girls will come home, and I'll come home and I'll say, did you hear about what happened today? And most of the time is yes, and they'd heard it from either like the teacher or one of their friends at school had heard about it. And so it's that time where you say, what did you hear? What do you know about the situation? And I'll kind of fish for some information, and also then throw in, well, if this isn't correct, here's what happened. And
is this 13 and the 9-year-old?
Mostly the 13-year-old.
Okay.
She understand something about my 13-year-old. She's very mature and very responsible for 13. It's a little bit scary to me because she doesn't act like the little girl that I see her. She acts very much like a young adult. And so she's in tune to some of these things. And some of them, this year, I hate to use this term, but it's the truth, she's become a little bit accustomed to how cruel society can be. And as a parent, I think that just breaks our hearts, right? Because we want our kids to be innocent and pure and think of all the good things in life. But as some of these, this is the world we live in. These events unroll, whether it's terrorists on another soil, or whether it's things here, people taking out personal issues and hurting other people. So she's not as dramatized as she used to be. So it's easier to deal with now. But I would say this, 2 years ago, it would bend her noodle. She'd have a really hard time like, Dad, how can somebody kill 10 people? I don't understand. I mean, she could not grasp that. Today it's a little easier.
What do you say to her if she has concerns about her own safety?
Well, honestly, that hasn't come up yet. Now, part of that is because I don't have her, she's not in the public school system. Okay, so she's homeschooled, she's online charter school. So she's not in that arena. But she still goes out in public. Absolutely,
she still goes to...
of course, yeah. And that really hasn't come up yet. That has not been an issue.
What would you say to her?
I would say that, great question, actually, which I haven't given much thought to. But I would say probably off the cuff, Rob, is that to stay calm and use your head. Usually she's always around, so if she's not around us, she's always around another adult. Like, she's heavily involved in dance, and so there are dance teachers there, and to follow their guidance if mom and dad aren't around. I know who her teachers are, and I have a lot of respect for them and a lot of trust in them, that they make good choices. So it's find yourself around an adult, a teacher, and stay close to them and follow what they tell you to do.
What about Tab? If you could kind of go back in time, I guess, if the question was, am I safe here, what do you say to them?
Safe in terms of just in society or in school, in their home?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I feel like our life is a little bit jaded, just in terms of my kids haven't grown up the way most kids have grown up. Their dad is in law enforcement, and so the short answer to that is they've grown up knowing that the world is not a safe place, probably more so than most kids. And so it's never come up for us because they just know that in general, you have to always look out, always be aware, watch your back, know what's going on. And so they've had some different training than I would think some kids. And so sadly, I think they've been fully aware from a young age that the world is not necessarily a safe place. You're not guaranteed safety. And so they've just become accustomed to, having a more keen eye, I suppose. An example would be in the grocery store. We have sort of a code at our house, with my husband being in law enforcement, that if someone walks up to my husband and starts talking to him, and he does not introduce us to them, that means that we're just to keep walking and not linger. And so
that's because he knows a lot of people that have been in and out of the jail.
Exactly.
And sometimes those people want to come up and chat.
Yeah, they don't run from him at all. They introduce themselves. Hey, how are you? I'm doing great. Whatever. And so if he doesn't introduce us, that's our key to keep going. And so from really early on, the kids would ask, Mom, why is Dad talking to that person? Who is that person? And so we've had to explain, well, that's Dad did not introduce us to them because he knows them from
the jail.
And therefore they may or may not be a safe person for us to be around. And so then they became really aware that no matter where we're at, there are these people who are potentially harmful people in society. And so just a different point of view from us. I suppose that's not terribly helpful to a lot of people, but I think it's important. We feel like we live in Eugene and Lane County, and it's a safe place. And
You're right.
to be honest, we walk around with a lot. It's an eye opener to live the life I've lived, to understand who is around us. I mean, in general, there's a lot of great people in this world, but you'd be surprised how many not so great people.
Do a ride along Eugene or Springfield, and you'll see this community in a completely different way.
It's very, yeah. We live with rose-colored glasses on, I just have to say.
Yeah. That was one of the hardest things, I think, with Brady, because he was so gregarious as a little guy, you know, that because he'd just walk up and start talking to somebody. Hi, how you doing? What are you doing? What's going on? And trying to get the point across that it's really neat that you like to talk to people, and it's so cool that you're friendly. But, you know, there are some strangers that maybe don't mean to do you well. And so, you know, if you're going to talk to somebody, only do it when mommy and daddy are around. Don't wander off to just strike up a conversation with somebody. And it was hard to do. So he would, like, for instance, in the grocery store, he'd wait until we were at checkout, and he would sit there where you would bag your groceries, and he'd sit there and just, like, yak it up with other people that are bagging their groceries. And what do you got? Oh, what are you doing? Are you making something? You know, it's like, okay, he's in the realm, like we said, and he's chatting it up. But, yeah, sometimes he would just walk off and start talking to people.
So maybe another way to answer your question, Rob, about safety with kids. So not so long ago, I took my daughters downtown on a Saturday morning and went to Off the Waffle for breakfast. And I don't shelter my kids. I don't have them in this bubble. But at the same time, as a parent, it is our job to protect them and not introduce them to too many things all at once. They've been downtown before. This particular Saturday morning, just because of the people that were down there, how they were acting, how they were dressed, my kids would not leave my side. In fact, my oldest one is like, Dad, it freaks me out coming down here. I don't feel safe. This was coming from a 13-year-old, not my words, her words. And I said, honey, it'll be okay. Stay close to me. We just, you know, and that's coming from a child. So I think that they can sometimes tune into things when it doesn't feel right. This isn't safe. This is an environment that is very foreign to me, and I need to feel safe, Dad. I need to be by you.
I don't know how often you've been downtown. Was that something different than what you usually see?
Well, you understand, we don't live in Eugene, so we live north of Eugene.
But was it kind of average everyday stuff, you think?
I think it was. I mean, when you go downtown Eugene, all of us can say there is a very different culture down there. It's a different vibe. It's a different feel. Sure. And the kids picked up on it in just a heartbeat. This was a Saturday morning, 10 o'clock. This was not Saturday night at 9 o'clock.
Right. I had a similar experience with Bailey a few years ago where she's like, get me out of here, and I don't want to go back ever.
Right.
And she was, that was maybe 4 or 5 years ago, quite young.
All right. Unfortunately, like a fourth of the stuff we're going to talk about, but that's all the time we have. But thank you both for coming in. Scott, Tab, appreciate any plugs, anything you want to talk about?
Thanks for having me. Absolutely, Rob. It was a good time.
All right, Tab?
Your kids grow up way too fast and leave you, so go love on them right now.
Right this second.
Amen.
All right, Wake Up Call, 12 days. We got the 8th day coming up next on 1120 KPNW.
It's the latest Wake Up Call market news. This is the KPNW Business Report.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks extending a 10-week low as crude remained at its cheapest since 2009. The S&P 500 fell for the 5th time in 6 days as resource producers resume losses as oil hovers around $36 a barrel. The deepening drop in commodities markets is amplifying concern that struggling resource producers won't be able to stay solvent. Newell Rubbermaid agreeing to buy Jarden for about $15.4 billion, creating a consumer products giant with a sprawling portfolio of brands. Jarden owns more than 100 brands, including K2 Skis and Yankee Candle. Lululemon founder Chip Wilson said he once considered acquiring Under Armour about 3 years ago, a deal that would have combined two of the biggest brands in athletic apparel. Wilson, who founded Lululemon in 1998, left a day-to-day management role in 2012 and later stepped down as chairman. GoPro tumbling in trading after Morgan Stanley cut its rating on the stock based on slower consumer pickup. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Happy holidays, everybody, from all your friends at Jerry's. You know your best one-stop shop for Santa? You guessed it, Jerry's Tool Department. We've got a beautiful selection with every tool you could ask for at guaranteed low prices. Plus, expert Santa's little helpers to answer all your questions.
Hi there.
Still stuck? Stuff those stockings with Jerry's gift cards. You won't go wrong. Best Santa's Workshop? You nailed it. Better head the sled for Jerry's in Eugene and Springfield. Cheers.
What's your most important document?
This week, a paid invoice.
The McGrath proposal.
Olivia's adoption papers.
Documents are who we are and what we do. With intelligent printers and MFPs, customized apps and services, Kyocera Document Solutions helps companies capture, distribute, and manage the many documents that matter. Because if the document is important,
my winning business plan,
the company is important. Learn more at oldtrex.com.
Weather every 10 minutes during the wake-up call. Count on it. News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Good morning. If you're headed out that door in the next few minutes, you're looking at more showers out there. Moderate to heavy rain for the next couple of hours under mostly cloudy skies, and it's cold. Temps are in the mid-30s out there, about 35 here in town, with winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10. This afternoon, we're looking at mostly cloudy skies continuing, but the chances of rain significantly go down as we move through the day. The storm system starting to pull away. Highs, though, are only going to be in the low 40s out there, with about 42 here in town. Cloudy skies continue. Winds will shift south at 5 to 10. Tuesday shaping up to be perfect with partly cloudy skies and the first dry day in a long time. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the KMTR News Source 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
All right, so what if you have, a couple of days off for the holidays, or what if you have a couple of sick days and you're not feeling so good? Where would you spend that time? I would think if you had the Tempur-Pedic or the Stearns & Foster, the Mat-Tri, the brand new bed, with the new sheets and the new jammies, at least a couple hours. On a day like today, best spent under the covers. And if you sit there and you go, yeah, my whatever you call it, I'll go watch some TV. You need to take a trip to Sleep Train. Take a test lay today and, take a mattress, and better yet, just maybe plop down and have like a 2-hour siesta, and then walk over to the next one until you find the one that is right for you and or your significant other. And right now, the triple choice sale is going on, but it is ending Sunday.
So head on into Sleep Country. There's a whole bunch of different ways that you can save and get some free goodies, whether it's 48 equal monthly payments on a brand new Tempur-Pedic, or whether it's $300 in free gifts from Stearns & Foster mattresses, or, take your pick. It is the triple choice sale going on right now at Sleep Train, Albany, Corvallis, Eugene, and Springfield. Tell them Bill and Rob from the Wake Up Call sent you.
Mornings are a little different with the wake-up call.
You're an embarrassment to nature. Do you know that?
Holloway in London. On News Radio 1120 KPNW.
All right, 12 days of Christmas. It is the 8th day. We got Radio Redux, opera tickets. We got Northwest Burgers, and a lovely, ugly mug.
Yay! All right. So are we going to do the Know the Show as we suggested?
Know the Show.
Okay. A couple of years, at least a couple of times around Christmas time, I have told this heartwarming story of a Christmas from my childhood when the last present under the tree was being unwrapped. My dad did what?
KPNW, good morning.
Hi.
Who else?
What's the answer? Come on.
What's the question? And let me turn down the radio here.
Okay, I've told this story a number of times on the radio station. One Christmas is when I was a child. Upon opening the last present under the tree, my dad did what?
God, I don't know again.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
541-485-5769, 888-576-9888, the numbers to call. Again, he did something very specific as soon as the last present under the tree was unwrapped. And if we get no answer today, we just double up on the prices tomorrow. And I like that idea. Hi, KPNW.
Hello there.
Hi. So what do you think it is?
He threw the tree out the front door and said, "Burn it."
There you go. Congratulations.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, it was also followed with prior to that, it was like Christmas is over.
That's right.
Yeah, that was the Christmas is over, and the out the door the tree went. Yeah, it was a heartwarming Christmas.
Who's this? What's your name?
You never forget.
It's Keith, number 5.
Number 5. Hang on, we need some information. Radio Redux, Opera, Northwest Burgers, and day 9 tomorrow. Bye for now.
The event room at Dickie Joe's Burgers is the perfect place to host a party, celebration, or meeting for 10 to 70 guests. The event room is business meeting friendly. Audio and video presentation equipment is at your fingertips. This space is even available for business meetings and other functions at breakfast time. The event room at Dickie Joe's offers catering from Mucho Gusto Mexican Kitchen, Bill and Tim's Barbecue, Dickie Joe's Burgers, and a delightful breakfast buffet. Birthdays, team parties, baby showers, rehearsal dinners, cocktail parties, business functions, you name it. The event room is prepared to meet your special occasion needs. This space can be private, and there is no room fee. Reservations are taken for parties of 10 or more. Stop by and check out the event room at Dickie Joe's today. They're centrally located in Eugene, across from Valley River Center. Ample parking is available.
Pacific Air Comfort is a steadily growing, stable company and has been in the Eugene-Springfield area since 1999. They are looking for experienced residential and commercial HVAC installers and service technicians. These are full-time, permanent positions offering great wages, benefits like paid holidays, retirement plans, SPIF program, and more. If you or someone you know is looking for a challenge, contact Pacific Air Comfort at 541-672-9510. For job descriptions, visit pacificaircomfort.com. You may qualify for a sign-on bonus.
When you think fishing or firearms and Christmas, think Mazama.
Local family-owned Mazama is your holiday hunting and fishing headquarters. They have all your favorite brands. Now through Christmas, purchase a handgun and get a free concealed carry class. Use it for yourself or give it as a gift. Got someone who's hard to buy for? How about a Mazama gift card? They even have layaway on firearms and fishing gear.
Conveniently located on West 11th in the same parking lot as Lowe's. Get to Mazama and get hooked on the good life. When you think fishing or firearms, think Mazama.
Built for business. Comcast Business is offering 25 megabits per second internet from $69.95 a month. That means if you're still using slow DSL from the phone company, you have a decision to make. Do you switch to Comcast Business and get more speed for faster downloads, or stick with slow DSL and watch your business stutter from slow speeds? Do you get internet that stays fast when other people are online, or keep using slow DSL and have your employees struggle with lag time? The choice is yours. Switch to Comcast Business and get 25 megabits per second of fast, reliable internet from just $69.95 a month, or stick with slow DSL and get slower speeds and more downtime at work. Make the smarter choice. Ditch slow DSL and switch today. Call 800-501-6000 or visit ComcastBusiness.com. Comcast Business. Built for business.
Offer ends 12/31/15. Restrictions apply. 2-year contract and subscription to Comcast Business Voice and Business TV required.
Fox
Equipment,
News,
taxes, and fees.
fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW Eugene Springfield.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. A casket on wheels. That's what a prosecutors just called the Baltimore police man Freddie Gray was injured in at closing arguments in the first trial of the 6 cops charged. Fox's Rachel Sutherland is on the case live.
Prosecutors have painted William Porter as an indifferent cop who denied Freddie Gray medical care after he suffered a fatal spinal cord injury. The defense says he's a reasonable officer who did nothing wrong the day Gray was arrested and injured. With a verdict expected soon, the city is on edge. Leave has been canceled for all Baltimore police officers, and the city has opened an emergency operations center for precautions in case of widespread protests. Dave.
Rachel, a judge in Chicago has just acquitted a police commander of battery with a deadly weapon and misconduct. Glenn Evans was accused of shoving his gun down a suspect's throat and pushing a stun gun into his groin. Evans says the guy was armed. His lawyer questioned the suspect's credibility. President Obama is at the Pentagon.
His first visit there since July, his 5th of his presidency, and he's there to discuss ISIS strategy with his national security team.
Fox's Rich Edson at the White House. We expect a statement from the president soon, though we're told not a new strategy.
Republicans are contending that the U.S. should be using more intervention to fight ISIS.
New rules are out on drones. The FAA says any drones will have to be registered before their first outdoor flight and be bought after after December 21st. Current owners will have to bring them and register them by the middle of February. A renewed push for gun control outside NRA headquarters in Virginia.
Newtown was 3 years ago today. We will never go away.
Protesters were calling the Sandy Hook massacre, pushing for stricter gun laws. That 2012 shooting at an elementary school in Newtown, Connecticut, killed 20 first graders and 6 educators, and flags today are at half-staff across the state of Connecticut in remembrance. This is Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
If you are behind on your bills, then this message is for you. How would you like to have a large portion of your credit card debt or medical bills forgiven? National Credit Card Relief would like to give you free information on a proven debt forgiveness program. It's not bankruptcy. It's not consolidation. This special program actually wipes clean the portion of your debt that is forgiven. Call for your free forgiveness information now. 800-719-2090. That's 800-719-2090. Don't wait. Call 800-719-2090.
Do you have a retirement account? Is it likely to go up 60% or down 60%? Wake up. Low interest rates support the market, and it won't last forever. It's time to hedge with solid gold. You will regret not doing so in the next market crash. Do it right. Don't pay a setup and storage fee. Discover how. Call Goldworth. Request the IRA guide free. Call 800-257-GOLD. 800-257-GOLD. Visit goldworth.com.
From the Fox Sports Studios in Los Angeles, here's David Gascon.
Close, just not quite on the court yet. That's Cleveland Cavaliers guard Kyrie Irving, who is, quote, ready to play, according to multiple sources, but will not play Tuesday against the Boston Celtics. Tennis star Serena Williams has been named Sports Illustrated Sports Person of the Year. And the NFL, Colts, they got hammered by the Jaguars. They need some help at the quarterback position. Quarterback Andrew Luck will not be able to play. That's according to multiple sources. Week 15 against the Houston Texans, but he will be seeing a doctor this week. Green Bay Packers have signed defensive end Mike Daniels to a 4-year extension. That's going to pay him $42 million over the course of that contract. Patriots are now the top spot in the AFC after drubbing the Texans 27-6. Rob Gronkowski returned to the action, 4 catches, 87 yards, and also hit 1 TD.
Hi, I'm Eric Harfel with Realty One Group. You've heard our radio ads for years, and I've been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your house sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor. And if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. Regardless of the time of year, we sell homes for top dollar and put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Good news for short sellers, a new program pays $10,000. See if you qualify. Call the Harple Real Estate Group, 541-286-3030 or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
New Triumph motorcycles at liquidation prices only at Cycle Parts of Eugene. December isn't the best riding month, but it's the month that will save you the most on a new Triumph Daytona. Now save over $3,000 off dealer price, or save nearly $3,000 on a new 2014 Triumph Thunderbird Cruiser. New scooters from 50 to 320 cc's, all on sale with prices starting at only $1,500. Right off on an all-electric 2015 Zero demo cycle at dealer cost. Price is good while supplies last at Cycle Parts of Eugene on West 11th and Ocean, serving you since '92.
Save big on local merchandise and services during the holiday cyber sale going on right now at OregonEDeals.com. All prices have been reduced up to 80% on local merchandise and services.
I'm hooked on OregonEDeals.com. I'm saving big.
It's 9:06 and time for Rush. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
greetings, my friends, and welcome, and great to have you here as we launch yet another eagerly anticipated busy broadcast week here on the Excellence in Broadcasting Network, hosted, of course, by me, your guiding light, Rush Limbaugh. Don't doubt me. Telephone number 800-282-2882 if you want to be on the program. The email address, lrushmo@eibnet.com. You know, we finally have some news that has nothing to do with the political race. Not that I want to get rid of the political race. I mean, don't think that at all. But, I mean, there's some other stuff out here that's got literally nothing to do with the campaign. Well, no, I'm not even talking about the climate change stuff. But that, you know, Mark Morano speaks. Did you bring that up? Our former man in Washington, Rush Limbaugh, the TV show, we had a roving man in Washington with a camera and a microphone who went around and harassed Democrats whenever he could find them. And usually he found them when they were a little tipsy. They've been consuming adult beverages that was funny. Well, Morano now runs a global warming website, an anti-global warming website. And he asked a great question. He said, this big deal, they have this great Paris Accord. Do you realize that John Kerry said they didn't put any enforcement mechanisms in it because they knew the U.S. Congress would never vote for it? It's not a treaty, so there's no enforcement mechanism on this. They're relying on peer pressure for this. It's just a political, actually what it is, when you boil it all down, it's a fleece job. More detail on that as the program unfolds. My only point here, Morano says, since they signed this deal, since they've now fixed it, can we stop hearing about it? And I think that is a brilliant question, because we will not stop hearing about it. I remember back in the sometime in the 90s, the Bakersfield Business Conference was a big deal that happened every October. It was amazing. I mean, they had 20,000 people show up inside a tent to listen to an all-day series of speakers. In Bakersfield, California, was a law firm out there that put this thing on, Borton Petrini. And I was invited one year and promptly was disinvited every year after that for the next 5 or 10. Well, I don't go. It's because I blew the cover on how the thing operated. But I don't want to go into that. I'm not trying to distract myself. The point is this. Well, what they give you 30 minutes or 20 minutes, whatever they give you, and they give you a series of lights when you're getting close. Yellow means you got 5 minutes. Red means stop. It's the hook. Get off. They gave me the red light in 10 minutes. Anyway. The Saturday that I appeared, they had just solved the budget deficit the day before. Tom Foley was the Speaker of the House. The budget deficit, big deal, had just been agreed to, Democrats and Republicans. It was going to be signed by the president, which I think it was Bush, 41. So I opened my speech and said, oh, is it fixed now? Can we stop hearing about it? I'm so happy. I don't know about you all, but they fixed the deficit. Did you know that? They wiped it out. They had a deal. They announced it yesterday. No more deficit. The guy following me was former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. And he opened by saying, I would like to disagree very respectfully with Mr. Limbaugh, but I do not believe that a deficit problem has been fixed here. It's just a temporary. No kidding, Sherlock. It was a rhetorical question, and it's just like Morano's question. Can we stop hearing about it now? You guys fixed it. You guys have solved the problem. It's over. But the reason it's a great question is because we will not stop hearing about it. We will continue to hear about it because it isn't about global warming and it isn't about climate change. And the proof is in the pudding. I saw a chart the other day that showed the amount of CO2 they're estimating since 1880 to present. CO2 in the atmosphere, which we need. Everybody needs CO2 to live. They have it as a pollutant and a poison. But anyway, the greenhouse effect is caused by CO2, they say. And the more CO2, the worse. Oh, it's horrible. The temperature graph they never show you. The temperature graph from 1880 to the present, it hasn't moved. Even though CO2 has doubled in the atmosphere. It has not made things warmer. It is so easy to refute all of this. But anyway, it's just a good question. Okay, so you guys in Paris, you got a deal, and it's done. Can we please stop hearing about it. And the fact that we will not stop hearing about it means it isn't about global warming. Just mark my words on this. Give you an example, some of the other stuff out there. People who are really good at swearing have an important advantage. It means they have a really cool, big vocabulary. From the UK Independent, those who, by the way, folks, you don't know it, but I have a masterful swearing vocabulary, and I use it frequently. It's just because of discipline and the deedle button here that you never hear it. But I am so creative in this regard. So I guess this fits me because I have a masterful vocabulary, as you know. Those who are liberal in their use of swear words are not the lazy, uneducated people they're often made out to be, according to a new study. In fact, a well-stocked vocabulary of cuss words is actually a healthy indicator of other verbal abilities. And I can personally attest to this being true. No question about it. Have you heard about this? Is sick. But folks, it's sick, but it is such a teachable moment. It's an illustration of an ongoing circumstance that people are fed up with and are beginning to stand up to, and it's going to be very, very contentious. School principal in a New York public school 169, Sunset Park, Brooklyn, has banned Santa Claus, Thanksgiving, and the Pledge of Allegiance. And I was watching on Fox today as a woman from Think Progress or whatever it is and defended this. Santa Claus is banned. The Pledge of Allegiance is no longer recited. Harvest Festival has replaced Thanksgiving, and winter celebrations substitute for Christmas. New principal Eugene Jayla Kim, I think she's Korean, has given PS 169 in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, a politically correct scrub down to the dismay of teachers and parents. 95% of the students, or 1,600 of them there at this school, are Asian or Hispanic. And these traditions have simply been wiped. They're no longer permitted because the multiculturalists, the PC crowd, the American left, this is part and parcel of who they are. This country is unjust. It is immoral. It's invalid. And all of these traditions are nothing more than propaganda, poisoning people, and we've got to get rid of them. They are part of the white patriarchal hierarchy, is what these people believe. And if it has roots in white majority power, it is got to go. It has got to be scrubbed. And it's happening all over the country, little by little, inch by inch, place by place. This is one of the reasons, things like this is one of the reasons why homeschooling is exploding. And it's one of the reasons why we need homeschooling. There is no other way to protect your kids from this kind of tyranny, and that's exactly what this is. You have screwballs like this elementary school principal, and you have nut jobs like Melissa Harris Perry, whatever her name, MSNBC. You know, she's a professor at Wake Forest. And do you know her latest tirade? Get this. Darth Vader is racist because he's all black. The character wears black helmet, black cape, black boots, and it's a subtle message that black people are evil, mean, murdering killers. And she's dead serious about it, folks. And she's on a tirade. She's on MSNBC talking about it. But worse than that, she's a professor at Wake Forest. She went into a mini rant yesterday morning about racism in Star Wars as she complained about the villain Darth Vader being, quote, totally a black guy when he was cutting off white men's hands who did not claim his son, and then became a white man after he claims his son and goes over to the good. This is sick. This is literally mentally unstable. table sick. This woman's a college professorette. She has a TV show. She's talking about a freaking cartoon. A movie. Star Wars. If Darth Vader starts out as a menacing, he went over to the dark side, of course, of the Force. He's an... Well, but he started out as a white guy, but he got corrupt. That's right, so as a white guy gets corrupted, what does that mean? He goes black, all black. And when he's all black, he's a murderous, deadly, heartless, cold, mean-spirited thug who even tries to wipe out his own son. But then at the end of one of the movies, Darth Vader sees the light, the black helmet comes off, and we find out he's a white guy underneath all the black, says Melissa Harris Perry, and that means he becomes white when he wants to become a good guy again and reclaim his son. And this is an example of racism in popular culture, she says. This is insanity. This is the kind of thing that ought to get her fired. This is so irresponsible. Damn straight issue. Why are you looking at me that way? I know she's got tenure, can't be fired. This principal at this public school in New York, this is not just the war on Christmas. There is a war on America being taken or engaged in by the American left. It's not new. It's just ramping up here. And I tell you, the last year of Obama, I think Obama himself, he heard what Obama has said. He wants to go down and have a meeting with the Castros. He wants to go down because they're real revolutionaries. Castro's not an ideologue either. But he wants to go talk to the Castros because Obama says he's worried of who might take over Cuba when the Castros are gone. And he thinks the Castros can engage in some kind of reform, but he's not talking about capitalist reform. He's talking about keeping it communist, but letting some people out of jail, I guess. And so he wants the Castros to put in place something that'll keep the revolution alive after they're gone. He doesn't say it that way, but it's what he means. I think he secretly admires the Castros. Revolutionaries, Obama describes them as revolutionaries as in a very, very almost admiring way. And get this, from the Daily Caller, Coca-Cola has issued an apology and has been forced to pull an online commercial, which was deemed offensive in Mexico. It was deemed offensive to Mexico's indigenous people by consumers, media, and advocacy groups in the country, which means media and advocacy groups. And it's just assumed that consumers are mad. What is it that's bad about this ad? Will take place now in Mexico, if you remember. It's an online ad in Mexico. It shows fair-skinned, attractive, young people turning up at an indigenous town. What is an indigenous town in Mexico? What is this? What is indigenous? What's that meant to mean? Spanish? Not Mexican? Well, it could be Indian. I mean, Mexicans, are not the original. I mean, well, I guess they are. I guess the Spanish came and conquered them. Okay. The original Mexicans, our brothers and sisters, the illegal immigrant crowd. Native Mexicans, there you go. Native Mexicanos. The ad shows fair-skinned, attractive, young people turning up at an indigenous town bearing gifts of Coca-Cola and a Christmas tree for the overawed locals who are happy to see them and just clapping their hands and so happy. The company said, Coca-Cola said that its ad set in the town of Totentepec in the state of Oaxaca was meant to convey a message of unity and joy. Instead, it reproduced and reinforced, this is Coke's apology, instead it reproduced and reinforced stereotypes of indigenous people as culturally and racially subordinate. Well, I'm sorry, that was the activists criticizing the ad that Coke has apologized for. They've taken down the ad. Some people calling themselves the Latino rebels have put it back up because, as they say, the internet's forever. So a bunch of white millennials go to Mexico with a Christmas tree and a can of Coke. And, of course, it's racist. It has to be apologized for, which Coke does. and has to be taken down. Now, what can you conclude from all of this? What you can conclude from all of this is that it is indeed racist in its intent. The effort to erase, impugn, denigrate these traditions, Pledge of Allegiance, Christmas, Thanksgiving, it's an attack on the white majority, Christian white majority that founded the country. That's undeniable who founded the country. And there's an all-out war again. I'm just going to warn you, this last year of Obama that's about ready to start, be ready, folks. It's going to be loaded with this and more, and all of it promoted, encouraged, some silently, some vociferously by Obama himself and the Democrat Party. Got to take a break. We'll do that. Be right back. The new Rush Limbaugh Christmas tree ornament is available. It's clever and it's eye-catching and it's obviously a conversation starter.
Keep the conversation going with a subscription to the print edition of the Limbaugh Letter and get Rush's sparkling new Christmas ornament free. Treat yourself or give a gift of America's #1 political newsletter now at rushlimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
Hey, Ditto Heads, wouldn't your wife or girlfriend love it if you treated her to the very best this Christmas? Now you can, and you don't even have to go out of your way. We're talking about the world's softest pajamas, available exclusively at pajamagram.com. That's pajamagram.com. Created by a team of dedicated pajama experts, the world's softest pajamas are lighter than a cloud, softer than a bunny, like cashmere, only better. Talk about dreamy. She'll love the way the world's softest pajamas feel. You'll love the way they caress every curve. More than a gift, they're a feeling, an invitation to linger a little longer. The world's softest pajamas are available only at pajamagram.com. Visit today and give her a gift that keeps on giving to both of you. You don't even have to wrap, because every Pajamagram includes free gift packaging and Christmas delivery is guaranteed. Visit pajamagram.com or call 1-800-GIVE-PJs and tell them Rush sent you.
Big news! The new Sprint LTE Plus network is faster than Verizon and AT&T based on analysis of a recent study by Nielsen. And to celebrate, we're inviting you to join Sprint for the biggest offer in U.S. wireless history. Switch to Sprint and save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Yep, you heard that right. No gimmicks, no tricks. You have Verizon 6 gig for $60, 30 with Sprint. And if you have 15 gigs for $100 from AT&T, 50 with Sprint. Even if you have T-Mobile's 10 gigs for $80, we'll give it to you for 40. And we won't force you to watch video in low def. Oh, and one more thing. We'll even pay your switching fees up to $650 per line, so you can switch to the Sprint LTE Plus network today. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/save 50%.
Offer coverage not available everywhere for discounted phones. Excludes taxes, surcharges, roaming, and premium content. Subject to new line $36 activation fee. Credit valid 4 days. Plans may not be exact match. See website for eligible plans. Offer ends 1/7/16/72/1818. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Contract valid via reward card requires online registration.
It happens once in a lifetime, and it is happening right now at Creative Clock on Conger.
Jim Olson with Olson's Auto Glass.
I'm the third generation to run the business. Started in 1938 by my grandfather, Emil Olson. What defines us, separates us, is I think the quality of our work. We strive for excellence in every car we do. We try to use the best quality products available. Cars, trucks, SUVs, all that sort of thing. We can do the glass in all of them. That's our main focus is auto glass and safety of the vehicle. Our website is olsonsautoglass.com. Our address is 2041 West 7th Avenue. Phone number is 541-342-7773.
Gunrunner Arms in Junction City is the fastest growing gun survival and outdoor store in the valley. You'll find the best holiday prices on new and used guns, Liberty Safe, survival gear, scopes, packs, steel targets, ammunition, reloading supplies, and Dillon and RCBS reloaders. You'll also get reloadable gift cards for your favorite outdoors person. I'm Bill London, the Gunrunner Elf, reminding you to check for in-store holiday specials. Gunrunner Arms on the corner of Highway 99 and 36 in Junction City. Holiday hours 9:30 to 7 Monday through Saturday, and Sundays open 11 to 4:30.
Rush Limbaugh now. Lars Larson today at noon. Only on 1120 KPNW.
On this program, ladies and gentlemen, we have praised repeatedly the way Ted Cruz has been behaving in this campaign. We have praised his strategy. We have recognized what he's doing. and have praised it, called it out. And this program has been front and center in telling everybody, keep a sharp eye on Cruz, because when all the shouting's done, when everything shakes out, don't be surprised if Ted Cruz leads the pack. And now we've got at least 2 polls with him way up in Iowa, including the Des Moines Register poll, which among the drive-bys is among the most respected polls ever. And because Cruz has been playing this whole campaign brilliantly, because he has not criticized Trump, he has not moved, he's not been part of the chorus, and I don't, you know, he's been, Cruz has been exhibiting manners that are considered to be old-fashioned, politeness, restraint, not getting in people's faces and wagging a finger and shouting them down. He really has been engaged in what I believe are time-honored behavioral techniques that represent manners, breeding, sophistication, maturity, and all that. And doing so has forced Trump into a couple of major blunders here. And it's not so much Trump's or Cruz's behavior per se, it is the polling data coming out of Iowa that has shocked everybody except me, and including Trump. I mean, when Carson was leading Iowa, nobody really thought that was going to last. I mean, let's be, but Cruz has been everybody's dark horse. Cruz has been, because you cannot legitimately and honestly criticize Cruz's competence, his intelligence, his abilities. He's as bright and competent and capable and smart as anybody, and they all know it. What's that? Screw it, dark horses. Did I just say dark horse? Well, don't distract me with that stuff, because that's not the point here. Melissa Harris Perry would say it's racist, but the point is that Cruz's behavior here, and I can't think of another word other than just respectful and polite. Treat your enemies with kindness. Treat your, turn the other, all that sort of stuff. That the virtues that are found in the Bible, for example. Cruz has been living them. And he's not made himself a target in the way others who play the in-your-face insult game make themselves targets. So he gets enough excrement thrown his way anyway because people are so afraid of him. But when you couple the way Cruz has behaved, his steady, consistent campaigning, his unrivaled and unparalleled in this field conservatism, and you couple that with this series of polls that have shown up in the last week, and it has discombobulated everybody, much the way Trump discombobulated people early on. Now, I've got to take a brief time out here. We'll come back and I'll give you a couple of audio sound bites to illustrate exactly what I'm talking about. Do not go away.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Lane County Sheriff's Office is investigating a shooting that happened in Marcola. The first calls came into the Sheriff's Office around 12:30 Sunday. According to police reports, one person was hospitalized and a man arrested. According to police, there's no threat to the public. The storm hitting the Cascades this week is making skiers happy.
We are excited about this storm and the storm that keeps on giving. We're supposed to continue to get snow, maybe even an additional foot or more over and above what we've already received as we go through Monday.
Dave Dragathon of Mount Hood Meadows says the mid-mountain base is more than 40 inches. Locally, Hoodoo is opening this Friday. Roseburg Forest Products says it's going to move its corporate headquarters to Springfield by next September. The firm says it'll move 85 corporate employees, including top executives out of Dillard. The employees will join 30 information tech workers already in Springfield's former Northwest Community Credit Union building. Bill Lennon, KPNW.
Get into your locally owned Mattress Mania today for savings up to 50% during our lowest prices of the year event going on now. Mattress Mania. Save like crazy in Eugene, Springfield, Albany, and Corvallis.
You're independent and want to stay that way, but you'd like some friendship and security. Consider Eugene's elegant yet affordable affordable retirement living. Turpinning Terrace. At Turpinning Terrace, friendships grow through activities, the all-day restaurant-style dining, and the warm community environment. The large studio, one-bedroom, and two-bedroom apartments are the best value in Eugene. They have a secure parking garage and are near excellent retail stores. Call for a free tour and lunch, 689-0619. Turpinning Terrace, a tremendous time of life.
The holidays are here, folks. If you're getting a new phone, Galaxy, or smartphone this season, listen up. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our smartphone. It just happens. So protecting yours is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you are paying way too much. Stop overpaying your carriers. Switch to Square Trade Phone Protection today and start saving hundreds of dollars. Verizon can charge $9 a month for phone insurance. Sprint, $11. Plus, up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. Square Trade Phone Protection costs half as much. Less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. You can save over $240, folks. So protect your new phone, any phone, with Square Trade. Stop overpaying and start saving today. Visit squaretrade.com. That's squaretrade.com.
Square Trade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with 1 claim compared to Assurian total equipment coverage as of August 2015.
When I have an asthma attack, I feel scared. I feel like I'm choking.
Prevent your child's next asthma attack. Visit www.noattacks.org or call your doctor, because even one attack is one too many.
I feel like a fish with no water.
Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
We served our country like those before us.
The camaraderie is what kept me going. You know, it was a dangerous area. All of Vietnam was dangerous.
I didn't know what to expect when I got back.
For the first 10 years after I got out, no one would have known that I was in the service.
I got home, got married 2 weeks later, got a job.
We came back, built lives, families, and communities, but we still had challenges.
The carnage of war left an indelible mark on me.
I would have intrusive thoughts. They're horrible nightmares.
Services and support that can help are available for veterans.
I went to the VA, talked to my doctor. I started doing groups. I started doing one-on-one counseling.
We found ways to move past these challenges for ourselves and for our families. At MakeTheConnection.net, you can hear our stories and find tools and services available to you.
The more I talk to people, family, friends, other vets, the better I feel.
Rush Limbaugh and breaking news when it happens. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
I'm not sure that Donald Trump understands the way Ted Cruz has been behaving. Some might say playing the game. But a lot of people have observed, I mean, it's nothing earth-shattering for me to tell you that when the world is piled on Donald Trump, Ted Cruz is not. And a lot of people have noticed, and a lot of people have been cynical about it. A lot of people say, come on, you're not real. You don't criticize Trump. Trump's not a conservative, and you are. I've heard people. I had to email some people. They're mad at Cruz for not jumping all over Trump because of what Trump isn't versus what Trump claims to be. And I've always known what Cruz is doing. Cruz is positioning himself, or has been positioning himself, to be able to take advantage of any slippage that might occur with Trump. I mean, let's face it. The entire political establishment has been waiting for Trump to implode. They've been hoping, they've been praying, they've been predicting, they've been thinking. They've been assuring themselves that Trump was going to goof it up somehow. Or they've been telling themselves that Trump isn't serious and at some point is going to drop out once he's got his grins and jollies filled with all this. I mean, they've been grasping at all kinds of straws to tell themselves that when they finally get down to the convention, that Trump's not going to be there and he's not going to be the nominee and not going to face it, and so forth. And in my opinion, Ted Cruz has been considering that possibility as he campaigns and has purposely and strategically avoided piling on any of the criticism of Trump. The only time it's really happened, it was caught on tape at some kind of a donor thing where somebody was there. I don't even remember what Cruz was accused of saying, something Trump being unstable, or I don't know what it was, but it was the only time that Cruz has on record condemned Trump. He also distanced himself a little bit from Trump on the banning of Muslims and so forth. Didn't agree with Trump, but he did not go after him, criticize him. He studiously, purposely avoided doing that. And I think there's many reasons for it. I think one of them is character. There are just, depending on how you're raised and what your values are and where you get your virtues, it may sound strange to young people today, but there have always been time-honored ways of behaving for mature, sophisticated, responsible people. And there have been many do's and don'ts in that list of things. One of them is you never brag about anything. You never talk about how much money you have or don't have. You never condemn anybody for not having enough or too much. Well, you don't go there. The old art, turn the other cheek. Somebody throws something at you, don't reduce yourself to their level. Turn the other cheek and smile. Basically, this is where Cruz comes from. I think he's extremely sophisticated, well-rounded, great character, proper virtues. I think just a great guy, right? A dependable. Here's what I am. No phoniness about him, which I find funny because a lot of people think he is phony. A lot of people think that he's manufactured and contrived and a little plastic in his presentation, and I don't. That's who he is, and he's not hiding anything. He's clearly illustrating who he is, likes who he is, and so forth. So the moment that a lot of people have been waiting for, or at least a version of it, happened with the release of polling data late last week and over the weekend. In a Washington Examiner story headlined, Cruz triples support in Iowa, dominates Republican race. Des Moines Register Bloomberg poll, most respected survey in Iowa politics. And it is. Whether it's deserved or not, it is. I mean, the point that you need to know here is this poll, the Des Moines Register Bloomberg poll, is always treated as gospel. I mean, it has been for election after election after election, 30 years. And it has Ted Cruz with a solid lead in Iowa. Texas Senator now 31% in the new survey, Trump 21%. Ben Carson at 13%, Marco Rubio at 10%, and Jeb Bush is at 6%. Now, here's what's remarkable about it. In the last Des Moines Register poll in October, mid-October, Cruz was at 10%, which means that he has more than tripled his support in the last 8 weeks. Trump is holding steady. He isn't losing anything, not gaining anything. He's holding steady there at 21 points. Now, here's something that Cruz also knows. While Trump is leading within the Republican field, one of the reasons for that is the Republican field is big. The Republican primary vote is being split in any number of ways. But it isn't going to be long before it isn't, because the field is going to shrink. We have a debate tomorrow night, but after the Hawkeye, maybe even before it, you're going to see this field shrink quite a lot. So while Trump leads in the Republican field in all the states, if you add them up and average them, Trump leads the field. The undeniable fact, when you look at the numbers, is that more Republicans oppose Trump than support him. If you add all of the support, all the other Republicans, quite logically, that's not unique to Trump. It'd be the case with any leader unless he had 50, 60%. The number of Republicans opposing Trump is far larger than the number of people who support him. So the question's always been, when these candidates start dropping out, I pick your name. I'm not trying to force anybody out here, but when Kasich goes out, when Jeb goes out, Christie goes out, Rand Paul goes out, Graham, Santorum, Huggins, their voters are going to go somewhere. And this is why And I think what Cruz has been just brilliant in the way he has been behaving. I can't think of any other word, the way he's been comporting himself. He is positioning himself well. He's just been steady Eddie. And now this tripling of his support in Iowa. It's understandable. Iowa, the Hawkeye Caucus on the Republican side, a lot of evangelicals vote there. But you remember Santorum won it in 2012. So winning the Hawkeye Caucus does not guarantee anything. It doesn't mean you're going to go on and win the nomination. I think Huckabee won it in 2008. So the last two Republicans to win Iowa, it's not a guarantee of anything. But this is a shot across the bow because this was not expected, and especially by Trump. So I think the combination of these polls, particularly the Des Moines Register poll, and the way Cruz has just been floating along there, kind of not beneath the radar, but he's not been making news the way everybody else has been making news. And I think that it's shaken Trump up. As I say, Ben Carson leading in Iowa, I don't think a whole lot of people took that seriously, but with Cruz leading Iowa, there are a lot of people taking it seriously, because when you get to the Republican establishment, folks, there is as much fear. In fact, there may be more fear of Cruz in the establishment than there is of Trump. There clearly is a lot of anger at both of them, but the fear, because the Republican establishment fears Goldwater all over again. They fear that the Republican establishment fears two things: Nixon and Goldwater, two landslides, and that's what they equate with conservatism, particularly Goldwater. They never, for some reason, equate conservative with landslide Reagan victories. And you know what else that amazes me? No, Siri thinks I asked her a question. Let me turn this off just a second. I didn't say anything to you. My phone. I look at all of these conservative commentators and media people and Republican politicians. Let me ask you a question, very serious question. What is the political movement period of time? What and when did these people have more power than they've ever had in their lives politically? 1980s, Ronald Reagan. When conservatives won, when the Republican Party won a two-election landslide, 80 and 84. The Republican Party had more power during those 8 years than they've ever had since. Now, they might argue that they had a lot of power with Bush 41, but they couldn't have, or he'd have won his reelection. And Bush 43, let's face it, folks, I mean, the power there, that was kind of diffused by foreign policy. My point is that all of these Republican establishment types and all of these conservative media types routinely attack the political movement that gave them more power than they've ever had in their lives. It doesn't mean, I would think they would want to return to it. I would think they would want to return to conservative victory and dominance. But I guess such is the power of suggestion in the Washington establishment that if you're conservative and you're in the establishment in Washington, you are like not being in a big clique. You're persona non grata, you're laughed at, made fun of, or what have you. But it's always amazed me that the most powerful opportunity, the most powerful the party has ever been, is that period of time they routinely disparage the Reagan 80s. Okay, quick timeout. We get back. I've got these two Trump sound bites, and I'll show you. I've not been teasing you. I've been trying to explain it and build up to it. Where I think Cruz and the way he's been handling everything really forced some what could be potentially huge errors for Trump back after.
Saying what needs to be said. Rush on the EIB network.
Chris Christmas is coming, folks, and I know it's tough trying to find gifts for everybody on your list. So keep it simple and get a tasty treat you know everybody will enjoy. Send freshly dipped strawberries from Sherry's Berries starting at just $19.99. Now, these sweet berries, they are dipped in delicious milk, white, and dark chocolate, then covered with gourmet toppings. Sherry's Berries has holiday gifts that'll bring joy to everyone on your list. Make gifts even sweeter by adding cookies, cheesecake bites, and truffles. It's the perfect gift to send family and friends or order them for your own party. My listeners can double the berries, just $10 more. And I love Sherry's Berries. Hurry! You don't want to miss this incredible offer from Sherry's Berries. Visit berries.com. Click on the microphone in the top right corner and enter my name. That's Rush. That's berries.com, berries.com, and enter Rush. Or call 866-FRUIT-02. Don't wait, folks. Order right now while you're thinking about it.
My name is Bill Bonner, and I have an important message. Right now, the highest levels of government are struggling against an inevitable crisis, but they're about to lose control. When this happens, it will rip our country apart in ways you never imagined. From where we shop to the family you want to protect. Look, I've made predictions like this before. A few years ago, I warned that the housing prices would collapse. Before that, I warned that .com companies would crash, and they did. Those who listened had a chance to save themselves. But this has nothing to do with the stock market. This will affect us all. I've posted a free video at usadownfall.com. Maybe you'll disagree with my conclusions, but first you need to watch this video and see the facts for yourself. You can watch the video for free right now by going to usadownfall.com. That's usadownfall.com.
Your partner in healthcare makes it easy. We take care of your medical equipment needs. Call on us to see you through. We're here for you. Gateway Medical Equipment. We're on your side from the start. Gateway Medical Equipment. The company with heart.
Your mobility is everything. So when you're looking at power equipment, like wheelchairs or scooters, look to the family-owned local company. You have a choice of providers. Gateway Medical Equipment quickly gets you just what you need. We custom fit the equipment, and our accredited technicians repair your equipment after the sale. A champion for your independence. Gateway Medical Equipment.
Gateway Medical Equipment. The company with heart.
Period. Depend on us for Rush Now and Glenn Beck this afternoon at 3 here on 1120 KPNW.
How are you? Welcome back. El Rushmo, Cutting Edge Societal Evolution. Fox News Sunday, Donald Trump on with Chris Wallace, who said, what do you think of Ted Cruz?
I don't think he has the right temperament. I don't think he's got the right judgment. You look at the way he's dealt with the Senate, where he goes in there like a, frankly, like a little bit of a maniac. You're never going to get things done that way. You can't walk into the Senate and scream and call people liars and not be able to cajole and get along with people. He'll never get anything done, and that's the problem with Ted.
Whoa, wait just a second here. Doesn't that kind of describe the way Trump has been dealing with people he disagrees with? I mean, he's been calling them stupid. He's been calling them incompetent. He's going to say you can't get anything done with these people. But for the people in the Trump support base who are conservatives and who may not even have any affinity for Cruz, I don't know, the conservative base of the Republican Party likes a lot of different people. But even people who are not particularly aligned with Cruz on the have got to be curious about this, because this is no different than what the media would say about Ted Cruz. This is no different than what the Democrat Party would say. I mean, this is what the Republican establishment would say, for crying out loud. I mean, this is akin to saying, I'm the guy who can cross the aisle and work with the other side. That hasn't been the way Trump has come off up till now. He's not positioning. He's come across somebody who's going to beat everybody in negotiating. He's going to beat them down. He's going to tell them how it's going to be. This is so obvious. You know what? I tell you what this is. This is obviously the Trump campaign deciding to use the most common criticism against Cruz because they see that Cruz has negatives. They see that Cruz is not liked by the Republican establishment. And so they're just piggybacking on that, I think, as a way for Trump to maybe score some points with the Republican establishment, because after all, he needs them on his side for the nomination if he wants there to be the respect and unity and not have to go third party. So he's decided to go after Cruz here in the way the establishment Republicans go after Cruz, in the way the media goes after Cruz, in the way the Democrats go after Cruz. He's essentially put on his John McCain hat here. Say, I'm Donald McCain, and I'm the guy that can cross the aisle and work on the other side. Ted Cruz can't. I was kind of surprised with it. I don't know what kind of damage, if any, this is going to do to Trump, because frankly, folks, if you look at Trump's support base, the majority of it is not conservative. In fact, if you look at the Trump support base, and I've maintained this for I don't know how long, it seems that if you look at the demographic makeup of Trump's support, it's exactly what the Republican Party claims they want. There's a lot of independents in there. There are a lot of different ethnic groups in there. But it's not majority conservative or Republican based. There's a sizable number of them in there. But this is almost a rote criticism of Cruz. This is almost, you know, if you have to go to a playbook or a manual. Okay, time to criticize Ted Cruz. What do we say? What do we say? Well, the manual says go after him for not being able to work together in the Senate and so forth and so on. So I'm not sure that Mr. Trump even knows who Cruz really is in this regard. No, my only point, somebody running for the Republican nomination who has set himself up as anti-establishment to join the establishment in that kind of criticism of Cruz, I don't get it. It doesn't make a lot of time. Trump's not trying to portray himself as a conservative either. It's not a violation of that. But he's clearly making himself out to be anti-establishment, and that he joins them here. And then he dumped on Cruz for being opposed to ethanol. In other words, we as Republicans must support government subsidies to corn farmers in Iowa. If we're to have any chance of winning Iowa, we've got to stand for subsidies. And that, again, is not a conservative position. To go after Cruz on that basis is, again, the way the Democrats and the media would go after him. And then there was this Sunday morning on CNN's State of the Union, Jake Tapper. What do you think of Justice Scalia's remarks? And where are you today on affirmative action?
I thought it was very tough to the African-American community, actually. I don't like what he said. I actually saw it in print, and I read a lot of stuff. And I'm going, whoa, I have great African-American friendships. I have just amazing relationships. But yeah, I was very surprised at Scalia's statements, actually.
Well, they weren't Scalia's statements. They were arguments that had been submitted to the court that he was engaging in oral argument over. But these are two things that if you're a conservative voter, Republican primary, these two things are going to raise some red flags for you people, I would think.
The wonder of Rush will continue on the EIB network.
Protecting your most valuable data, family photos, videos, is crucial. Ask anyone who's lost everything on their computer. We rely on iDrive online backup to safely and securely back up our data automatically with full confidence that iDrive is industry best. iDrive is easy to use and affordable, using military-grade encryption that is key to safeguarding your data. iDrive plans start at just $5 a month. Sign up today, get 50% off using the promo code RUSH. Get the best, folks. Get iDrive.com.
It's the last GOP debate of 2015, and it's only on CNN. Trump, Carson, Cruz, Rubio, Bush. The race is more intense than ever.
Kasich, Fiorina, Christie, Hall, Huckabee. And there's only one place you can see the action. Only on CNN. Santorum, Pataki, Graham. Wolf Blitzer moderates the CNN Republican presidential debates. Tuesday night at 6 and 8:30 Eastern, only on CNN.
Hi, I'm Andrew Bizantz, the music director of Eugene Opera. I would like to invite you to join us this New Year's Eve as we continue our expanded 39th season with Donizetti's dramatic masterpiece, Lucia di Lammermoor. Eugene Opera's production will star Metropolitan Opera soprano Leah Partridge as the fragile Lucia who is driven to madness and murder, and Eugene favorite David Gustafson as her passionate lover Edgardo. Eugene Opera is also pleased to welcome baritone Malcolm McKenzie as Lucia's calculating brother Enrico, and legendary bass Kevin Langen as the sympathetic Raimondo. Donizetti was at the height of his musical and dramatic powers when he composed Lucia. The opera's score is memorable from the first notes of the prelude to the famous mad scene and haunting final aria. Please join us at the Holt Center on Thursday, December 31st at 7:30 p.m. or Sunday, January 3rd at 2:30 p.m. For tickets or more information, please call 541-682-5000 or visit our website at eugeneopera.com.
Catch Rush Limbaugh Monday through Friday, 9 to noon, right here on KPNW. Sponsored in part by Sun Automotive. Sun Automotive has 3 convenient locations in Springfield and Eugene. They can service or repair your vehicle from bumper to bumper. Call Sun Auto at 746-6430.
When you consider a gift to the Eugene mission this holiday season, you're considering a gift for all of Eugene Springfield. That's because the Eugene mission is the area's only wellness center for the homeless, treating the causes of homelessness, not just the symptoms. And when those we serve get well, Eugene Springfield gets well. Give to the Eugene Mission and give rise to hope. Give today at eugenemission.org. The Eugene Mission. Hope. Rising.
Over 300,000 veterans have received the care and benefits they've earned because Paralyzed Veterans of America was there. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org.
50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at kpnw.com.
Now, despite all that, we got the latest Monmouth University poll. Trump is up like 41% in the Monmouth University poll. 41% after releasing his proposal to ban Muslims, have a moratorium on them entering the country. Hang in there and don't go anywhere.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Investors are undecided today about what they want to do. Stocks have been up. They've reversed course. Now they're changing direction again. With the Dow adding 26, the NASDAQ down 12, the S&P flat. Analysts blame part of it on the price of oil. Earlier, crude futures slipped below $35 a barrel. And while they're up now by about 2%, trading above $36 a barrel, investors are still cautious. They seem to have changed their minds about GoPro. The action camera maker saw shares post their biggest gains in more than 7 months last week on some analyst suggestions the company could be on Apple's shopping list. But today, shares are falling almost 16%. A Morgan Stanley analyst says a lack of innovation in GoPro's video editing software is a worry, as well as a weaker consumer appetite for drones. Word of another merger. Newell Rubbermaid will buy Jarden Corporation, which makes all kinds of household products. The deal comes to more than $15 billion. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
Fox News, fair and balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene Springfield.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Dave Anthony. We're hitting ISIS terrorists harder than ever in Iraq and Syria.
Targeting ISIL surgically with precision.
President Obama, after meeting with his national security team at the Pentagon.
Last month in November, we dropped more bombs on ISIL targets than any other month since this campaign started.
At the same time, the president says
ISIL is dug in, including in urban areas, and they hide behind civilians, using defenseless men, women, and children as human shields. So even as we're relentless, we have to be smart.
The president also says ISIS is losing territory. He's facing criticism from Republicans in Congress that he's not doing enough with his strategy to combat the terrorists. Freddie Gray was riding in a casket on wheels. That's what the prosecutor called the police van where he sustained his fatal injury. This in closing arguments in William Porter's trial. He's the first of 6 Baltimore cops to face trial on manslaughter and misconduct charges.
The state just does not think that Porter did enough to save Freddie Gray, who both sides acknowledge asked to be taken to a hospital for a breathing problem before dying in police custody. But the defense argues Porter did more than enough to help.
Fox's Peter Ducey outside the courthouse as Baltimore braces for more protests if Porter is acquitted. Amid all the worry about increased pilot sightings of drones, the FAA is ready to create a drone registry. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
There have been more than 300 close encounters between drones and aircraft over the past 2 years, according to a Bard College study. And now the feds are requiring owners to register recreational drones. There's a $5 registration fee, and it has to be done by February 19th, or owners of drones between a ½ pound and 55 pounds could face hefty fines, even jail time. People who register by January 20th will be refunded their registration fees. The FAA is expecting 1 million drones to be given as holiday gifts this year. Dave?
Rachel, another poll is out today showing Ted Cruz has surged in Iowa. Quinnipiac has the Republican senator trailing Donald Trump by 1 point. 2 other polls the last few days give Cruz the lead in the state that holds the first presidential contest. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Big news! The new Sprint LTE Plus network is faster than Verizon and AT&T based on analysis of a recent study by Nielsen. And to celebrate, we're inviting you to join Sprint for the biggest offer in U.S. wireless history. Switch to Sprint and save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Yep, you heard that right. No gimmicks, no tricks. You have Verizon 6 gig for $60, 30 with Sprint. And if you have 15 gigs for $100 from AT&T, 50 with Sprint. Even if you have T-Mobile's 10 gigs for $80, we'll give it to you for 40. And we won't force you to watch video in low def. Oh, and one more thing. We'll even pay your switching fees up to $650 per line so you can switch to the Sprint LTE Plus network today. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/save 50%.
Offer coverage not available everywhere for discounted phones. Excludes taxes, surcharges, roaming, and premium content. Subject to new line $36 activation fee. Credit valid 4 day. Plans may not be exact match. See website for eligible plans. Offer ends 1/7/16. Savings through 1/8/18. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Contract valid via reward card requires online registration.
The Powerball jackpot is over $150 million. Buy your ticket today and power your dreams.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, real estate investment broker and exchange specialist. Cascade Exchange Services is my choice for completing tax-deferred exchanges. Megan McMahon, who's a CPA, is my choice of the person to handle my tax-deferred exchanges. It's a locally owned company. They do business on a nationwide basis, same-day document preparation, and she's always available for free and very excellent consultation. Contact Megan at Cascade Exchange Services.
Are some rooms hot while others are cold? Is mold an issue? I'm Josh from Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver. We'll provide a free home comfort and energy evaluation. Find the causes of these problems and fix them. Call Josh Lowe's Dr. Energy Saver today at 248-1173. That's 248-1173. Or online at OregonEnergySaver.com.
Josh Lowe's, Dr. Energy Saver. We fix uncomfortable homes.
It's the Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Joined on the Wake Up Call this morning by Sue Ann Baker. Behind the Shades, the name of the book, A Female Secret Service Agent's True Story. She was one of the first Secret Service agents to be a female and serve in the Secret Service. What was the first, actual Secret Service assignment assigned to a particular person? You remember who it was?
Oh, of course. I got a first-class ticket to Hawaii, and I had never been that far west, and it was to protect Lon Nol of Cambodia. He was very friendly to the United States. It was during the Vietnam War, so it was in our interest to keep him alive. My second assignment, however, was even more interesting because I was an undercover camp counselor, and I was protecting Caroline Grimaldi from Monaco.
The Wake Up Call.
Her mother was Grace Kelly, and her father was Prince Rainier.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
We served our country like those before us.
You know, it was a dangerous area. All of Vietnam was dangerous.
The carnage of war left an indelible mark on me.
We came back and built lives. As time went on, we faced new challenges and found support to handle them.
I went to the VA, talked to my doctor. I started doing groups. I started doing one-on-one counseling.
At MakeTheConnection.net, you can hear our stories and find tools and services available to you.
Understanding your finances is a key to a strong financial future.
Don't be the one who gets left behind. Visit feedthepig.org for tools and tips to get started on the path to financial stability. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
It's 10:06, and Rush is back. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
We're back. It's great to have you here. Rush Limbaugh, the EIB Network, and the Limbaugh Institute for Advanced Conservative Studies. 800-282-2882 if you want to be on the program. Just released at 12 noon today. Trump hits a new high in national poll. Donald Trump just got a little more vault in his ceiling. Nationwide, the polling-obsessed Manhattan multi-billionaire. What is this nationwide, the polling-obsessed man? Who's polling-obsessed here if it isn't the media? What the hell is... Why can't you just report the number? Let me give you Trump's up to 41%. And this is the Monmouth University poll, surveying voters identifying as Republican or Independent leaning toward the GOP. Trump is at 41, nearly tripling the support of his closest rival, Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz in the Monmouth poll is at 14%. Now, this is a nationwide poll. This is not Iowa. This is a national poll. And there's a Quinnipiac poll out, released this morning. Trump and Cruz in a virtual tie in Iowa. CBS Eyeball News 2, new Quinnipiac University presidential poll released today, shows Trump and Cruz in a virtual dead heat in Iowa. The poll shows Trump with 28% support among likely Iowa caucus participants. Cruz 27%. Marco Rubio a distant third at 14%. Dr. Carson is next at 10%. And is the only other candidate with at least 5%. So after you get to Carson at 10, nobody. Rubio, Jeb, Fiorina, Christie, nobody's above 5% in the Quinnipiac poll. Now, once again, you have something to consider here to show you this is nowhere near over. Yet Trump has 41%. Now, if this poll is accurate, then this is getting close to wrap-up time. When Trump is at 28, 30%, the sum total of everybody not Trump is going to be either that or more than that. And so when you look at the Republican primary itself, you could honestly say that there are more people opposed to Trump than for him. Now, you may not want to put it that way, but that's the way you'd have to slice and dice it. If the sum total of all the other candidates is a number greater than Trump's 30%, then you would have to say that the candidates, that the voters who support somebody other than Trump is a greater number than what Trump's is. So as the field winnows, as it will, it's really important where those voters go. And say if Christie gets it, I'm just picking names here. I don't know who's going to get out. If Christie gets out, if Rand Paul gets out, if Kasich, Fiorina, where do their voters go? If their voters go to Cruz, big. Go to Trump, also big. This we won't know for a while. And which is why I just found it extremely interesting the way Trump chose to go after Cruz, echoing the Republican establishment, which, I mean, one of the reasons Trump is doing so well is that he is perceived as the biggest anti-establishment candidate of the bunch. I think also in this Monmouth poll, it shows Trump at 41. You can't take San Bernardino out of that. The fact that the San Bernardino thing happened and the regime's response to it has been pathetic. And Trump is the one guy who has stood up and without any excuses proclaimed what he would do. In fact, he's got a new slogan out there now. Grab audio soundbite number 9. Fox News Sunday, Chris Wallace said, this week, you've been called a bigot, you've been called a fascist, you've been called a demagogue. I looked up the word demagogue in a dictionary. It says somebody, a public official, who seeks support based on appealing to people's fear and prejudice. Is that what you're doing, Donald?
It's the opposite. It's called Make America Great Again. It's the opposite. I want to make our country safe. In fact, I want to add to it. Make America great again. Make America safe again. It's not safe. We're living in fear. I'm not creating the fear. People are living in fear. Look, there's a problem. You don't have to admit it. You never will, because you always want to be politically correct. Your father would have admitted it, okay?
I think not necessarily true, but it's still funny. He's talking about Mike Wallace, Chris Wallace's dad, for you millennials out there. Anyways, he's got his new slogan, Make America Safe, as well as Make America Great. He said something else on this show. I wonder, do I have it here? Things are sometimes out of order. Rather than look for it, let me just tell you what he said. He accused Hillary Clinton of being responsible for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of deaths. And Chris Wallace, of course, was taken aback. Whoa, what do you mean she's responsible? She said, well, do you look at it? I mean, look at Benghazi. And I'm not just talking Benghazi. But look everywhere she and Obama have had their policies. And well, look what's happening. There's war everywhere. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of people are being killed. It's because of Obama and Hillary policies. There's nobody else out there saying that. I guarantee you there are tons of Americans who agree with it. So, and one thing, you know, my questioning here about the way Trump has gone after Cruz here, calling him a maniac, refusing to work with people in the Senate. It's the reason I'm focusing on that, folks, because that's so unlike Trump. I mean, that's a huge mistake. But on paper, it's a huge mistake. Trump gets away with his mistakes. Such is the bond of loyalty that his support base has for him, that he gets away with them. And I don't think he's made that many. Don't misunderstand. But for any of you who are holding out hope that Trump is a genuine conservative, even in the Republican field, would not go after Cruz this way. So that's, I just raised red flag for me. Maybe somewhat curious. The interesting piece here, there's two other things I want to get to here before we have to go to the break. Let me put these papers back in order. I'm sorry here, folks. One is from Namki Kunst of thehill.com. Ted Cruz isn't just surging, he's winning. Now, this is somebody's opinion here. You may wonder why, this is pull quotes here, you may wonder why Cruz surged this week. A predictable phenomenon in Republican primaries is occurring. As the flavors of the month rise and fall, the candidates focused on the long game benefit. Last week, Cruz picked up the evangelical support from rival candidate Ben Carson in Iowa, who then dropped from 32% to 13% in the past 6 weeks in Iowa alone. And with 65% of South Carolina Republican primary voters identifying as evangelical or born again, Cruz will most likely jump ahead a couple more points in the next few weeks there. Although Trump owns South Carolina right now, that's still to shake out. But perhaps the most intriguing factor contributing to Cruz's success is Trump's overt extremism. Remember now, this is in thehill.com. Suddenly, Ted Cruz is the palatable conservative alternative for likely Republican voters. And even the GOP establishment, when asked about Cruz's toxic relationship with his colleagues, a high-ranking Republican consultant told me that the GOP establishment may hate Cruz, but they fear Donald Trump. Did you Did you ever imagine that? I'm honest in this question here. This is not rhetorical. Well, it may be rhetorical, but I'm serious. Did you ever imagine that you would see the day that someone who is a staunch defender of the Constitution and the concepts of separation of powers and individual liberty and limited government would be called extreme? It's another indication of where we are. You know, the media, when the UN and their lapdogs over there announced this stupid global warming deal, the journalists that in the audience stood up and cheered. Yeah, the media stood up and cheered, illustrating once again there is no media. There are just Democrat Party hacks and leftist activists who are assigned to pretend to be journalists and reporters and so forth, but they're really apparatchiks. They're party hacks. And you got this principal at the New York public school who's wiping out Santa Claus, wiping out Christmas, wiping out Christmas trees, wiping out Thanksgiving, and prohibiting the Pledge of Allegiance, because those are not the values anymore that this school wants to promote. And you can't have more American values than those three things. So there's an all-out war on these things. There's an all-out war on this country, and now somebody who believes in freedom, individual liberty, separation of powers, and the U.S. Constitution now is called extreme. Ted Cruz. Perhaps the most intriguing factor contributing to Cruz's success is Trump's overt extremism. You got Trump and Cruz, the two leaders, are now extremists. For what? They're not extremists, they're mainstream, for crying out loud. They're mainstream red, white, and blue patriotic American. And yet that has become extreme. Another pull quote, if Cruz remains smart, he will continue to praise Trump. In the meantime, for those worried over the demise of our Constitution under President Trump, have no fear. Ted Cruz, former clerk to the late Supreme Court Chief Justice William Rehnquist, is here to stay. Hyper-disciplined, Cruz's multifaceted strategy has solidified support across all primary states. And in coming weeks, as candidates fade, expect Trump's tirades to continue and watch as Cruz quietly capitalizes. So what this guy's, I'm assuming, I haven't the whole piece to you, but what he's assuming is that as Cruz continues to gain ground, Trump is going to continue to criticize Cruz in the same way the establishment does, which is going to irritate the conservatives in Trump's support base, and they are going to abandon him and go to Cruz. This is the theory by this guy at thehill.com. He says, which is why at this point in the campaign, we should prioritize likely GOP voter polls in early primary states over national and total registered GOP voter polls. Like the Monmouth poll out last week, taken of Iowa Republican voters who have voted in previous caucuses, which shows Cruz winning at 24%, Trump's at 19%. Or the Sunday Des Moines Register poll has Cruz at 31%, Trump at 10 points. He thinks at this point we should prioritize likely Republican voter polls like these. Then, in other words, his way of saying, keep a sharp eye on Cruz, because when you ask legitimate Republican primary voters, it's no contest. Cruz is beating Trump. That's his point there. Now, NBC has a poll. You notice something today? Every bit of news that the drive-bys have on this is poll-related. Every bit of it. NBC poll, Clinton would trounce Trump, but lose to Rubio and Carson. This is the NBC Wall Street Journal poll. Hillary Clinton would defeat Ted Cruz and would trounce Donald Trump in a hypothetical head-to-head general election matchup. But Hillary would lose to Marco Rubio or Ben Carson. Clinton, who leads the Democrat primary by nearly 20 points, says here would have a strong advantage over Trump with independent voters, but would be bested by the three other Republicans within that group. So Hillary versus Trump, independents go Hillary. Hillary versus Rubio, Carson, Cruz, independents go away from Hillary. Against Trump, the Democrat frontrunner would win 50-40. Among independents, she would capture 43% of the vote compared to 36% for Trump. Among Hispanics, Clinton would get 69% of the vote compared to just 24%. Oh, speaking of Hispanics, something else in the other stack here. Somebody, might be Luis Gutierrez, somebody has suggested that we just go ahead and make these illegal citizens. Just get them in. Exactly what I predicted was, it's just stunning. My prediction's even coming sooner than I thought it would. I thought amnesty would have to happen first. I thought they'd do amnesty and not allow citizenship to be rolled out over a series of years. Then Schumer would go to the microphones and cameras and talk about how inherently unfair that was, how they weren't thinking. We've just made them citizens and they can't vote. That's not right. They need, this bill needs to be amended, amnesty bill, so they can now vote. Like Luis Gutierrez, screw waiting for amnesty. Let's just make them citizens so they can vote. They're here. Not that that automatically makes it happen, but I'm telling you the push is on. And one of the reasons is the Democrats, don't doubt me, are not in any way feeling confident about Hillary Clinton and the 2016 presidential race. I don't care what you hear or who tells you. There's a lot of concern. There's a lot of fevered worry out there in the deep, dark bowels of the Democrat Party. Back after this, Rush Limbaugh Christmas tree ornament is available. It's clever and it's eye-catching and it's obviously a conversation starter.
And it's free when you give a membership to Rush 24/7, where members listen and watch Rush anytime on any device. It's the gift your friends and family will be talking about all year round. Don't delay. Order now at rushlimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
I'm a single mom with 2 young children. I work hard all day to take care of them and give them what they need. And what I care about most is keeping them safe. The gun I own stands between us and any harm that might come our way when we're at home at night and all alone. It gives me comfort and security, my gun, and it just might save our lives. Which is why I want to tell you about the Ted Cruz I know and trust. When he was the top lawyer in Texas, he fought for our right to own a gun as a personal right, straight up to the Supreme Court of the United States, and won. It was something the court had never done before. That was the Ted Cruz I trust fighting for us, for our Second Amendment right to own a gun, to protect our families and our freedom. Lots of candidates talk about our gun rights. Only one has fought for them, and won. This is the Ted Cruz I trust. He's the Ted Cruz we all can trust.
Paid for by Keep the Promise One and not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. KeepThePromise1.com. Keep the Promise One is responsible for the content of this advertising.
At GoDaddy, a domain name is the beginning of something awesome. Use it to create a website to promote your business. Open an online store to sell your products. Start a blog. Build your brand. You can even connect your domain to your LinkedIn or Facebook page. And GoDaddy customer support is always ready to help. What will you do with your domain name? Get a .com domain name for only $2.99 for the first year. Right now at GoDaddy.com. 2-year purchase required. Second year is $14.99.
The statements and views of this advertiser do not represent the views or opinions of this station.
Y chromosome Adam and mtDNA Eve. God said, man said.com. And there we saw giants, the sons of Anak, the perfect diet. God said, man said.com. God on biracial marriage, hours of text and audio, 3-day Bible fast, renews immune system. Which Bible? Which religion? Sin bones. God said, man said.com.
The holiday season is here, and that means office parties, home parties, potlucks. But Chapala Mexican Restaurant will take the work out of your holiday so you can truly enjoy the season. Chapala catering is easy. Pick up your tasty party platter or let Chapala fully cater your event. Fancy and formal or a fun fiesta, Chapala can do that. And with 2 convenient locations, Chapala is a great place for your holiday gathering. Make your reservations now. Chapala makes gift giving easy too. They have gift cards for everyone on your list.
Hi, this is Erin. Feliz Navidad from Chapala Mexican Restaurant.
So good! A fair,
of the Heart annually attracts thousands of women who are interested in learning about health and fitness, fashion and beauty, home, hearth, and garden. It's Lane County's premier women's event, and we're accepting vendor applications for 2016 now. Be one of the select businesses talking directly to women of all ages. It's fun and profitable, offering you a tremendous opportunity. Log on to theaffairoftheheart.com to download your application. Please submit it soon to get the best booth selection. Theaffairoftheheart.com, coming February 11th, 2016.
Sponsored by McKenzie Medical Center, River Road Pharmacy, and Peace Health.
With news every 30 minutes. Bloomberg Market Reports every hour. And Rush Limbaugh now. We are 1120 KPNW.
Yeah. It was in Breitbart that I saw it. Let illegals vote. Amnesty activists launch campaign to naturalize immigrants and register them to vote. These are not the illegals. This article is not talking about the illegals. They're just not citizens. They have green cards, but they have not yet become citizens. They haven't gone through the process. Just make them citizens. Keep a sharp eye. I mean, folks, I still maintain that we have no idea. Some of us have a baseline understanding of what's possible. We have no idea the kind of things Obama is going to be capable of doing next year. Okay, let's hit the phones because people have been patiently waiting, and I always appreciate that. I really do. This is Rick in Fremont, Ohio. Hi, Rick.
Hi, Rush. Just give a little background here. Number one, I just thank the Lord Jesus Christ every day for you, Rush, because you give me hope. And I just want to give you a little background on myself. I'm a Christian. I'm a conservative. I'm a Tea Party guy. I'm a registered Republican. And I was in favor of Ted Cruz until Donald Trump came along. And the reason why is because I've watched over the years the establishment Republicans trying to take out the conservatives. They hate the conservatives. They want to get rid of us. I believe the Republicans want to use Ted Cruz to take out Trump right now because they know that Trump can win. I do not think that Ted Cruz can win. He's a conservative. Trump has Democrats in favor of him. He has Republicans in favor of him, and he has independents. And he's strong. I look at Ted Cruz as being a little bit soft. I hate to say that.
No, hold off on. I've got to stop. Cruz is not soft, but that's not what I want to ask you about. I need to ask you a very important question. From my understanding, there's no right or wrong as far as you're concerned. Just my understanding here. You're a Tea Party guy, so you are, without question, you're an unapologetic conservative, right?
Socially conservative and fiscally conservative.
Okay, so are you thinking Trump is the same, or does it not matter as much to you?
Here's the way I look at it. I look at it it's over for the United States if we don't win this election. Trump can win. We have to win back our country. We cannot have another Romney. We cannot have another McCain. And I look at Ted Cruz as being almost like a Romney. He's going to lose.
Well, but wait, he's not like Romney in any way, shape, manner, or form, other than if he would lose, he might have that in common, but that's it.
Yeah. That's what
so you're not worried that Trump isn't who he says he is. There's none of you that you don't have. There are no red flags.
I mean, I'm not going to agree with everything that Trump does, but I just want him to win back our country, our freedoms, and get jobs working again, people working again here in the United States.
Okay. Well, so you're taking him at his word. Like when you hear him jump on Cruz the same way Democrats and the media and the Republican establishment jumps on Cruz, that doesn't raise a little red flag for you?
I mean, he's got to do his strategy, okay? Trump has to do his strategy. I don't know what his best strategy is. I believe what he's doing. I mean, you see, Rush, his polls are going up. His numbers are going up.
Hey, I'm just asking, I'm not trying to hide an opinion in my question. Don't anybody think that. You see what I'm getting here, folks.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Lane County Sheriff's Office is investigating a shooting that happened in Marcola. The first calls came into the sheriff's office around 12:30 Sunday. According to police reports, one person was hospitalized and a man arrested. According to police, there's no threat to the public. The storm hitting the Cascades this week is making skiers happy.
We are excited about this storm and the storm that keeps on giving. We're supposed to continue to get snow, maybe even an additional foot or more over and above what we've already received as we go through Monday.
Dave Dragathon at Mounted Meadows says the Mid-Mountain base is more than 40 inches locally. Hoodoo is opening this Friday. Roseburg Forest Products says it's going to move its corporate headquarters to Springfield by next September. The firm says it'll move 85 corporate employees, including top executives out of Dillard. The employees will join 30 information tech workers already in Springfield's former Northwest Community Credit Union building. Bill Lennon, KPNW. Gunrunner Arms in Junction City is the fastest growing gun survival and outdoor store in the Valley. You'll find the best holiday prices on new and used guns, Liberty Safes, survival gear, scopes, packs, steel targets, ammunition, reloading supplies, and Dillon and RCBS reloaders. You'll also get reloadable gift cards for your favorite outdoors person. I'm Bill London, the Gunrunner Elf, reminding you to check for in-store holiday specials. Gunrunner Arms on the corner of Highway 99 and 36 in Junction City. Holiday hours 9:30 to 7 Monday through Saturday, and Sundays open 11 to 4:30.
Tannerite Sports Outlet brings in Christmas with the 2 S's, savings and selection. Right now, Tannerite's got great gift ideas and stocking stuffers because they've remodeled, and that means big selection. Not sure? Don't know? It's all good. The staff at Tannerite will make that perfect gift happen, and they're going to give you more. Get a free pack of rimfire exploding targets when you spend $100 or more at Tannerite. Outstanding. Get it done. Christmas shopping made easy at Tannerite Sports Outlet, across I-5 from LCC.
Not available in California.
Listeners, do you have startup capital and want to invest in a booming business with incredible profit and growth potential? The opportunity is now because Fresh Healthy Vending, the #1 healthy vending franchise in North America, is looking for a few business-savvy, healthy-minded people right here in the local area to become Fresh Healthy Vending franchise owners. We're growing so fast that we've had hundreds of new franchise owners in the last few years alone. Now you can join them. This area has a huge demand for fresh, healthy, organic snacks on the go, and that's exactly what you'll be selling with your Fresh Healthy Vending machines. We've already identified prime, high-traffic locations that are perfect for healthy vending machines. Now we just need the right people to join our franchise network and help Fresh Healthy Vending continue to boom. If this sounds like you, go to readyforfresh.com today and enter code 2020. We'll send you a free owner information kit. As an added bonus to new franchise owners, we'll also pay half the franchise fees. Hurry, this offer is limited. Just go to readyforfresh.com and enter code 2020. That's readyforfresh.com, code 2020.
The Walterville Grange invites everybody to the holiday dinner and open house happening Tuesday, December 15th, starting at 6 p.m. Dinner is going to be served at 6:30. Walterville Grange will provide turkey, ham, mashed potatoes and gravy, stuffing, rolls, and coffee. You can bring your favorite side dish, salad, or dessert, and food donations will be accepted for the Lane County Mackenzie Food Banks. Santa will even be there to visit with the kids. So much fun. Happening Tuesday, December 15th, starting at 6 p.m. The Walterville Community Center, located at 39250 Camp Creek Road. For more information, call 541-896-9379. 541-896-9379. It's the annual holiday dinner and open house happening at the Walterville Grange Tuesday, December 15th. The Walterville Community Center is located at 39250 Camp Creek Road.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
No, I don't know what happens to Luke Skywalker. But you know what? I don't know a thing about Star Wars like nobody else knows anything about Star Wars. And I know that they're already lined up and they've shut down 4 streets in Hollywood waiting for this thing to premiere. And I know all the hype and everything else. My best guess is that Luke Skywalker becomes the villain. I mean, that's what they're doing in this latest Star Wars crowd. They're turning the bad guys into the good guys into the bad guys, and they're making it look the Democrat Party is currently the left, as represented by the Star Wars characters, becomes the good guys. The big government guys, the Death Star guys, become the good guys. Luke Skywalker is going to become the new Darth Vader. You watch. You don't think so? Okay, well, I don't know. I just, give me Jessica Jones. What the hell? Anyway, we're back. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Did you watch it? You turned Jessica Jones on? You like that show? Oh, I'm telling you, it is a total... But here's the thing about it. It's not so much the show itself as what it is. I'm telling you that I In fact, the next issue of the Limbaugh letter is tackling this subject. This show is nothing but misery. And millennials love it because of all the suffering and hopelessness and trauma and how you deal with it as though that's what life is. It's the most depressing thing. No wonder the millennials are screwed up. You know, I thought we baby boomers were bad, having to make up our own traumas. But man, the millennials are out doing anything we did. Creating trauma, creating stress, creating... and they're reveling in it. It just coping mechanisms and so forth. Have you seen any optimism in that show? I mean, there isn't any optimism. Even when the good guys, the whole thing is dark. It's just, but that's not that. You know, people can make a TV show, do whatever they want with it. My curiosity is the reaction of its target audience. Thinking that the portrayal of suffering and trauma and PTSD and stress, it's art. As though that is their lives. And the best shows today are those that reflect and project all of this stress and all of this suffering and all of this misery. And it disappoints me. People have that outlook on life and that as their future. And just, something's gone wrong somewhere. And I know exactly where and what it is. And it's called dominance of the left wing. Dominance of the pessimists. Anyway, folks, you know, your home is what you make of it, right? Right down to the detail on whether you choose to secure it with a home security system. It's all about what you make it. Now, some people have had some experience with home security, either in your own home or you've visited a home where it is. How many of you have been to a place, a house, that they have a home security system, but they don't arm it anymore because it's just too much trouble? We arm it and somebody opens the door, goes off, or constantly shut the thing off. Well, why don't you program it so it doesn't happen? Well, if we do that, then we defeat the whole purpose of having it. So we just don't turn it on much except when we leave house. And even then, sometimes it goes off when it shouldn't and so forth. So how many of you have seen circumstances like that, where they've got this elaborate home security system and they don't even turn it on because it either is too big an irritant or it doesn't work right? And they're always getting alarms when there aren't any. Well, you need to try Simply Safe. Families buying a Simply Safe home security system are not having these kinds of problems, and they certainly aren't having any second thoughts on whether it's a good purchase or not. They know it is. And they become some of the best spokespeople for the system. Good old word of mouth. You would not believe the word of mouth on Simply Safe. Coupled with the advertisements on this program, and they are going through the roof, and there's a reason. They give you everything you need to secure your home. The system that you choose comes pre-tested and pre-configured, and when you unpack and install it, and you can easily do that, don't be put off by it. You activate it, you connect it, it all goes together. You don't have to snake any wires, you don't have to rip out any walls, and there are no contracts to sign. And just because you can install it does not mean that it doesn't rank right up there with the best. You know, home security systems are like auto repair in a way. You take your car and they tell you you need a new disqualificator. What are you going to tell them? That happened to me once. A guy with an auto repair shop had a plastic Jesus on the cash register, so I thought he was honest. And he told me I needed a new disqualificator, $800. I didn't have $800, and I never heard of a disqualificator. How many of you can tell an auto repair guy, you're wrong? You don't know what you're talking about. Same with home security. Come out and do a site survey. Here's what you need. It's going to do this. We have to do that. Rip out that wall, run the wires here. None of that's necessary. And you can still have as great a home security system as anybody else. Go online to see how this all works. SimplySafeUSA.com. And you can connect to the cops and the fire department in your town. $14.99 a month, no long-term contracts. But you don't have to do that. You can just get by with the ear-splitting alarm sounding when the system is violated. But check it. SimplySafeUSA.com. Here's Brian in Augusta, Georgia. Hey, Brian, glad you called, sir. Welcome to the EIB network. Hello.
Thanks. Rush, Donald's campaign manager must absolutely cringe every time he gets in front of a microphone. As I said to Mr. Snurley, Hillary Clinton would eat Donald's breakfast, lunch, and dinner and forego the dessert and leave a tip. Do you remember what she said on one of her campaign stumps? She said, I look forward to debating Donald Trump. So, Mr. What's the guy running against her?
What's the what?
What's the guy running against her?
That'd be Bernie Sanders, you mean?
Bernie. So, Bernie, you can go sit down. You're a good governor. Y'all can go sit down. You made some noise, yes. And basically, a total disregard for the rest of the Republican candidates.
You know, I got to take issue with you on this, Brian. You're spouting the conventional wisdom that Hillary would mop the floor with Trump. But what does Hillary remind everybody of? Their first or second ex-wife. And how many of those does Trump have? He's got experience dealing with those kinds of things. He'd be able to just wipe the floor with her. Seriously, why do you think? I know you've read it, but why do you personally think, Brian and Augusta, that Hillary would just cream Trump in a debate or in the election?
Why? For one main reason. She is going to use Trump's biggest enemy against him. That's his own ego. I'm glad you asked me that question. She's going to say, Donald, was this you that said this about the Mexicans? Was this you who said, I got plenty, I do good with the blacks? Is this you about, it's going to be a systematic killing.
Wait a minute. Right? Are you thinking there's some people that don't know what Trump said about Mexicans and that Hillary's going to embarrass him by exposing that to people that have never heard him say it?
Rush, it's not that they didn't. Whether they heard it or not, she's going to remind them in such a way. She's going to make Trump look like this arrogant, corporate, macho, uncaring. And you got to remember, Rush, America's prime was first woman. I wouldn't vote for Hillary for 2 seconds in the presidency, by the way. But America's primed for it. It doesn't necessarily have to be Hillary, but they're primed for it.
Who says?
And let me say this. If the media, especially the elite liberal media, believed that Trump could beat Hillary, they would not lift him up the way they do every single week. Trump. But somebody realized...
Just a second, Brian. Wait just a minute. I'm watching a campaign, and you're watching a campaign that I'm not seeing.
Huh?
Are you telling me that the media is lifting Trump up and supporting Trump because they want Trump to get the nomination because they're confident Hillary is going to wipe the floor with him?
I could be wrong. That is my feeling. I said the media elite.
I think the media is trying to destroy Trump and frustrated as hell that they haven't been able to.
Right. Well, because he's the one person she can be, because she's going to make him seem like such a radical, such a buffoon. She's going to, what's your overseas policy? Well, I'm going to make America great.
I don't think Hillary can avoid making herself look like a radical and a buffoon.
I know, Rush, but you got to remember, people who are dipped in the war, gung-ho, Hillary vote, they don't care, and I think you know that. She's going to speak to the heart. She's going to be, well, I made my mistake, but I care about this country, and she's going to women. Donald, didn't you say you could do more for the women? Can you explain? She's going to twist all the, and Rush, they only made her stronger with that hearing. If I could have asked her one question, it would have been, let me ask you a question. Can we agree that some people died at Benghazi? Can we at least agree on that? Well, the 2 questions. She would say yes.
No, she'd say, what difference does it make now?
No, I would have said to her then, so do you say that your conscience is cleared over that matter? Can you say right now, national television is clear, that your conscience, do you have a clear conscience on that? And I would have left her alone. Rush, you got to see it. You've been around a long time.
Yeah, I know, but I'm telling you, Brian, unless I'm not following you here, and that's possible because of my hearing, but I don't think that anybody, by the time we get down to the presidential debates, is going to remember Hillary's hearing before the committee.
They're not, but Rush, it only made her stronger. So I'm reading these different articles says the Republican candidate is going to hold the Benghazi.
Okay, let's cut to the chase. Brian, let's cut to the chase here. I don't have much time. Let's cut to how do you beat her? That's what you want to do, so how do you do it? Who can beat her and how do we do it?
It's going to have to be maybe Cruz, or Carson, they will say a Bush, but Cruz has a better, and I like what he said. Hey, he'd be the one to get rid of IRS. I did like that. He's not as radical. Any of those three guys could beat Hillary, but that's why they're not getting that type of coverage on it. And they've got to show some uniform. If they don't, Rush, if Trump gets this nomination, that's just my call here, that the Republican Party is going to...
Look, you're in the conventional... The conventional wisdom is that Trump didn't have a prayer in a general election. That is the CW. And we should probably get more people's thoughts on that, if they agree or disagree and why. But I've got to go now. Brian, I appreciate the call. Thanks much. Be right back, folks.
He makes it look easy, but it's not. Rush on the EIB network.
This holiday season reminds us of the importance of family and tradition. For those people that you might not see this season, send a gift from 1-800-Flowers that shares the sentiment of the season. 1-800-Flowers has a stunning arrangement for this time of year with red roses, white lilies, and fragrant greens. They call it their Fields of Europe for Christmas. 1-800-Flowers.com is the only way I recommend sending flowers, folks. They make a wonderful impression, especially this time of year as holiday gifts. Order the Fields of Europe for Christmas arrangement. Get $10 off the original price. You can order this for delivery today or a day leading up to Christmas while supplies last. To get the $10 off the Fields of Europe for Christmas arrangement, just do this. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com and click on the radio microphone in the upper right-hand corner and then enter my name, Rush, R-U-S-H. That's 1-800-Flowers.com and enter my name, Rush, the offer code.
The vets had them on antibiotics as well as steroids. Nothing worked.
The vet had given him a cortisone.
The vet prescribed an antihistamine. The vet said that he had allergies.
The vet thought that Molly was just old.
The vet didn't know what to do.
The vet offered no success at all.
We probably spent at least $5,000 in that bill.
I heard about Dinovite on this radio station. DINOVITE.com.
859-428-1000.
I just called my wife. I said, dear, you got to check out Dinovite.
The omega-3 fatty acids. There's flaxseed oil, the seaweed, the kelp.
6 days later, my dog's ear problems were cured.
The shedding is stopped and the itching is stopped.
Tons of energy, no more bad smell. Everything we tried failed except the Dinovite.
The vet noticed that Sundance has a glossy coat now.
My vet was completely blown away. 859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
DINOVITE.com.
Give yourself a present with a new mattress from your locally owned Mattress Mania. Make yourself merry and save up to 50% today. Mattress Mania. Save like crazy in Eugene, Springfield, Albany, and Corvallis.
How do we get a diagnosis?
What are the stages of the disease?
When someone in your life has Alzheimer's, not a day goes by that you don't have questions.
Do we need full-time care?
Are there any new treatments?
So many questions. Where do you start?
How will I pay for this?
Where can I get extra help?
Alzheimers.gov, a reliable resource for information about Alzheimer's and related dementias.
What happens next?
Where can I find answers?
The answers start here.
Join parents and experts at Understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues designed to help you help your child thrive in school and in life. Understood.org, because understanding is everything. Brought to you by Understood.org and the Ad Council.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Deck the halls here, Manheim's Steamroller. A part of this program's Christmas celebration for 27 years. Chip Davis, Manheim Steamroller. Here is Bill in Southampton, New York. Hey, Bill, great to have you on the program, sir. Hello.
Thank you, Rush. I'm not accusing you of saying that you threw Donald Trump under the bus in that first hour, but I am accusing you of relegating him to the back of the bus, and I want to know why.
I didn't do anything of the sort. I did. You're talking about the sound bites I played where he went after Cruz. That puzzled me. It just genuinely, that doesn't sound like the Trump that I have known throughout this campaign. That sounds like Trump parroting anything you'd hear from the Washington establishment or the Democrats or the drive-by media. I mean, he basically said we can't.
I'm not buying it. I don't buy it.
What do you mean there's nothing to buy? You either don't believe what he said or he said what he said. You know, he said, I don't think Ted's got the good temperament. I hear him talking to criticize the Senate. You can't get anything done that way. You got to be able to work with people. Trump doesn't even believe that. Trump wants to steamroller to people that stand in the way.
Amen to that. God bless him for that.
Well, then why jump all over Cruz for basically being the same way?
Good question.
I mean, the thing I hate...
But explain it a little bit more, if you would, please.
All right. When I hear any Republican, like the last one I heard say it was Chris Christie, I cringed, and it was just a few short weeks ago, and I'm thinking, are you tone deaf? Christie said, look, I want the Democrats to know. Well, that's what do you want the Democrats to know?
Yeah.
I want them to know I will work with them. I can cross the aisle. And if they have good ideas, I'll work with them. And I said, what are you... This is John McCain. This is Mitt Romney. This is exactly how we lose. Our side does not want us working with the other side.
Have a lot of time.
They want us defeating the other side.
Christie lost me on the moment that he announced his candidacy by saying that we are not angry, but we are more disappointed by our politicians in Washington.
Okay, fine,
That's
same
not
thing.
The truth.
My point is...
We're angry. We're really angry about what's happening to our country.
Right. But the only thing I'm saying here is that with the way Trump went after Cruz, he's free to go after him. Don't misunderstand him. It's a primary campaign, but to go after Cruz for not cooperating with the Democrats, where has Trump said he's going to? And if that's what he's going to do, I damn well want to know it. You don't want Christie to cooperate with Democrats. We want to beat him.
When you say that, I'm sorry, Rush. I really feel like you put him in the back of the bus when you say that.
Didn't put him in the back of the bus. I just asked him, grab soundbite number 10. I want you to listen to this with me again.
Okay.
Trump on Fox News Sunday yesterday. Yeah. Wallace asked him, what do you think of Ted Cruz?
I don't think he has the right temperament. I don't think he's got the right judgment. You look at the way he's dealt with the Senate, where he goes in there like frankly, like a little bit of a maniac. You're never going to get things done that way. You can't walk into the Senate and scream and call people liars and not be able to cajole and get along with people. He'll never get anything done, and that's the problem with Ted.
Sounds exactly like what McCain would say of his opponent in the Republican primary. Sounds exactly what Romney would say. He would say, I'm the guy that can go into the Senate, and I can work with the Democrats, and I can get along with them, and Ted can't. And my reaction, I didn't know you wanted to get along with the Democrats, Mr. Trump. This is the first I've heard of that. That's my only reaction. Bill, that's not throwing Trump anywhere. I'm just reacting.
Okay.
I can think of a lot better, if I'm Trump, and I got Cruz coming on, and I can think of a lot better ways to criticize him without making people in my coalition question whether I'm really conservative or not. A lot of people are supporting Trump for a whole lot of reasons, and some of his support is made up of people who think because of his anti-establishmentism and his willingness to take on these establishment issues that there's a conservative streak in there, and he's flirting with making people question that. Anyway, I'm up against on time. I'm out of it, folks. So I've got to go. But thanks for the call. We'll be back.
To continue. The talent to succeed. Rush on the EIB network.
Obamacare has totally failed. You know it. I know it. But what do we do about it? Well, the Heritage Foundation has just released a free ebook with a 5-part plan to totally replace Obamacare. Heritage experts are some of the smartest people I know. I have relied on them for decades. You've got to read this. Just go to askheritage.org and get informed, get the facts, and get your free ebook. That's askheritage.org.
It's the last GOP debate of 2015, and it's only on CNN. Trump, Carson, Cruz, Rubio, Bush. The race is more intense than ever. Kasich, Fiorina, Christie, Paul, Huckabee. And there's only one place you can see the action. Only on CNN. Santorum, Pataki, Graham. Wolf Blitzer moderates the CNN Republican presidential debates. Tuesday night at 6 and 8:30 Eastern, only on CNN.
Happy holidays, everybody, from all your friends at Jerry's. You know your best one-stop shop for Santa? You guessed it, Jerry's Tool Department. We've got a beautiful selection with every tool you could ask for at guaranteed low prices. Plus, expert Santa's little helpers to answer all your questions.
Hi there.
Still stuck? Stuff those stockings with Jerry's gift cards. You won't go wrong. Best Santa's Workshop? You nailed it. Better head the sled for Jerry's in Eugene and Springfield. Cheers.
Northwest Alternative Health Eugene's premier medical marijuana clinic has a new location. Yes, we've moved to 1675 West 11th Suite B on the corner of 11th and Chambers. Having a medical marijuana card gives you exclusive access to medicine otherwise not available for recreational users, lower prices at the dispensaries, and higher limits for possession and growing. To get your card, drop by our new location or give us a call at 888-920-6076 or visit us online at ommpcard.com.
I can solve difficult problems for a Fortune 500 company.
I can run a successful business.
I can manage your home improvements.
I can publicize your message.
I can motivate your audience.
I can put my military experience to work for your company.
I can teach your children.
I can boost your bottom line.
I can add value to your workplace.
I could be a loyal and productive employee.
But I can't put my skills to work for your organization
if I'm not given the opportunity.
If you don't recognize my talents and ability.
If you don't hire me.
If you don't have an open mind and a workplace that's open to everyone.
If you don't realize that America works best when everybody works.
What can you do?
What can you do?
What can you do?
You can remember that it worked.
It's what people can do.
It's what people can do that matters.
Nearly 50 million Americans have disabilities. Capitalize on their talents with employment practices that benefit everyone. Learn more at whatcanyoudocampaign.org.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh Now. Tonight at 8, it's Alex Jones. Only on 1120 KPNW.
Matthew Continetti in the Washington Free Beacon recently has a column about how no matter Trump wins or loses, he totally reshapes the Republican Party in a seminal way.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. U.S. stocks are fluctuating amid turbulence in credit markets and on weakness in commodity shares. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 19 points to 17,246. S&P 500 index dropping 5 points. The Nasdaq is down 15. Newell Rubbermaid has agreed to acquire the Jordan Corporation for $15.4 billion. The new company, called Newell Brands, will have over 100 brands, including Yankee Candle, K2 Skis, to Papermate, and Sharpie. The countdown to liftoff is on. The Federal Reserve holds its final policy meeting of the year on Tuesday and Wednesday. Policymakers are poised to raise interest rates for the first time in 9.5 years. Analysts say the rate increase will be gradual. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Defending his ISIS strategy again, President Obama gets specific.
Since this summer, ISIL has not had a single successful major offensive operation on the ground in either Syria or Iraq.
After meeting with his national security team at the Pentagon, also listing by name terrorists the U.S. has taken out.
The point is, ISIL leaders cannot hide, and our next message to them is simple: you are next.
The president says ISIS has lost about 40% of the populated areas it once controlled in Iraq, though he also says he recognizes more progress is needed faster. He's sending Defense Chief Ash Carter to the Middle East to work on securing more military contributions as Secretary of State Kerry continues diplomatic efforts to end the Syrian civil war. There's late word that Army Sergeant Bo Bergdahl is being court-martialed on desertion charges, his attorney telling Reuters the case is being sent to military trial. He's accused of leaving his post in Afghanistan before he was captured and held for 5 years by the Taliban. Prosecutors say a Baltimore police officer just didn't care enough as closing arguments continue in the first of 6 officer trials over the death of Freddie Gray. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland with this live.
William Porter is the first of 6 officers charged in Freddie Gray's death to go to trial. The defense says he's a reasonable officer who did nothing wrong the day Gray was arrested and suffered a fatal spinal cord injury. The prosecution called the police van Gray was injured in a casket on wheels, and that Porter was negligent when he did not seek medical care for him. Gray died a week later, sparking days of unrest in Baltimore. The city has opened an emergency operations center as a precaution, and police officers will be working 12-hour shifts. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. The baseball commissioner has just rejected Pete Rose's plea for reinstatement, saying he doesn't think the all-time hits leader has been completely honest about his gambling on baseball games. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
If you are behind on your bills, then this message is for you. How would you like to have a large portion of your credit card debt or medical bills forgiven? National Credit Card Relief would like to give you free information on a proven debt forgiveness program. It's not bankruptcy, it's not consolidation. This special program actually wipes clean the portion of your debt that is forgiven. Call for your free forgiveness information now. 800-719-2090. That's 800-719-2090. Don't wait. Call 800-719-2090.
Do you have a retirement account? Is it likely to go up 60% or down 60%? Wake up. Low interest rates support the market, and it won't last forever. It's time to hedge with solid gold. You will regret not doing so in the next market crash. Do it right. Don't pay a setup and storage fee. Discover how. Call Goldworth. Request the IRA guide free. Call 800-257-GOLD. 800-257-GOLD. Visit Goldworth.
The Powerball jackpot is over $150 million. Buy your ticket today and power your dreams. Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene.
Hi, I'm Andrew Bizantz, the music director of Eugene Opera. I would like to invite you to join us this New Year's Eve as we continue our expanded 39th season with Donizetti's dramatic masterpiece, Lucia di Lammermoor. Eugene Opera's production will star Metropolitan Opera soprano Leah Partridge as the fragile Lucia who is driven to madness and murder, and Eugene favorite David Gustafson as her passionate lover Edgardo. Eugene Opera is also pleased to welcome baritone Malcolm McKenzie as Lucia's calculating brother Enrico, and legendary bass Kevin Langen as the sympathetic Raimondo. Donizetti was at the height of his musical and dramatic powers when he composed Lucia. The opera's score is memorable from the first notes of the prelude to the famous mad scene and haunting final aria. Please join us at the Holt Center on Thursday, December 31st at 7:30 p.m. or Sunday, January 3rd at 2:30 p.m. For tickets or more information, please call 541-682-5000 or visit our website at eugeneopera.com.
Happy holidays! Compare and save at American Mattress. Save on a new Beauty Rest Recharge Queen Set and experience recharging sleep for just $6.99. Enjoy holiday savings in Eugene on West 11th and Springfield right next to Best Buy. American Mattress, where you'll always find a good deal on a great night's sleep.
Oh no, this can't be happening.
Sorry, it's happening. You took that curve way too fast.
Who are you?
I'm Regret. It's nice to meet you. Sorry it's under these circumstances.
Where are you?
In your head. And everywhere, really.
Why is everything in slow motion?
I'm not sure. A trick of the mind? You're not going to make it out of this one unscathed. I'm really sorry.
I'll go back and slow down. Can I do that?
I wish you could, but you were going so fast you had no reaction time. This isn't going to end well, Mark. The windshield is shattered. This might hurt.
Oh, no. Please don't leave me.
I won't. I'll be with you for a long time.
Your car may be built for speed, but the human body is not. It's simple. The faster you go, the harder you crash, and the greater the injury. So stick with the speed limit and avoid regret. Slow down. It's the way to go. A message from ODOT.
100 years ago, there were 100,000 tigers in the wild. Today, there are as few as 3,200. The Earth's wild animals can't speak up when they need help, but we can. Be the voice for those who have no voice. Visit worldwildlife.org.
It's 11:06 in time for the last hour of Rush with Lars Larson, coming up at noon on 1120 KPNW.
I'm pretty sure what's going on here. And it's Trump and Ted Cruz dust up. And I think it all goes back to that report in the New York Times last week citing two anonymous sources at a Madison Avenue luncheon with Cruz. Two anonymous sources told the New York Times that during that luncheon with Cruz on Madison Avenue, that Cruz questioned Trump's judgment. He did not disagree with Trump on the Muslim thing. He didn't disagree with Trump on the Mexican thing. He didn't disagree with Trump on the whatever thing. He didn't disagree with. He just said that he question Trump's judgment, and he has not done that publicly, which was one of my premier points in the first week. In response, the Cruz campaign, after that New York Times story came out, the Cruz campaign sent out a statement blasting the story. Now, what I think happened here is that Trump responded in kind, which is his MO. And I'm not defending anybody. I'm not on anybody's payroll. I've not endorsed anybody. I'm not in anybody's camp here. I'm doing what I always do in these primaries, and I'm just telling you what I see, what I think, what various things happen day to day. So, New York Times has a story. Two anonymous sources at a luncheon with Cruz say that Cruz questioned Trump's judgment. Cruz then issues a statement denying it, ripping the New York Times story. Trump, his MO, somebody hits him, he hits him back. And that's what happened here. And he hit back on the same level that he thought Cruz hit him. And that is, if you go back to this Trump soundbite, grab number 10 again. Listen to the first two sentences in this, and I think this will confirm my interpretation of what's going on here.
I don't think he has the right temperament. I don't think he's got the right judgment. You look at the way he's dealt with the Senate, where he goes in there like a, frankly, like a little bit of a maniac. You're never going to get things done that way.
Okay.
You can't.
That's it. So he reads a story in the New York Times where Cruz is reported to have questioned his judgment. So Trump responds by questioning Cruz's judgment. I don't think he's got the right temperament. I don't think he's got the right judgment. And folks, it's disappointing to hear Trump hit Cruz the same way that the Republican establishment hits Cruz, and the same way that the media hits Cruz, and this is a big deal to me. This Republican belief that somehow the voters want a candidate who can compromise, who can make Washington work. I mean, I get revolted at that. That's not what voters on our side are looking for. That is the problem, working with Democrats, joining them on amnesty, joining them on Obamacare. That's the problem. We don't want somebody who can walk into the Senate and compromise what we believe with these people. We want somebody to walk into the Senate and defeat them. And a ditto in the House, and ditto nationwide. And that's what Trump has been expressing he can do, wants to do, and will do. And justifiably, he has just a huge groundswell of support, because I know I'm right. People who have voted Republican are fed up with this idea that what's missing is our unwillingness to compromise. Screw that. We are compromising. There isn't any gridlock. We are compromising. We're going out of our way to compromise, and we have been for years. The problem is there really isn't any disagreement in Washington. And Cruz has been just as vocal about Trump. I mean, Cruz has taken it to the Florida Senate and taken it to the Democrats on the Senate and done exactly what conservative voters claim want to happen. But then to turn around and accuse him of not having temperament or judgment, not being able to work with these guys, I'm just disappointed, because Trump's not working with people. Trump's campaign's not based on his ability to compromise and work with people. Trump's campaign's based on the people currently doing everything are goofs. They're dumb. They're not competent. We need smarter people, and they're doing these things. He hasn't made it a process by which the two parties compromise and work together. That's for losers. That kind of talk and that kind of belief is for Republican losers. And I can name them for you: Bob Dole, John McCain, Mitt Romney, and anybody else in this field who talks about it. So anyway, that was one thing. Then the Trump hit on Scalia. I'm just telling you, they raised red flags for me, folks. That's all. I think it's unfortunate. Antonin Scalia is the last best hope of the Supreme Court, along with Clarence Thomas and Sam Alito. Scalia is not the problem there, and to not know that Scalia wasn't using his own words, he was discussing theories that have been advanced by other academics, including Thomas Sowell and Stuart Taylor, who had formerly been a reporter for the New York Times. They were the ones theorizing about affirmative action and admissions policies with African Americans at major American universities. Scalia was bandying it back, just like Obama does. It was like a faculty lounge conversation among academics. Wasn't Scalia opining? But man, the whole media, they hit their narrative filled. They get their template. Somebody goes out and says something they think is racist. They're all on it. This has been one of the most misreported things in recent memory. But Scalia engaged in racist, discriminatory language while discussing a case at the Supreme Court. Nothing of the sort happened. And it doesn't even take a lot of digging to find that out. And Trump has previously praised Scalia to the skies. So I just wonder what's going on. Look, folks, it's no more complicated than this. We all agree that the establishment in Washington is disconnected from us and way out of touch. And to attack a candidate the same way that establishment would, I don't know, it was just unfortunate, that's all. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend it didn't happen. As I say, it's not going to matter. In the Monmouth poll that's out, Trump's up at 41%. It's relationship that Trump has with his supporters. I don't think the establishment has the slightest idea of understanding it, slightest ability to understand it. They don't have anybody who's ever had that kind of relationship. It's really true to point that out. And as such, they don't understand. They don't understand that kind of loyalty. The loyalty they understand flows from dollars and cents. And the hell with cents. The kind of loyalty they understand flows from dollars. You get some dollars in return, you're loyal to who gave them to you. And that's not, Trump's support's not based on money, it's not based on quid pro quos, it's totally based on ideas. That's one of the things that scares everybody in the establishment about Trump's campaign. They studiously avoid trying to connect with people on ideas, because if they did, they would have to compromise what they think on ideas. I mean, the Republican establishment can no more come out and criticize amnesty than the Democrats can come out and criticize abortion. They just can't do it. They couldn't even fake it, and they couldn't get away with faking it. So they have to go about it in a different way. And they chose the Jeb way, and that was getting a nomination without the base. And how's that working out for them? It isn't. So it's there's still a lot of upsides here, that ideas triumph and matter, that money is not the sole determining factor. But, of equal interest to me is this conventional wisdom belief that Hillary Clinton's going to mop the floor with Trump or Cruz. If you think that, then you think that she's going to mop the floor with anybody. And sadly, way too many people do think that. I'm very much interested in people who think that. I just want to find out why you think it. I think the main reason to, if you want to use the word fear, Hillary Clinton is that there's a D next to her name, and whoever running for president with the D next to their name is automatically going to win New York and California and Massachusetts and get those electoral votes. No matter who or what she did, if you Daffy Duck running, and if there's a D next to Daffy Duck's name, he's going to win New York. And going to win California and going to win Massachusetts and all the other states where Democrats have slam dunks. And to credit Hillary Clinton as being if she's such a great campaigner, why hadn't she, what happened to her in 2008? She's not a great campaigner. The truth of the matter is that Hillary Clinton's greatest liability is her own voice. The more she speaks, the worse her numbers get. That's why there aren't any Democrat debates, and the ones that are held are on Saturday when nobody watches. They all know it. She's not this inevitable, unbeatable person that everybody, or way too many people, seem to think that she is. Anyway, I mentioned Matthew Continetti. I'm going to go through this somewhat quickly because it's an interesting theory to me. Matthew Continetti has a piece in the Washington Free Beacon, and he thinks that either nominating or not nominating Trump is going to reshape the Republican Party in potentially devastating ways. Now, the two ways are that Trump could win by assembling a majority of non-traditional Republican voters. Now, the theory there is, if you have a Republican nominee who wins the nomination with a coalition of voters that are not typically Republican, somehow that's a problem for the party. The thing that I have always wondered about here where it comes to Trump, and I'm sorry for repeating this, I know the regular listeners have heard this a lot, but remember there's a new tune-in factor each and every day, and while you may have heard it 5 or 6 times, this is going to be the first for many. If you look at the demographic, ethnic makeup of the Trump support group, it looks exactly like what the Republican Party claims it wants. The Republican Party, as constituted, really is embarrassed of its base. They consider its base to be Southern, hayseed, pro-life rednecks, and by extension, not very bright. And that part of their base embarrasses them. And I just shared with you an opinion piece of Kathleen Parker, supposed conservative columnist at last week, who postulates she's not alone, that, you know what, for the Republican Party long term, it may be the best thing to lose and get rid of this base and reconstitute the party with a different group of people comprising the base, because this base is always going to be a drag and it's always going to be an embarrassment. So the theory is losing with this base is proof that the party can never win with its current Tea Party-oriented type base. And she's not alone when I say that. And people are coming along and say if that happens, the Republican Party identity is going to be shaken up in ways like it's very seldom been. But it seems to me that the Republican Party would like a broad-based coalition. They would like having some independents. I mean, God, they talk about them enough. They would like having an additional influx of female voters. All of these people make up the Trump base. There are a lot of Hispanics in the Trump base. There are a lot of African Americans in the Trump base. You'd be stunned at the number of African Americans supporting Trump. It seemed to me the Republican Party, the other factor that Continetti, if I'm reading him right, seems concerned about is nationalism, that Trump is promoting a nationalism and that's bad, because a nationalism is exclusionary and not inclusive, and it's too home teamish and so forth. And I always thought that growing and expanding the party beyond where it is was an objective here. I also don't understand what is so wrong with nationalism. A good definition of nationalism, if you don't know what it is, would be to look at what's happening in France now with the conservative wing there. This, what is her name? Le Pen, I don't know if you pronounce it, L-E. Is it Le Pen or Le Pen or whatever? You've got her mother, Christine Le Pen or Martine Le Pen. It's the daughter, a 26-year-old, that is running and just running away with it in France, talking about we've got to become France again. You know, we've got to close our borders. We've got to stop all this immigration. We've got to get reacquainted with who we are. We are the French, and we've got to remain the French, and we've got to become the French again. And, of course, people are attacking her as being racist and all these other horrible things. That's another accusation being leveled here at Trump, and that if he gets a nomination or doesn't, that the Republican Party is going to be reconstituted on one of these two bases or both. And that it may not be the best thing. I'm not sure I agree with either side of those things. I mean, the Republican Party, as it's currently constituted, at least at the establishment level, is clearly incapable of winning with an agenda that is opposed to what the Democrats want to do significantly, and that's no good. That's got to stop. I got to take a break.
This Christmas, for a limited time, you can still get the Quad Pack collection at paulshanklin.com. All 4 of Shanklin's outrageous parody CDs at one low price, plus free priority shipping. Available now to listeners of the EIB network while supplies last at paulshanklin.com. Paul, SHANKLIN.com. You're listening to the EIB network.
Hi, I'm Kyle Cox, founder and owner of Blindster.com. At Blindster.com, we sell custom blinds and shades at affordable prices and provide the best customer service humanly possible. Since 2010, we've sold hundreds of thousands of blinds to satisfied customers across the country. Just check out our more than 10,000 customer reviews online. Blindster.com has easy-to-follow measuring and installation instructions on our website, as well as friendly and knowledgeable representatives available to help. And we take the fear out of ordering custom window coverings by offering free samples and a 60-day money-back satisfaction guarantee. In addition, we offer a fit-or-free guarantee, meaning your blinds will fit, or we will remake them in a different size, even if you make a mistake in measuring, for free.
Go to Blindster.com now and take advantage of our special offer for Rush listeners only. Take 20% off any order. Just use the coupon code RUSH at checkout. Visit us now at Blindster.com. That's BLINDSTER.com. Blindster.com. Blindster.com.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
And Bob Nelson.
And I'm Marcia Edwards of the Real Estate Today Show. We've been standing next to Mark Brockett of Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division. He is an amazing lender for residential loans.
He has an opportunity to take a look at your situation, identify, but for instance, should you refinance? It could save you a lot of money for a number of years to come. Fantastic.
That's Mark Brockett. Call him today.
You can reach Mark Brockett at 541-431-0236. That's Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division at 315 Coburg Road.
What's your most important document?
This week, a paid invoice.
The McGrath proposal.
Olivia's adoption papers.
Documents are who we are and what we do. With intelligent printers and MFPs, customized apps and services, Kyocera Document Solutions helps companies capture, distribute, and manage the many documents that matter. Because if the document is important,
my winning business plan,
the company is important. Learn more at oldtrex.com.
The Landing at Newport Condominium Hotel welcomes you to the Central Oregon coast. From glorious sunrises to magnificent sunsets, you will experience an ever-changing view of the Yaquina Bay. The Landing at Newport offers modern, clean, comfortable, and fully furnished accommodations. Whether you spend your day doing business, beachcombing, crabbing, or sightseeing, you'll want to end your day relaxing in the comfort of your home away from home. At the Landing at Newport. For more information, call 541-574-6777.
I came home from work and walked in the door. The kids built a snowman in the middle of the floor. The furnace shut down. Oh, that's just great. Good thing priority 1 is open late.
Winter and the end of 2015 is just around the corner. Now's the time to call Priority 1 to get that new Carrier heat pump unit and save big. Get your rebates and tax credits before they ever gone.
Get manufacturer's rebates or receive up to $1,250 in state tax credits by calling Priority 1 now.
Priority1heating.com. Keeping you in comfort, that's Priority 1.
Online at KPNW.com and on the air right now. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you know that immigration officials are prohibited from looking at the social media postings of visa applicants? Yeah. Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson decided against ending that policy. It's a secret policy. The policy prohibits immigration officials from reviewing social media posts of foreigners applying for U.S. visas. Had they done so, they would have known and spotted the radicalism of the wife in the San Bernardino, too, because her social media was ablaze with her radicalism. Her social media promised all kinds of hell being unleashed. But we have a policy in this country that prohibits. Social media is not behind a freaking password, for crying out loud. People are vomiting this stuff about themselves. So why can't they look at it? Why can't they investigate social media? People applying for visas. Why? Why can't they look at it? Well, what's the reason for it? Anybody know? I don't know. On the surface, it doesn't make any sense to me. This is Levi, Rochester, New York. Hi, Levi. Great to have you on the show. Hi.
Hey, Rush. Lots of support from a longtime listener here in upstate New York.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. My question is, I heard you talking earlier about Ted Cruz and just his appeal, based on his integrity and just, being a class act and being polite. And I guess so far I've been a Ben Carson supporter, and I feel like he has a lot of those same qualities as far as he's not establishment. He's a class act. He has a good track record, and he speaks peacefully and doesn't attack people. And I was just wondering your opinion on why you think he's kind of fallen off as opposed to Cruz.
Well, you're right in the first place. I don't think there's a finer man in America than Ben Carson. Just in terms of human characteristics, quality, decency, integrity, morality, virtue, he may be unparalleled. I just have to take a wild guess. I think what began the downward slide was an apparent unawareness of foreign policy questions.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Lane County Sheriff's Office is investigating a shooting that happened in Marcola. The first calls came into the Sheriff's Office around 12:30 Sunday. According to police reports, one person was hospitalized and a man arrested. According to police, there's no threat to the public. The storm hitting the Cascades this week is making skiers happy.
We are excited about this storm and the storm that keeps on giving. We're supposed to continue to get snow, maybe even an additional foot or more over and above what we've already received as we go through Monday.
Dave Dragathon of Mounted Meadows says the mid-mountain base is more than 40 inches locally. Hoodoo is opening this Friday. Roseburg Forest Products says it's going to move its corporate headquarters to Springfield by next September. The firm says it'll move 85 corporate employees, including top executives out of Dillard. The employees will join 30 information tech workers already in Springfield's former Northwest Community Credit Union building. Bill Lennon, KPNW.
Buy your next mattress from your locally owned Mattress Mania and save up to 50% off and get no credit needed financing. Mattress Mania, save like crazy in Eugene, Springfield, Albany, and Corvallis.
You're independent and want to stay that way, but you'd like some friendship and security. Consider Eugene's elegant yet affordable retirement living, Turpentine Terrace. At Turpentine Terrace, friendships grow through activities, the all-day restaurant-style dining, and the warm community environment. The large studio, one-bedroom, and two-bedroom apartments are the best value in Eugene. They have a secure parking garage and are near excellent retail stores. Call for a free tour and lunch, 689-0619. Turpentine Terrace, a tremendous time of life. Levitt's Freight Service is looking for experienced flatbed drivers who come ready to run hard and get paid top wages. Drivers can earn as much as 50 cents per mile. Get behind the wheel of a newer, well-maintained fleet at Levitt's. Right now, drivers living along the I-5 corridor will run superior miles and get through the house weekly. Call Levitt's Freight Service now and ask for Jordan Williams and be treated like the professional you are.
Hi, this is Jordan Williams from Levitt's Freight Service. Join our team. Call me now at 800-935-4236. Again, that's 800-935-4236. And let's talk about your future.
My dad came to live with us last month, and you know, it's going pretty well. I feel like I never have time for myself. With him being around more, it really lets us catch up on things. His memory isn't what it used to be. We get up and we have coffee. He usually wakes up at 4:30. Then we go for a walk. He needs lots of my attention. I do need to keep an eye on his medications, though. That's important. Sometimes I feel like a pharmacist. I'd say John and the kids are adjusting pretty well. They honestly have no idea what I'm going through. It can be a little challenging, but so far so good. I could really use just a little help.
For those dealing with the daily struggles of caring for a loved one, we hear you. That's why AARP created a community with experts and other caregivers for advice, tips, and support. Together, let's help each other better care for ourselves and the ones we love. Visit aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Oregon veterans have put a lot on the line for us. Many sacrificed their lives and their bodies. The Oregon Paralyzed Veterans of America assists paralyzed and mobility-challenged vets, making accessibility improvements to their homes, working with the VA, offering sports and recreation activities from hunting to basketball, and a host of other services. OPVA's board is made up of paralyzed vets who get it. If you're a paralyzed or mobility-impaired vet, call them at 503-362-7998 or visit OregonPVA.org.
And now, Katy Perry.
Imagine going on stage with nothing and being expected to roar. It's the same with our teachers who are using their own money so students can learn. DonorsChoose.org helps teachers and students succeed.
Join Katy Perry at MakeRoarHappen.com.
Tonight at 6, catch the Lars Larson National Show. Now, back to El Rushbo on KPNW.
Rush Limbaugh.
The saga continues.
That's right, a man, a legend, a way of life. Are any of you becoming recalcitrant or reluctant or fearful to shop online, even though the trend toward that is increasing dramatically? Any of you afraid to do it because of database breaches and so forth, hacks that you've heard taking place out there? I mean, it's a reasonable, I don't know, fear, but it's a reasonable concern to have. I mean, you don't even have to be targeted these days for your private information, login and other credit card data, your passwords and accounts at all these various places. You don't even have to be the target to end up having your data stolen. You can just be a membership of a database at a department store, any other kind of a store or website where the hack takes place. If you are one of those kind of people, you're missing out on a lot of convenience. Beyond the ability to online shop and dictate delivery times and places, it's really becoming an added convenience, not have to traipse around brick and mortar stores. But if you're worried about credit card fraud, let me give you a way that reduces the chance of that happening to you better than anything else you can do. It's become a member of LifeLock. Now, I must say at the outset, no one company can monitor every transaction of every member and prevent fraud ever happening. Nobody can do it, and nobody claims to be able to do it. However, LifeLock does it better than anybody else out there. Now, a lot of people will tell you that credit reporting agencies are just as good as this, but they're not in a number of ways. In the first place, LifeLock has a proprietary software that has the ability to monitor the activity of their members and detect abnormal behavior. And then they have the great proprietary software that allows them to alert you immediately when something like that's spotted, and then gives you the chance to thumb it up or thumb it down. In other words, LifeLock might detect activity on your credit card that isn't you. You get an alert from them, and if it isn't you, you fire back right away, and they can shut it down. Consequently, you can say, no, that's me. It's okay. And they leave it alone, and everything's cool. And then if somebody does hack you or get your data, they have proprietary software, again, that's better than anybody else, including the free credit reporting agencies, at restoring everything for you. It really is something to consider. It's $9.99 a month for this, and if you use my name when you sign up and buy it, 10% off of that. I mean, it really works. It's peace of mind. It's bank accounts. It's credit cards. It's equity in the bank. Any source of cash that somebody might want to target of yours, they protect. Call LifeLock at 800-440-4833 and use my name, Rush, and that's 10%. Or you can go online at lifelock.com and do the same thing. Just remember to use the offer code RUSH, 10% off. The number again, 800-440-4833. David in Albuquerque, New Mexico, thank you for your patience, and great to have you here. Yes.
It's an honor to speak with you. Mega dittos.
Thank you.
I was raised in a real liberal home, and a friend of mine turned me on to your program, so everything I know about conservatism comes from you. I consider myself a neocon, and I've been supporting Rubio all along the way. So you had a caller earlier who said that he's been supporting Cruz, and now he feels like Trump is being thrown under the bus. But I'll tell you what, I will meet that type of person halfway and vote for Cruz, because there's no way I'm going to vote for Trump. I feel like he's too much like Jesse the Body Ventura or Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, now, wait, that's interesting. He's too much. Those are judged to be celebrity know-nothings at the moment of truth.
That's how I judge Trump. That's how I see him. I'm sorry. I think his celebrity is the thing. I think there are enough people, I think the numbers are showing it, that they will not vote for him, because our votes, at least to me, my vote is sacred. I don't want to go to my grave knowing that I helped put somebody in the highest, most important, most powerful office in the world that was going to be terrible, just terrible. And so I'm not going to vote for him.
Let me probe here for just a second. I just make sure I understand. You believe that Trump, as similar to Jesse the Body and Schwarzenegger, that when he gets into office, he's going to be overwhelmed, not really know what to do.
Right.
And that everything that he said up till now, you don't think it matters? You don't think he really means? Let me put it, you don't think people support him because of the substance of what he's saying? You think they're just dazzled by his celebrity and his personality?
I think there's a lot of that. I think there's also a lot of people in the Hillary camp who want to run against him. And I think that people like Rubio are far better equipped for what's going on right now with foreign policy. And this is a foreign policy election more than anything else in my eye.
Well,
so I think he's going to be incapable. When Jesse Ventura got in or Schwarzenegger got in, it was a disaster. They, Republican or not, independent or not, just incompetent. So I'm not voting for him.
What do you?
I will meet in the middle of the vote for Cruz. I will meet you in the middle to vote for Cruz. To that other caller.
What do you like about Marco Rubio?
Rubio seems to know foreign policy better than any of them and can speak so much clearer about it. I mean, look at Jeb Bush. He doesn't have the fire in his belly, but Rubio is very fluent on it. I think if we had a ticket like Cruz-Rubio, with Cruz on top, we could have the White House for the next 16 years. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see us get in there with Trump and have him be just impotent and useless and then lose in 4 years. And I don't think he would even get in. So that's that's my opinion,
This is interesting to me, this belief that the guy running away with it on the Republican side can't win. And he's at 41% now in the Monmouth poll. Admittedly, Cruz way up in Iowa, although in Quinnipiac they're tied. Look, no cold water here, folks. Little truth about things. I think it'd be big if Cruz wins Iowa for a whole host of reasons. And I can imagine that day. I can imagine the day after the Hawkeye Caucus and Cruz is the winner. I can't tell you how that's going to shake up the establishment. You're not going to believe it. It's going to rattle them like you can't believe, and it's going to energize Cruz and his campaign. Right? I mean, right now we're just dealing with polls. There hasn't been a vote cast. But you get to the actual first votes cast, it changes everything. It always does, by definition. It should. But here you have one other thing about the Hawkeye Caucus. The last guy that won the Hawkeye Caucus was Rick Santorum in 2012. And he can't get a cup of coffee right now. And before that, in 2008, it was Huckabee. The Republican side in the Hawkeye Caucus tends toward evangelical, which is fine. There's no criticism here. I don't want anybody putting words in my mouth or assuming that I'm saying things I'm not. But it's always been the case. You can lose Iowa and be damaged if you're expected to win it, like Howard Dean. But winning Iowa, whether you come out of nowhere or are expected, does not necessarily, New Hampshire's next. I think Bill Clinton lost them both, for example. And that's why he was called a comeback kid later on, way, way later that spring. And then we have the SEC primary, which comes right after South Carolina. And that's going to be big. South Carolina is a greater indicator than either New Hampshire or Iowa. But I still find it's just a curiosity to me that the Republican leading, and you have nothing to go by other than these polls, as you got Monmouth out here today with Trump at 41%. And there's nobody in that poll that's even close. And the conventional wisdom is he can't beat Hillary. So what does that say about these Republican primary voters? That they're about to, at this point, their greatest enthusiasm is for somebody who can't beat Hillary. I'd like to know the thinking on that. And I'll tell you where I come from. See, I think, and I could be way wrong. I've been wrong about Hillary so many times, but I'm sticking with my instincts because at some point I'm going to be right. I think she's defeatable. I think all it would take is somebody really trying, not being afraid, not being defensive, not being negative, not thinking, somebody unafraid to go after her because she's a woman, somebody unafraid of whatever mafia she has going after them, somebody willing to roll up the sleeve, tell the truth about this woman and her husband. I don't see the invincibility. I never have. But you go to Washington, D.C. or inside official political organizations and apparatus, and I guarantee you they think she's unbeatable. I have never understood it. I don't understand it now. I can remember hosting parties at my house back in 2007, 2008, and a sense of gloom overtaking the dinner table when one of the guests said there's a 75% chance that Hillary Clinton's going to be the next president. It just brought the evening to a screeching halt until I rallied everybody with a speech on liberalism and conservatism and everybody running to the beach for a midnight swim and celebration. But a poll came over the table. 75% chance Hillary Clinton's going to be. Why? Maybe I'm the dense one on this. Maybe there's something about Hillary. I think it's more the strength of the Democrats and their electoral votes in the states they get than it is Hillary. But time will tell. I just don't understand. You think teams that line up to play, say, the New England Patriots, all week before the game go and saying we can't win? You think the coach is telling the player, you know, look, our objective here, we want to come out of here with a moral victory. We want to be at least lose by no more than 10. You think that happens? And may. Coaches may have to fire players up, who know. But I've never seen such defeatism disguised as brilliant prognostication when it comes to running against Hillary Clinton. I've never understood it. I probably never will.
Rated the #1 talk radio personality of all time, Rush Limbaugh, on the EIB network.
There is one important thing you can do to help ensure having a good day, and that's getting a good night's sleep the night before. Well, there's one company set out to make this possible. It's Boll and Branch. They have reinvented sheets and bedding with the sole purpose of making your nighttime rest more comfortable than ever. You can only get these fabulous products at one place, bollandbranch.com. There's no department store. There's no department store overhead. Go online to Boll, and by the way, that's BOLL. bollandbranch.com. Try them completely risk-free for 30 nights. And it gets even better. Go to bollandbranch.com today. Get 20% off your entire order. And you'll get free shipping, too. Plus, all their products come beautifully packaged in their signature boxes. Go to bollandbranch.com today. 20% off your entire order and free shipping. Just use the promo code RUSH. That's bollandbranch.com. Remember, promo code RUSH.
It's the last GOP debate of 2015, and it's only on CNN. Trump, Carson, Cruz, Rubio, Bush. The race is more intense than ever. Kasich, Fiorina, Christie, Hall, Huckabee. And there's only one place you can see the action. Only on CNN. Santorum, Pataki, Graham. Wolf Blitzer moderates the CNN Republican presidential debates. Tuesday night at 6 and 8:30 Eastern, only on CNN.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
Jim Olson with Olson's Auto Glass.
I'm the third generation to run the business, started in 1938 by my grandfather, Emil Olson. What defines us, separates us, is I think the quality of our work. We strive for excellence in every car we do. We try to use the best quality products available. Cars, trucks, SUVs, all that sort of thing. We can do the glass in all of them. That's our main focus, is auto glass and safety of the vehicle. Our website is olsonsautoglass.com. Our address is 2041 West 7th Avenue. Phone number is 541-342-7773.
Tannerite Sports Outlet brings in Christmas with the 2 S's. Savings and selection. Right now, Tannerite's got great gift ideas and stocking stuffers because they've remodeled, and that means big selection. Not sure? Don't know? It's all good. The staff at Tannerite will make that perfect gift happen, and they're going to give you more. Get a free pack of Rimfire exploding targets when you spend $100 or more at Tannerite. Outstanding. Get it done. Christmas shopping made easy at Tannerite Sports Outlet, across I-5 from LCC. Tired of long wait times and high prices at your local boat repair shop? The Boat Dock LLC Marine Repair in Springfield has the fastest turnover. With state-of-the-art test equipment and on-site test tank, the jobs are done right the first time. From simple tune-ups and water pumps to complete repowers on all types of marine power boats. The Boat Dock LLC is the shop to visit at 1252 30th Street in Springfield. A Better Business Bureau accredited business. Visit their website at eugeneboatrepair.com. That's eugeneboatrepair.com.
Would you let other people order for you?
He'll have the small Viennese.
No, I won't. So why let others make decisions about your older years? Do you want your kids or perfect strangers choosing where you'll live or how your money gets spent?
No.
Go to longtermcare.gov and find your own path forward. It takes you step by step through everything you need to consider about aging and all your options. Longtermcare.gov. Plan now to stay in charge or pay later.
How about a mohawk?
Very funny.
When news breaks, depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
So I just got a flash note from Cookie, who is monitoring all of the cable news networks out there as we scour constantly for intriguing audio soundbites. And she says, what she say here? She said, I want to read it verbatim. MSNBC cannot stop reporting that you turned on Trump today. You know, can I tell you all something confidentially? I don't want you to tell anybody. It's just between us. If you tell anybody, I guarantee I'll hear about it. The media, they think I have the ability to make or break any of these candidates. They can't. They think I have the moral authority. Now, don't tell anybody I said this, because I don't want them to think that I know this. Well, no, they're not listening here. They're not going to hear about this snurdly. They never listen here. If MSNBC doesn't tell them I said this, they'll never know. Or Media Matters or whatever. But they've been waiting. They've been waiting. They've been hoping. They hate Trump, and they've been hoping. They think only I can do it. So they think that my question, I did not throw Trump under the bus today. I did not, what does it say here? Turn on Trump. I haven't turned on anybody. I haven't thrown anybody away. I haven't announced support for anybody. All I did was raise a question about the way Trump went after Cruz. That's all I did. And I said it disappointed me a little bit because it sounded like the same kind of criticism we would get from the establishment Republicans, which Trump is running against. So if you hear somebody say, if you're out there on social media and they say, yeah, Limbaugh turned on Trump, you bet you now have it from the horse's mouth that I didn't. And if you've been listening, you know that I didn't. But so eager are they for somebody that they know has the credibility and the moral authority to do it, that they're hoping, they want the world to think that I did, because whether I did or didn't, they think reporting it will equate it. Do I think Trump will attack me now? No, I've always thought Limbaugh was overrated. Claiming he's got the biggest audience out there, but hell, nothing compared to what I had on TV. It's radio. Nobody pays the attention. He's overrated. He's third rate. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. No, it would. He's not going to do that. I didn't turn on anybody here. Hey, folks, the IRS employs nearly 100,000 full-time employees. They execute a variety of functions. We tend to talk most about the people there that do audits, because that's the group that comes in contact with citizens the most. Last year, the IRS examined less than 1% of all tax returns filed. Less than 1%. They claim they're overworked and under-budgeted. Yeah, but if you're in that 1% bullseye, it's no picnic. You'll know if your number comes up. You'll know the feeling, either by your own doing or by a random audit. And that's when you'll rack your brain trying to remember the name of our sponsor that helps in these circumstances. Let me just tell you what it is again, Tax Defense Partners. The odds are you're never going to hear from the IRS. But if you do, it's because some of them are random, but many of them are just targeting They found a reason to target you. You need somebody who can talk to them in their language, on their terms, is not intimidated by them, it'll stand up for you, and that's Tax Defense Partners. If you've already been contacted by the IRS and are quaking in your boots, don't call Tax Defense Partners. If you're not contacted yet, but you do get contacted down the road, Tax Defense Partners. Their number is 800-499-7777. 800-499-7777. So 1% you don't want to be part of, but if you are, Tax Defense Partners.
The most powerful name in talk radio, Rush, on the EIB network.
Obamacare has totally failed. You know it, I know it. But what do we do about it? Well, the Heritage Foundation has just released a free ebook with a 5-part plan to totally replace Obamacare. Heritage experts are some of the smartest people I know. I have relied on them for decades. You've got to read this. Just go to askheritage.org and get informed, get the facts, and get your free ebook. That's askheritage.org.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
The Coburg Road Car Wash makes your holiday season easier and cleaner. The Money Saver Car Wash card saves you $6 on 6 washes. Just $36 for 6 washes or $54 for 6 washes with a polish and a clear coat. It's a great gift idea. The gift of a clean car. Oh, and get a card for yourself, too. The Money Saver Wash Card at the Coburg Road Car Wash. They're just a quarter mile north of the Oakway Center. Coburg's car wash system is better for the environment, and I think you'll agree, better for you.
Save big on local merchandise and services during the holiday cyber sale at OregonEdeals.com. All prices have been reduced up to 80% on local merchandise and services right now. It's the Oregon eDeals Holiday Cyber Sale, and it's just in time for holiday shopping. You'll find huge savings on everything from restaurant certificates, spa and exercise memberships to home improvement, power tools, and firearms. Save up to 80%. It's just a click away at OregonEdeals.com. The Holiday Cyber Sale going on right now.
I'm hooked on OregonEdeals.com. I'm saving big.
Okay, so just type the job website address here. That's it. Then you enter what job you're looking for there.
Electrician. This is Peter. Recently, he got help going on the internet for the first time to look for a new job.
Okay, then you just hit search and...
In the past, Peter's gotten work through people he knew, but he heard there were more jobs online.
There we go.
These are all for me?
Uh-huh.
Really? He had no idea just how many. I can't believe it. This one looks good. Peter's thinking the internet might be for him after all.
And this is just one website.
Wow. Why didn't I do this sooner? See what the internet can help you do at everyoneon.org or call 1-855-387-9166 to find a free training class near you. Brought to you by Connect to Compete and the Ad Council.
Trump's medical records are out, and it says he's astonishingly healthy, and he's never smoked. He has never consumed adult beverages. He's clean and pure as the wind-driven snow and that kind of stuff. And everything else here. And we'll be back.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. A mix of crude oil prices, junk bond worries, and this week's Fed meeting have investors not quite sure which way to turn. The stock averages have been rising and then falling all session. Right now, the Dow down 5 points, the NASDAQ 8, the S&P 2. That's even though crude futures gained almost 2%, breaking a string of losses and settling at 36 $6.31 a barrel. Investors, though, were still shaken by a drop in crude oil prices this morning to their lowest level in some 6 years, below $35 a barrel. Analysts say investors, too, are worried about high-yield mutual funds after one of them froze redemptions while it liquidates. And, of course, the Fed begins its December meeting tomorrow, at which the first interest rate increase in 9 years is expected to take place. This might be the one that got away for the founder of Lululemon, who split from the company over strategy disagreements. He said he once considered buying Under Armour. No word, though, on whether Under Armour would have agreed. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The U.S. Army sergeant captured by the Taliban and freed under controversial conditions will head to a military trial over what happened before he was captured in Afghanistan. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
Bo Bergdahl will face a general court-martial on charges of desertion and misbehavior before the enemy. He's accused of willfully leaving his post in Afghanistan in 2009 before ending up in Taliban captivity for 5 years. Bergdahl was freed last year in a controversial prisoner swap that saw 5 members of the Taliban set free. He could face life of confinement if convicted of misbehavior before the enemy. The desertion charge carries a lesser sentence of 5 years. Lisa.
Rachel, the jury now has the case against Baltimore police officer William Porter, the first of 6 to stand trial over the death of Freddie Gray. Prosecutors say Porter is partly to blame for failing to buckle Gray into a seatbelt in the back of a transport van and not calling a medic when he first asked for one. The defense says there's reasonable doubt about exactly when Gray suffered his fatal spine injury.
We are hitting ISIL harder than ever.
President Obama, after a Pentagon meeting on the ISIS fight.
Coalition aircraft, our fighters, bombers, and drones have been increasing the pace of airstrikes, nearly 9,000 as of today.
And he says the work of newly assigned special operations forces has begun, aimed at boosting local ground efforts in Iraq and Syria. But despite continued criticism of the strategy, especially from Republican presidential hopefuls, the president not announcing any major changes. Donald Trump just releasing a report from his longtime doctor, who reports no significant medical problems in the past 39 years, also calling recent lab test results astonishingly excellent. He also notes that Trump has lost at least 15 pounds in the last 12 months, and he says the last surgery Trump had was an appendectomy at age 10. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
If you are behind on your bills, then this message is for you. How would you like to have a large portion of your credit card debt or medical bills forgiven? National Credit Card Relief would like to give you free information on a proven debt forgiveness program. It's not bankruptcy, it's not consolidation. This special program actually wipes clean the portion of your debt that is forgiven. Call for your free forgiveness information now. 800-719-2090. That's 800-719-2090. Don't wait. Call 800-719-2090.
Have you purchased gold? Did you overpay in commissions? How much did you pay? Do you actually know? What are your coins worth today? You work hard for your money. Pay their high commissions or get more gold. Call Goldworth. Discover what big dealers hope you don't know. Request the Insider's Guide free. Don't buy another ounce without it. Call 800-257-GOLD. 800-257-GOLD. Visit goldworth.com.
NFL over the weekend, Rob Gronkowski back and somewhat healthy, helping out the New England Patriots take out the Houston Texans 27-6. Russell Wilson, 5 touchdowns in his performance. Seahawks roll the Ravens 35-6. Bama's Derrick Henry won the Heisman over the weekend, and AP All-American teams honoring DeForest Buckner, 2nd team, Royce Freeman, Aiden Schneider on the 3rd team, and Pete Rose at the age of 74 denied for reinstatement. That's sports, 1120 KPNW.
Personal protection is an important issue. How do you make sure you and your family are safe? Out on a trail, taking a vacation, or just staying at home? There are options to give you a little extra level of security, and Oak Grove Guns in Santa Clara Square has them. They can help you figure out whether pepper spray, a stun gun device, or a personal handgun are right for you. They have all the best brands, including Ruger, Smith & Wesson, and Sig Sauer. But more important, they know what they're talking about without being intimidating. Oak Grove Guns, proud to supply products to responsible gun owners.
Discount Windows. We do windows, doors, and installation for less.
Hey, Dr. Phil here. You know, I help people solve difficult problems every day, but one problem has me stumped: childhood hunger. Nearly 16 million children in America struggle with it. Luckily, the Feeding America network of local food banks collects surplus food, giving hope to hungry children and their families. But they need your help. Join me in supporting Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to put it back on your list. Innovative things are happening in teaching today, and you can be a part of it.
Make more. Teach. Visit teach.org. Brought to you by Teach and the Ad Council.
Hey kids, let Mom help with your science project.
This new mom wants her kids' science project to thrive. Too bad she hasn't cracked a science book since 1985.
A metathesis reaction?
Compounds, mixtures, and elements. Even this baking soda volcano is too big of an experiment. Whoa. Now she's completely forgotten the periodic table. Now she's burning a hole through the kitchen table. Burning with science. But her kids' love for the mom is truly transparent. Proof you don't have to be perfect to be the perfect parent.
Don't tell Dad.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of siblings in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
It's 12:06 and time to bring it home to the Northwest with Lars Larson on News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Show.
I want to make sure every American is listening today.
Broadcasting from Portland to Seattle and all of Oregon and Washington.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now, Lars Larson.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show, and welcome to Monday on the Radio Northwest Network. Glad to be with you. It is honestly provocative talk for the Pacific Northwest. If you want to join the conversation, it is the best conversation you'll find in talk journalism at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. President Obama says we're hitting ISIS harder than ever before, which means apparently they're going to change the plan from having bombing missions where they don't drop any bombs to maybe bombing missions where they actually drop some bombs. Would you vote to end daylight savings time? There's a man who's trying to get that done, and I think he might actually get some support out there. I think a lot of people think that daylight saving time is kind of silly. Now, I don't care one way or the other, frankly. I'm a little bit ambivalent about it, but if people wanted to end it, that'd be fine with me. If they want to extend it, that'd be fine with me as well. It's just not something that gets me going, but I know from experience that a lot of you do. One young lady in Central Oregon wants to sing in the school choir. She likes singing choral music, but she doesn't like singing choral music that's faith-based. Well, excuse me, but an awful lot of the folks who've written choral music over the last, I don't know, several hundred years have written it with God included in it. She has an objection to that. I want to do choral. It's something I see doing outside of high school, but she doesn't like all that glory to the newborn king stuff that's written into so much of choral music. We'll talk about her experience. There's one university called Multnomah University in the Northwest, and we're going to talk to the vice president of advancement. The school has had a waiver from some of the Title IX restrictions that are imposed by the federal government. Now, we could have a whole discussion on whether the federal government should be telling private universities what they're allowed to teach and what their local policy should be. This school has had a waiver from Title IX for some time. They had to apply for a new one in the new administration. and they applied for it back in February, and the new waivers are supposed to come after 90 days. Well, here we are in December, and they still don't have it yet, and it has to do with a transgender ban. Now, you should know that Multnomah University is a faith-based university in the Northwest, and they say that transgender students aren't necessarily going to be comfortable with some of the faith-based message that that's present at the university. So should this school be exempt or not, I'd be in favor of giving them the exemption. Social media. Now, an awful lot of us express ourselves on social media. You can learn a lot from somebody, from what they have to say on social media. It turns out that social media has been kept out of the visa vetting process when the United States considers whether somebody should get a visa to come into the United States or not. Candidate for mayor Ted Wheeler has now issued a statement on what he calls gun violence. I sent a couple of emails to his campaign over the weekend saying, we'd love to talk to the Oregon State Treasurer, who's now running for another political post. He showed up at an anti-gun rally yesterday, and I would love to talk to him about some of the things he had to say. Today, of course, is the day after the 3-year anniversary of the shooting at Sandy Hook School in Newtown, Connecticut. About those 405 tolls in the Seattle area, they're now up as high as $10, and the experts are saying expect them to keep on growing because they have to charge a toll high enough to keep some people out of those lanes. The whole thing is very complicated. Do you know that there are parts of the United States where they've set up these tolls for the express lanes? Basically, they're calling them either the Lexus lane or the Maserati lane, depending on how high they go. Some people are paying as much as $15 extra to drive on a public road and be able to use the fast lane instead of being stuck in the traffic jam at 5 miles an hour in the slow lane. So we'll talk about that as well. There's a university, Western Washington University, that has turned over a student to the police. He is now facing hate speech charges that could send him to prison. We'll talk to University of Washington Law School professor Rich Anderson, who also serves as a King County deputy prosecutor, about what that law says and what the state is going to have to prove to be able to convict this young man for speaking his mind on social media. Again, in this case, it's Yik Yak. A bicyclist lost his life over the weekend, and he was apparently killed by a man that the police say was high on pot. Now, this is exactly what I told you was going to happen. We're going to have more of these kinds of accidents, and yes, they also happen to alcohol-involved drivers as well. But I want to know whether or not you think there needs to be some better controls on people driving intoxicated when they're intoxicated on weed. Uber and Lyft rideshare drivers are now going to get the right to unionize. Is that a good thing for those drivers? And aren't they, after all, independent contractors who work their own times and their own schedules, driving their own cars? But now it sounds like the plan is to force them to unionize so that then there can be some controls on what they do and who can work, and it'll be the same old monopoly system that we've seen before. I'm going to talk to a Muslim imam today, Mohammed Jawad Kaki, who is from the Seattle area. He is a guy who is saying we've got to get a message out there that we can no longer have people, imams, who are speaking out calling for death to America and other slogans, what he calls indiscriminate slogans of death. I applaud his efforts, and I'm going to be glad to have him on the program as well. And the Portland City Council has said to Donald Trump, shut up. We don't like what you're saying. Now, is that the right kind of thing for an American government at the city or state level to be saying, to tell a private citizen who's running for public office that he shouldn't be saying the things he's saying because the powers that be are politically correct and they don't like the message that he's got? I think they're getting outside their First Amendment lane on that one. We'll get to all of that and your phone calls and emails. They're welcome at 866-439-5277. You want my thought of the day? Text Lars to 68683 and send your emails to talk@larslarson.com.
That makes a lot of sense, a lot of nonsense.
Right, you're bloody well right. You know you got a right to say.
This is the Northwest Nonsense, presented by the Ryan Group, where they guarantee to sell your house in 29 days or less, or they'll buy it. 29andgone.com.
How much longer do we have to sit for this nonsense?
No left-leaning, dead fish wrapper bias. No mega TV network liberal agenda. Just the cold, hard facts from Lars.
Well, a criminal indictment hasn't been brought yet against Oregon's disgraced former governor John Kitzhaber and his girlfriend Sylvia Hayes, but documents released this weekend seem to indicate that the chance of seeing that pair in orange jail jumpsuits has just increased. It turns out that back when Kitzhaber was still governor and living with Ms. Hayes, she applied for 5-figure grants using her public official title of First Lady. I understand we could get into a whole discussion of whether or not the governor's girlfriend is First Lady or not. But the governor insisted, and his staff insisted, that everyone use that. In fact, she wanted to be a public official back before the federal investigation of those two began. Now she'd like to escape from that title altogether. In one of the applications, she was referred to that way 13 times in 6 pages. Now, it's worth mentioning that it's illegal for public officials to use their official position for personal gain. In fact, Kitzhaber's lawyers warned Hayes to stop doing it back then. Kitzhaber was probably too busy watching $500 million get flushed down the drain on Cover-Up Oregon and a bridge that never got built between Oregon and Washington to spend any time reining in his girlfriend. Now, the two of them are facing a federal influence peddling investigation. Both have lost in their efforts to keep documents and emails secret that might have covered up that crime. And Oregon's current governor, Kate Brown, who stepped in after Kitzhaber resigned just a month after his inauguration, she hasn't said or done much about what she would do to stop this kind of corruption in the future.
Insane.
Are you completely insane?
Ridiculous.
They get more and more ridiculous.
Flat out dumb.
You're even dumber than I thought.
Who deserves today's Lars Grill of the Day?
Maybe they're just really, really stupid.
Find out right now.
I want to award today's grill to the 405 tolls and any other tolls like them in the Northwest, where public officials have designed a plan to charge people to use the roads that they've already paid for with their gasoline and diesel taxes. Today's best email brought to you by Suburban Ford and Suburban Chevy. Jesse writes in, Lars, a quick observation. After seeing Donald Trump's latest poll numbers at 41% and other candidates like Jeb and Hillary claiming Trump is a joke and not a serious candidate, I think this should actually show how unfit career politicians are for the job. Apparently being out of touch with the citizens, being politically correct, and fitting a mold to get reelected is their ideal presidential candidate. Since when do the applicants choose the criteria for the job? Signed, Jesse. Send those emails to talk@larslarson.com.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Hey there, it's Lars. Yeah, it's really me. Why do I sound so relaxed? Y-O-U-I-T-Y. That's right, Uity. You know your money is safe no matter what happens in the market. Uity offers annuities with you and I in mind. The safe kind. These days, it's more important to protect your nest egg, lock in your gains, and guarantee your income. Call them up today and learn more at 844-4-UITY, Y-O-U-I-T-Y. Annuities for you, the closest thing you'll find to a guaranteed pension plan. No upfront fees or fine print. You can relax and enjoy retirement with Uity.
If you're 50 plus with 50 grand or more in an expiring CD, money market, or qualified account, call 844-4-YOUITY to find safety and a solid return. That's 844-4-YOUITY, or visit Uity.com, or just kiss your money goodbye in the next stock market crash. It's up to you. Call 844-4-YOUITY today.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Do you own a timeshare? Have your maintenance fees gone up lately? Let me ask you this. How easy is it to book your week when you want to take a vacation? So how would you like to no longer own that timeshare? The consumer protection firm that will get you out is Timeshare Exit Team. Timeshare Exit Team is not a listing company. They don't buy, sell, or donate timeshares. They force the timeshare company to take your contract back. So if you want out of your timeshare, dump it now. Go to timeshareexitteam.com to set up a time to talk with your personal client advisor. They have a 100% guarantee that will get you out, or you pay nothing, because if they can't get you out, they don't want your money. Period. I've vetted these guys and I trust them. So if you want out of your timeshare, there's only one answer. Timeshare Exit Team. That's timeshareexitteam.com. One word, timeshareexitteam.com. I've been shopping with Northwest Armory for almost 20 years. It's my gun shop of choice. They have the best selection, great prices, and they're friendly and knowledgeable, even for a novice. This week, while supplies last, they have a great deal on the Ruger LCP pistol. The Ruger LCP is a lightweight, compact carry pistol in .380 and the perfect pistol for concealed carry. In fact, during summer weather, I carry one in my pocket. Like all Rugers, it's made in the U.S. Northwest Armory has Ruger LCP pistols in stock, starting at just $199.99 for the basic model. There are also LCP models available in raspberry or purple, if that's what suits you. The Ruger LCP has been a top-selling pistol at Northwest Armory, and at these low prices, they're going to sell out fast. The Ruger LCP, available at Northwest Armory in Tigard on Southwest Pacific Highway. Give them a call at 503-746-7417 or check the website at nwarmory.com.
One day, I'll teach chemistry to kids.
I'm going to be an architect.
My dream is to be a chef.
This is a world of possibilities. A world in which people who put their minds to something can really make a difference.
My goal is to help the environment.
Someday I'll find a cure for cancer.
At the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Federal Student Aid, we believe that aspiring minds can achieve anything. So we dedicate ourselves to making sure everyone has an opportunity to go to college. Each year, we provide more than $150 billion in grants, loans, and work-study funds, making higher education possible for anyone at any stage of life.
I can go back to college.
I can change careers. I can make a difference.
Federal Student Aid, proud sponsor of the American Mind. Learn more about money for college at studentaid.gov.
Our wildlife and natural landscapes are disappearing at an alarming rate. Fortunately, as a concerned landowner, you can help prevent some of this loss. Protect your land for the future and prohibit hunting and trapping of the animals who call it home by working with the Wildlife Land Trust. Call 1-800-729-SAVE. That's 1-800-729-SAVE. The Wildlife Land Trust. Or go to wildlifelandtrust.org. The Wildlife Land Trust. Saving lives by saving land.
Hi, this is Morgan Freeman. Has anyone ever said, you're the picture of health? You look healthy, you feel fine, but that may not be the full picture. Colorectal cancer is the second leading cancer killer of men and women over 50. Since it doesn't always cause symptoms, you may not know you have it. The only way to know is by getting screened. Screening can find precancerous polyps, so they can be removed before they turn into cancer. This is one cancer you can prevent. Plus, screening can find colorectal cancer at an early stage when the chance for a full recovery is very high. Talk with your doctor and get tested for colorectal cancer. Medicare and many insurance plans help pay for screening. Get screened. Make sure you are the picture of health.
A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Larson on KXL.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. I love it when people accidentally send me emails that are meant for somebody else. Now, there's not been anything salacious in the emails that I've received yet, so they're not as entertaining as they could be. But a guy wrote to me, and he sent a bunch of pictures, and clearly he's looking for some technical expert on something. And I think he accidentally sent it to me. One of these days, somebody's going to tell me, they're going to send me an email that says something along the lines of, did you really want me to buy another 100,000 shares of XYZ Corporation? And at that point, it's going to take a lot to hold me back from saying, yes, in fact, buy 200,000 shares. Now, I wouldn't do that to somebody, but I did write back and say, are you sure I'm the person you intended to send this email to? I know that sometimes people slip with their thumbs. It is Monday. Welcome to the Radio Northwest Network. Honestly provocative talk for the Pacific Northwest. And I don't know whether they planned to push this out over a weekend, as we, always suspect they do. But there was a great story that was done over the weekend by Laura Gunderson at the Oregonian, and I'll call them the Oregonian instead of the Fish Wrapper today. Because this story about Sylvia Hayes, every time I read about the latest development on this woman who has been it sounds like from her history, she's been a grifter and a crook for an awful lot of her adult lifetime. I mean, you know that what we first found out about Governor John Kitzhaber's girlfriend, right after he held that news conference where he said, we worked, in fact, I want to pull those sound bites out at some point, we worked as hard as we could to keep Sylvia's work as an energy consultant separate from her role as First Lady of Oregon. Now, before you even get anybody started on the First Lady title, like if you sleep with and live with the governor, you're the First Lady whether you're married to him or not. Consider that Kitzhaber sat right there in that news conference. I made the point of going to it so that I could ask him a half a dozen questions at this thing. He swore and be damned way back in October more than a year ago that he had done everything humanly possible to make sure that her private business stayed private, that it did not conflict with what she was doing in her largely ceremonial role as First Lady of Oregon. Here's the way the Oregonian reported it in a Saturday morning story that during the Christmas shopping season was sure to be seen by the smallest possible number of people. Former Oregon First Lady Sylvia Hayes cited her, quote, unique role within Governor John Kitzhaber's administration, I guess unique because nobody else in the administration was sleeping with the governor, to obtain $24,000 for her private business, according to a 2013 grant proposal that was released or ordered released by a state judge. The proposal shows more clearly than ever before how Hayes highlighted her First Lady position when seeking a paid contract for her consulting business, 3E Strategies. The 2013 grant, which Hayes had not previously disclosed, so it sounds like she might have run afoul of Oregon's public disclosure laws as well, pushes to at least $237,800, the amount paid by outside interest groups to Hayes or to her business when she was First Lady. Now, let me remind you, last year, the former governor of Virginia and his wife were both sentenced to prison. They're still appealing, but they were sentenced to prison because they were getting goodies, allegedly as a result of their public position. In Oregon, the Oregonian writes, it's illegal for public officials to use their position to profit personally. Hayes and Kitzhabers are now targets of a federal influence peddling investigation. They have insisted they did nothing wrong and that Hayes kept her business life separate from her public duties. The story goes on by Laura Gunderson. It says, but the nonprofit that teamed with Hayes on the grant wrote in one internal report, quote, her title of First Lady opens doors. Yeah, I think that's putting it mildly. And that Hayes, quote, highest value is using her clout, end quote. In a grant submission in 2012, the nonprofit also described Hayes as politically powerful. Now, you remember that Sylvia Hayes, who once joined up with a man to operate an illegal marijuana farm, who once married an illegal alien from Ethiopia for $5,000 in cash, the only way she was politically powerful was through John Kitzhaber. She had tried to run for state representative, and she had failed in that run. And as far as I know, in her history, there's not a single other example of her holding a public position other than as the governor's girlfriend. Hayes did not respond to written questions, although she said in a public blog post 2 months ago, I feel it is now past time for me to use my voice to defend myself. By the way, I've also called Sylvia Hayes' company and invited her to come on this show and use her voice to defend herself. Here's what happened. They write how Hayes' public policy work led to paid work was revealed in emails ordered released by Marion County Judge Tracy Prawl. She fought for months in court to keep the emails private, but the judge ruled that the emails from Hayes' personal accounts related to state business, and they are public documents. There are 28,000 of these emails. Only 7,500 of them have been released. And the stuff she did, email records showed that Hayes wrote the 2013 proposal with executives from Resource Media, which is a Seattle nonprofit public relations firm that works on environmental and social causes. The project will leverage Hayes' professional expertise, communication skills, and unique combat combination of roles. In other words, she's the governor's girlfriend. She's got his ear. She can talk to him about stuff. We will utilize the voice and stature of Sylvia Hayes to push state leaders, especially in Oregon and California, to create new policies to address ocean acidification. Acidification, of course, is a pH imbalance in seawater. The Marisla Foundation, which is a California nonprofit, gave her an award of $25,000. Marisla Executive Director Beto Bedolfi did not respond to repeated emails, and a person answering the phone at the headquarters declined to comment. Sylvia Hayes was doing the thing that she appears to have done throughout her entire professional life. She married a guy for money to get an illegal alien into America. She teamed up with another guy, allegedly, to run an illegal marijuana farm at one point. That didn't work out well. And then she hit the political scene, became the governor's girlfriend, and immediately began peddling influence out of the governor's office. This is so tawdry and sick, I just can't hope that the indictment comes down soon enough. You're listening to The Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. The Lane County Sheriff's Office is investigating a shooting that happened in Marcola. The first calls came into the Sheriff's Office around 12:30 Sunday. According to police reports, one person was hospitalized and a man arrested. According to police, there's no threat to the public. The storm hitting the Cascades this week is making skiers happy.
We are excited about this storm and the storm that keeps on giving. We're supposed to continue to get snow, maybe even an additional foot or more over and above what we've already received as we go through Monday.
Dave Tregathon of Mount Hood Meadows says the mid-mountain base is more than 40 inches. Locally, Hoodoo is opening this Friday. Roseburg Forest Products says it's going to move its corporate headquarters to Springfield by next September. The firm says it'll move 85 corporate employees, including top executives out of Dillard. The employees will join 30 information tech workers already in Springfield's former Northwest Community Credit Union building. Bill Lennon, KPNW.
I walk my dog every day, and I've got the best-looking dog in the neighborhood named Stanley. He's a collie mix. We meet the same people every day. Somebody, oh, he's so soft, and he's so silky. And these dogs that have the brittle hair, it's coarse. It doesn't lay nice. It's not shiny. It's dull. I tell them about Dinovite. DINOVITE.com.
859-428-1000.
The omega-3 fatty acids. Flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa. The digestive enzymes that are cooked out of regular dog food.
Sundance's coat was shiny and glossy the way it had when she was a puppy.
We get asked all the time at shows, how do you get your dog so healthy and shiny and glossy? But it didn't take very long. They've got their nice, expensive jogging suit on, and their dog has their smooth, beautiful, soft, shiny coat. So now their dog looks just as good as they do. 859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
DINOVITE.com.
The Powerball jackpot is over $150 million. Buy your ticket today and power your dreams. Creative Clock is having a sale, a Black Friday sale, liquidation sale, moving sale, super sale. Call it whatever you like, but you have to see it for yourself. Creative Clock on Conger is having a once-in-a-lifetime sale, and it's happening right now. Creative Clock at 730 Conger in Eugene. Jim Olson with Olson's Auto Glass.
I'm the third generation to run the business. Started in 1938 by my grandfather, E. Olson. What defines us, separates us, is, I think, the quality of our work. We strive for excellence in every car we do. We try to use the best quality products available. Cars, trucks, SUVs, all that sort of thing. We can do the glass in all of them. That's our main focus, is auto glass and safety of the vehicle. Our website is olsonsautoglass.com. Our address is 2041 West 7th Avenue. Phone number is 541-342-7773.
Levitt's Freight Service is looking for experienced flatbed drivers who come ready to run hard and get paid top wages. Drivers can earn as much as 50 cents per mile. Get behind the wheel of a newer, well-maintained fleet at Levitt's. Right now, drivers living along the I-5 corridor will run superior miles and get through the house weekly. Call Levitt's Freight Service now and ask for Jordan Williams and be treated like the professional you are.
Hi, this is Jordan Williams from Levitt's Freight Service. Join our team. Call me now at 800-935-4236. Again, that's 800-935-4236. And let's talk about your your future.
Hi, I'm Eric Harple with Realty One Group. You've heard our ads with Glenn Beck and Lars Larson for years, and like they said, I have been the top real estate agent in Lane County for more than 5 years. But honestly, who cares? What I care about is helping you get your home sold for the most money possible within your time frame. My team and I help more home sellers sell than any other agent, and most at full price or more. How? Massive marketing. When you're number one, you can do things the others can't. I'm not bragging. I'm applying for a job. I want to be your realtor, and if you're not happy, fire me. Mind you, I think you'll be happy because our bulletproof listing offers flexible commissions, the right to sell it yourself, cancel anytime. You're in control. We sell homes for top dollar regardless of the time of year, and we put the money in your pocket. For a free information package, call 541-286-3030. Call Harple Real Estate, countywide, 541-286-3030, or harplehomes.com. Thank you.
News Radio. I'm Lisa Lissana. A jury in Baltimore now considering the fate of William Porter, the first of the 6 police officers charged in the death of Freddie Gray.
The defense says he's a reasonable officer who did nothing wrong the day Gray was arrested and suffered a fatal spinal cord injury. The prosecution called the police van Gray was injured in a casket on wheels, and that Porter was negligent when he did not seek medical care for him.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland. A military trial for Bo Bergdahl, the Army sergeant who walked off base in 2009, captured by the Taliban. He was traded for 5 Guantanamo prisoners in May of last year.
The Army is now confirming that, in fact, Bo Bergdahl will be charged with 2 issues, desertion before the enemy, as well as I'm told, the second charge will take him to a trial by court-martial.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon. Fox News. We report, you decide.
With news every half hour and when it breaks. And Lars Larson now, 1120 KPNW.
Welcome back to the Lars Larson Show. It's a pleasure to be with you. Glad to get your calls at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. I think one of the most worthless things in America is the control that the federal government exerts on schooling in America, whether it's K through 12 or university level schooling, but they do it all the same. And there are a whole bunch of different federal titles. I think the best known to average folks like me is Title IX, because it says that no person shall be excluded from an educational program or activity on the basis of sex, by which I think they mean gender. Well, that's become a problem for some universities. In fact, there's at least one, Hillsdale University, that deliberately doesn't take one thin dime of money from the government because they want to avoid it altogether. But it's awfully tough because an awful lot of students get federal loans or Pell Grants, things like that, and that means the school is subject to those rules. One of those schools that's subject to the rules is Multnomah University, which is a faith-based school in the Northwest, and Steve Cummings is the Vice President of Advancement for Multnomah University. Steve, thanks for agreeing to come on the program.
Lars, thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Now, your school has, what, sketch it out for us. How many students and what are you now offering?
We're full university with undergrad, graduate, degree completion, seminary. When you add up all 4 of those areas, we have about a total of 762 students that attend Multnomah University.
So you're a relatively small school, but you're subject to this Title IX business, except that until February of this year, your school had an exemption. Am I correct?
That is correct. We had received our Department of Education exemption back in May of 1989, and due to some recent presidential executive orders, we have had to reapply, as well as a number of Christian schools across the country, and we did that back in February.
All right, so you had it from 1989 until February of this year. You applied for a new waiver, but what did this waiver have to do with specifically?
This is essentially adding the gender identification issue to it, and so we had to reapply for that part of it.
Meaning that if somebody, I mean, up till now, Title IX has meant that if you had a sports program, for example, and it had 20 young men in it, that you couldn't say we're not going to provide something that's equivalent for the young women at the school as well. Or you couldn't say, well, we're only going to let young men into certain kinds of programs, but we're not going to let young women. But now that we've got this so-called gender identification rule, it means that if a young woman or a young man who says they identify with the opposite gender that they were born with, that they are also covered by Title IX because of this presidential executive order. Do I understand that correctly?
That is exactly correctly, Laura. You got that right.
All right. So your school has applied to the federal government. How quickly is the school supposed to get a waiver when it applies in the right way?
Typically, it takes 90 days to hear back from the Department of Education. In fact, some schools have already received their exemption. For example, our friends down in Newburgh at George Fox University, they have theirs. But 90 days, and here we are. How late? We're down into December. We still haven't heard, and we're kind of asking the government, where's the clarity? Why is it taking so long?
Now, what if you don't get the if you don't get the exemption for now, does that mean that you have to start living up to Title IX when it comes to transgender students?
You know, that's a good question. I don't have an answer for you on that one.
Because your old exemption ran out in February, am I right?
I'm not sure when it ran out specifically. It's just that we reapplied in February for this new one. So we have shown that we have this one that dating back to May of 1989. I'm not sure when and where there would have been a time that it ran out. We just reapplied and been encouraged to reapply with all other Christian universities based on this presidential order.
Now, the president of your university said treating transgender students in a way that's consistent with their gender identity. So if a young man comes in and says, I identify as a young woman, I dress like a young woman, I present myself to others as a woman, that if you were to actually say, we're going to treat you as a woman at Multnomah University, that would conflict with your religious tenets. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Actually, Lars, to be more about it, we will treat all of our students the same and accept them as they are. The goal is, do you love Jesus? And are you willing to follow him according to what the Bible teaches? And we're going to come around you, our faculty, our staff, our administration, and love you through that. If you end up having an issue with that around gender identity or sexual orientation, we believe that our members in our learning community are just best supported if they're able to share their questions, their struggles, or self-understand with trusted faculty. And we will respond with compassion, we respond with respect and grace, but we're going to remain consistent with our core values, our doctrinal statement, and our human sexuality policy.
What would it mean for a religious organization, a religious school like yours, to say, if you present yourself as a woman, but we know that you were born as a man, if you were forced to do that, what would that do to your university, to the school?
You know, I'm not sure, Lars. I don't really know how to answer that question. We are committed to upholding God's creation designed for persons to identify as male or female from birth and to retain God's desire for gender distinctiveness. That's where we're standing, but we're going to be compassionate as we engage with students who experience these manifestations of transgender identity, and we're going to work with students on a case-by-case basis and determine the best way for them to live in pursuit of a godly lifestyle as members of the Multnomah community.
Let me ask you this. Have any transgender students even applied to Multnomah University?
I'm not sure. I do have it on good authority from one of our faculty members that we have graduated one.
You've graduated one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, but you wouldn't necessarily know because you treat all the students the same.
Exactly. Every student who applies fills out, their application just like everybody else. We don't discriminate based on sexual orientation. We're a Christian university. You have to identify yourself as a Christian. You have to agree to our vision, our mission, and our human sexuality policy. All of these things are available online at Multnomah University at multnomah.edu.
Has anybody figured out what the proper scriptural interpretation is of a person who says, I want to be treated as a woman when in fact I was born a man, or vice versa?
Laura, the best way for me to answer that is just to direct folks to that human sexuality policy and where the scripture verses are that we're seeing that to answer that question. I'm not a theologian. I'm just speaking on behalf of the university on this issue.
I understand. But there have been people who've protested your school because you're even asking for a waiver, right?
That's correct. We had a protest here on Saturday, and about a dozen protesters showed up.
What do you think they want?
Well, they're claiming that we're banning transgender students and we accept federal funds, and so therefore we are being thrown in the box of being bigots, which we're not. If they've ever talked to any of our students who've been through here, we've had homosexual students graduate from here who on Facebook have said, I felt loved and accepted there. I signed a contract. I abided by it. Do they have every right to apply for this exemption? Yes, they do. Do we accept federal funds? I think people think that Multnomah receives a check from the federal government. We do not receive a check from the federal government. The federal government gives aid to students. Students then have a choice to determine what college they'd like to go to. In this effect, the federal government would be saying, you can go anywhere you want, but you can't go to these Christian schools. So what happens to the students who want to go to Christian schools and who have federal aid? Aren't they being discriminated against, would be my question.
Yeah, I would agree with you, because the reason I mentioned Hillsdale at the beginning, they're kind of unusual in the country in that way back when they just said to the government, we don't want any of your money because we don't want you to control our school. And at some point, either a member of Congress or a student or somebody raised the issue, well, aren't some of your students getting Pell Grants? And those are grants given to the student who can then spend them to buy whatever education they want to buy anywhere in America, the ultimate in choice. And they said, well, some of your students have Pell Grants, therefore that gives us the right to reach in and tell your school how to run. And they said, fine, we're going to replace the Pell Grants with private dollars because we just don't want you controlling what we do. And so I kind of feel for your institution because you're put in a position where if one student takes a Pell Grant and spends it at Multnomah University, it makes the federal government believe they have a right to tell your university how to conduct its business.
That's correct. And Lars, to be honest with you, this is the way our Christian higher education system may be moving towards, and we may end up getting down to that point where we have to do the same thing as Hillsdale did and go privately and stuff. That's a huge, you're talking about millions of dollars that we would need to have just to have this small campus and these students to be able to afford to come here.
Boy, that's got to bother you.
It does. It's sad. It's sad in the world that we live that we can't have this freedom of choice and our religious liberties are getting eroded little by little by little, and it does.
But at this point, you haven't had any problems with any students at all?
Not at all. No, we have our campus has students that love coming here. There's a richer and deeper relationship with Christ as they interact with our faculty and our administration and staff, and they love it here, and we want to continue to be doing that. We've been doing it for 80 years. We have our 80th birthday coming up in February. We've been in Portland since 1936.
Well, happy birthday to you, and happy birthday in a couple of weeks to Jesus Christ. I just,
Amen.
When I saw this headline that said Multnomah University wants transgender student ban, I had a feeling I was going to find out that that was absolutely untrue and a mischaracterization of what the university is doing.
It is. I did appreciate Fox 12 News coverage of the same story where they did quote some of our policies in the human sexuality policy. It was unfortunate that that other story got out with that headline.
Mr. Cummings, I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Lars. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Steve Cummings, Vice President of Advancement at Multnomah University. Back in just a moment. You've got the Lars Larson Show.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
It's Mattress Mania's lowest prices of the year event, where you can save up to 50% on your new mattress purchase. Get in today for huge savings. Mattress Mania. Save like crazy in Eugene, Springfield, Albany, and Corvallis.
I'm here to tell you that Island Fence has done it again. Hey, folks, it's Lars Larson. Tina and I required further use of their fencing and custom gate services. Island Fence did not disappoint. I can't stress it enough. When a business comes out to my home and they're clean-cut, respectful, courteous, and well-skilled in their craft, I will confidently use them every time. Now, when it comes to fences, Island Fence only stocks premier-grade American cedar. It's even prepared at their cedar mill right out in Harrisburg. Island Fence's customized motorized gates really impress me. They have deer, salmon, and, well, you name it, they can brand your front gate with it. Take it from me, folks, when you're looking for fencing supplies, ornamental iron, custom gates, and chain link, including dog kennels, put Island Fence at the top of your list. Statewide delivery and professional installation available. They're located on Highway 99, where Eugene meets Junction City. Island Fence for all your residential and commercial needs. CCB number 105556.
Hi, I'm Matt Stone from Pressure Point Roofing. The roofing business has changed the past few years, especially with materials. With our GAF Master Elite status, the asphalt shingles Pressure Point Roofing install can have a lifetime, non-prorated warranty. It's amazing to think that you may now have to buy one roof in your lifetime, and the warranty is transferable. Plus, asphalt shingles are made to look like tile, slate, and shakes in a huge selection of colors. Considering a new roof? For peace of mind, start at the top. Pressure Point Roofing.
Gunrunner Arms in Junction City with gifts for men and women who care about safety. Gunrunner Arms has concealed carry purses, clothing, small concealed weapons, pepper spray, and tasers. You can get rechargeable gift cards for any item in the shop and sign up for concealed carry classes. Gunrunner Arms at the corner of Highway 99 and 36 in Junction City. Give the gift of protection this holiday season.
Your pharmacy says you give flu shots here?
Yes, that's right.
I'm only getting it because my wife says I have to.
Well, you have a very smart wife.
I know. She never lets me forget that. Is it going to hurt?
Oh, you may feel a little something.
Before this, I didn't get a flu shot because I thought I'd get the flu.
Well, that's really an old wives' tale. It used to happen when the shot contained live virus, but it's pretty much synthetic.
Look, can we just get this over with?
Well, I just want to tell you that you should be very proud of yourself by getting a flu shot.
Yeah, she says I got to have that.
Well, you're helping us prevent the spread of disease, and that's really community-minded.
Enough with the small talk. Just do it.
All right, first off, you have to stand up and pull up your pants. You are mooning everyone behind you.
Oh, it doesn't go in my...
No, it does not.
Sorry about that, folks.
Actually, I don't mind. It's not hairy.
This message is brought to you by Ears, because the Eugene area radio stations believe that supporting a healthy community makes a strong community.
For flu shot information and low-cost flu shot locations, contact Lane County Public Health at 541-682-4041.
Big news! The new Sprint LTE Plus network is faster than Verizon and AT&T based on analysis of a recent study by Nielsen. And to celebrate, we're inviting you to join Sprint for the biggest offer in U.S. wireless history. Switch to Sprint and save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Yep, you heard that right. No gimmicks, no tricks. You have Verizon 6 gig for $60, 30 with Sprint. And if you have 15 gigs for $100 from AT&T, 50 with Sprint. Even if you have T-Mobile's 10 gig for $80, we'll give it to you for 40. And we won't force you to watch video in low def. Oh, and one more thing. We'll even pay your switching fees up to $650 per line, so you can switch to the Sprint LTE Plus network today. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/save 50%.
Offer coverage not available everywhere for discounted phones. Excludes taxes, surcharges, roaming, and premium content. Subject to new line $36 activation fee. Credit valid porting. Plans may not be exact match. See website for eligible plans. Offer ends 1/7/16. Savings through 1/8/18. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Contract valid via reward card requires online registration.
I want to thank my mommy for loving me so much, for taking me out to the park, for reading me books, for taking me to the doctor when I broke my foot in ballet rehearsal,
for leaving me alone when I wanted to be alone. And now,
as a grown-up, I'm thankful for being able to take care of you, my dear Mom, for having the chance to take you to the park, for reading you those books we enjoy so much, for being able to take you to your therapies after you twisted your ankle, for understanding that sometimes you simply want to be alone.
Roles change without us noticing. And in your new role, we help you help. Visit aarp.org/caregiving to get practical health and wellness tips to provide even better care for your loved one. Remember, visit aarp.org/caregiving. AARP. We help you help. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, Katy Perry!
Imagine going on stage without any guitars, or keyboards, drums, or a microphone, and being expected to roar. Tough, right? It's the same with our teachers who are using their own money so students can learn. DonorsChoose.org is a charity that helps teachers get what they need for students to succeed.
Join Katy Perry and donate at MakeRoarHappen.com.
Your 24-hour news, weather, and information station. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
back to the Lars Larson Show. Glad to get your calls at 866-HEY-LARS. That's 866-439-5277. Emails go to talk@larslarson.com. I walked in this morning at dark 30, and one of the first things that somebody said to me when I walked in the door is, "Did you see that huge railroad tanker fire?" And I said, "Well, I heard about it, and I saw some of the pictures on the television news, but it wasn't a railroad tanker fire. It was a tank truck being driven down a public highway by a driver. Sad to say that he lost his life. 41-year-old Andrew Lampert. He was traveling on Highway 30, and for some reason they haven't figured out yet because he died in the collision. The truck went off the roadway and down an embankment. Then it collided with a power pole and also collided with some railroad tankers that were parked on the railroad tracks below the highway. Now, the tanker truck was full of gasoline, and it caught fire, and it burned for more than an hour. And here's the thing that bothers me about it. I'll bet a lot of you, if you were watching local television news coverage, you probably saw this as these railroad tankers caught fire. Well, in point of fact, the railroad tank cars that were hit by this truck, and some of them were affected by the gasoline that was spilled and the fire that was ignited, they burned on the outside. In other words, the paint burned off. But the tankers were carrying liquid asphalt. Now, I'm not a chemist or an expert in hazardous materials, but I have a feeling that liquid asphalt being carried in a tank car on a track is probably relatively flammable if it gets outside the tank car. And there's a political message going on in the Northwest that the governor of Oregon, governor of Washington, the mayors of the major cities do not like the idea of moving oil through the region. Not that asphalt is the same as the kind of crude that they're bringing here from North Dakota and other places, but they want to fight this every chance they get. And I think that's one of the reasons that the story you're hearing is a story about a railroad tank car that caught fire, when in fact, according to the news reports on this, every single tanker on those tracks of the railroad tankers failed to leak anything at all. Nothing on those cars burned at all, which is a tremendous endorsement, as far as I'm concerned, for the strength of those railroad tank cars. You know that Greenbrier makes these tank cars in the Northwest. They're used all over America, and they literally ship millions of these tank cars around the country every single year, in part because the federal government under Barack Obama has refused to allow the construction of things like the Keystone XL pipeline, and because the administration opposes the use of fossil fuels, so they move the stuff in tank cars instead. The Northwest could have a tremendous amount of business coming through here if we'd allow more of it. But you watch as they use this accident, which involved a truck leaving a highway full of gasoline, going down an embankment and colliding with a bunch of tank cars, catching fire and burning for an hour. They'll use that as an indictment of the idea of moving fossil fuels by rail, when in fact, it's actually an endorsement of their safety record. All of those tankers on the tracks failed to leak, and they failed to catch fire. What burned is the good old-fashioned fuel tanker that was driving down the highway. And of course, you know that when you drive to any corner of Oregon or Washington and you buy gasoline from your car, for the most part, it's delivered in that same kind of tank truck that travels down the highway. So for all the folks out there who are scared to death of the idea of moving oil by rail, when in fact oil by rail has a much better safety record than oil and gasoline being transported on the highways, for some reason, they want to report it. And once again, I took a look at the latest wire wire story from just a few minutes ago. Railroad tanker fire. And they then go on in the story. If you read the story carefully, you can tell that the truck hauling fuel collided with railroad tankers, but the railroad tanks didn't burn at all. It was the truck from the highway that actually caught fire. And that, I know, they think it's sexier the other way. They think it pushes a certain message. And I've already heard people saying, well, this is proof positive. We shouldn't be moving fossil fuels on railroad cars. This country has a tremendous safety record when it comes to moving fossil fuels by tank cars. Well, I'd be the first to admit that it'd be better to put it in a pipeline somewhere. But if you can't get the president to sign off on that, move it by the rails.
News Radio 1120 KPNW.
had fantastic results with the Andro 400 Max. Probably lost 35 pounds. And more impressive than that was the inches I lost off of my belly and my waist. And the increased energy is fantastic.
Andro 400 Max, the best all-natural testosterone booster. Gain energy, lose belly fat. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Comfort means a state of feeling satisfied, and at thecompanystore.com, your comfort is our #1 priority. For more than 100 years, the Company Store has handcrafted in the U.S. the very best bedding basics. Unique items you won't find anywhere else, like our dual warmth comforters that keep you and your partner sleeping at just the right temperature. Bring comfort home today. Thecompanystore.com, 20% off your entire order plus free shipping with code RADIO at checkout. Thecompanystore.com, we are all about comfort.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are looking to finish a volatile session close to where they started. The Dow is up 35 points, but the Nasdaq is flat. The S&P gaining 2. Bob Pavlik of Boston Private Wealth says it's to be expected, what with the moves in the price of oil down at 1 point below $35 a barrel. Crude futures ended up settling higher at $36.31, as well as this.
Then you have a Federal Reserve FOMC meeting this week where the Fed looks like it's primed to raise interest rates.
Pep Boys has now said yes twice to Bridgestone. Carl Icahn had made a competing offer for Pep Boys last week. Bridgestone is matching his $863 million bid. The merger would create the largest auto parts and service chain. And NBC Universal loves the Olympics, not just for the ad revenue the games bring. The New York Times cites the network's research chief as saying the games offer a perfect opportunity to analyze the way media habits are changing. So next summer, NBC will team up with TiVo and a research startup to do just that. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Jury deliberations underway in the trial of a Baltimore